Hey everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon. Fuck, I woke up late. I woke up late after the late one last night. Are we all good? We having a good, I want to say Saturday. A good Saturday. Banging music? Thank you. Yeah, I really like both those bands really. Staring into spaces. Or staring in spaces. Big fan. And it's like high down 11120. 11120. I'm a big fan of them as well. Hey, Musket. Hey, Artemis, Dan, Sion. All right, what we actually need to do is we need to crack the fuck on. Ooh. Nick, if you can get replay codes from FACEIT games, I would guess they would go up onto the sheet. That'd be my guess. I don't know if they will, but that would be my guess. I've got some of them, by which I mean just this one particular game, and we're actually gonna crack. We're gonna crack on immediately. We need to get a wiggle on, because if we don't get a wiggle on, we won't have time. Again, replays. Wait, should I do it so you can see? Yeah, you can see. That's nice. Does my pen work too? I don't know if we're going to use the pen really, but I guess it's good enough the pen works. Let's do the games in order, probably, I reckon. So we're not going to really, we're not going to review it. We're just going to kind of watch it. Watch it with soft commentary. Why have I been losing in... Wait. I've not been losing in quick play. There was a win streak as well as a loss streak. Just bad teams, I guess. Bad teams. They slammed it during the week, actually. Where am I going now? This one? My face can block all the green? Oh. Oh, it's really loud. How's that volume for you? Wait, can you hear?
What matters is that we fight to the very last second.
That is what matters. All right. Wait. Oh, I've gone too far.
One, ready for battle.
All right. So, for those who don't know, this is the upper bracket game between ENCE and between, well, what used to be GG for this tournament they're called Washington Hospice. And I think from what I understand, this is maybe the last we're going to see of Washington Hospice. Some of the players are staying together in terms of, I think, Tread, Naga, and Zodial. But they're just playing this because they need to play these games to make sure they keep hold of their master spot for next season. So they're playing the games for that reason. So they're just kind of, I don't really know how practiced they are, but they went pretty close with ENCE. So we'll check this one out. Gonna be a Ram Mirror May Venture versus May Venture. So full career build. They've been watching the VODs. They've been tuning in. Wait, is the game sound okay for you? It's not doubled or anything? Get a sense check. Any sense checkers? I think it's okay. Don't think it's doubled? Okay, yeah. I've been messing around with audio tracks. I want to make sure it's not doubling for you. Alright. Oh, sounds fine. Good. Alright, let's take... It's not rewind that much, really. So an aggressive bash in actually from Ben. Kev's going to try and turn onto him, and he gets absolutely demolished for that. An overly aggressive move. And they get kind of demolished in this first fight, honestly. Easy cleanup. Kev won't get traded. Just Naga now. An easy first fight for ENCE, actually. I think just a mistake from Ben. Obviously, Ben not a brick by trade. He's on the little Rhine. This game was yesterday. Alright, retake now. Kellex, as you can see, a significant rally advantage. Tread going to take a bit of poke coming down. Rings will be traded. Tread trying to walk onto the back line. Kev just marking that. Goes for the wall. Good wall from Kev. Lots of pressure onto Tread. Later wall comes out from Naga, but doesn't find anything. Kev is still very aggressive. Will get pushed back by Zodiel. And now an early rally coming through. Bash onto the front line. Blizzard will come out from Nagabo, and Kellex is full frozen. ENCE, I think they thought they had a window with that earlier rally, but it was actually a Blizzard to match it. So, the ult works out nicely. Thank you, Suomi. Hope you had a good stream. Do we know why Ben is in? Yeah, so this team doesn't exist anymore. They're just playing this game because if they don't play in this game, they don't get to keep their master spot for next season. So they're playing this game to make sure they keep that spot because this core of players needs the sort of DPS and tank. They're going to stay together, but I think Yoham and FD are going other way. So Ben's just filling in so they can play the game. From what I understand, they're not going to play today either. They're going to forfeit today's game. But we'll deal with that problem when we get to it later. What else is going on as well? Tread's just walked into the backline with the Annihilation. He has got big value. Orbital Ray from Sky, not enough to save him as Yohams was going as well. And now Tread walking forward, looking for any more stagger kills. Vessler is still in here. His form may be about to expire, but this will be Annihilation if he gets in. Big trouble. As they try and walk forward here, they do trade one, and Vessler wants to keep it going here. Rally comes out defensively from Ben. Needs to keep Naga alive, and Tread's actually being very aggressive with this. Now for bash onto Vessler, they're just going to try and burn through some of that health, but they literally can't do any damage to Vessler. He's still just the full tank. His Annihilation still running. Eventually it will run out. And they'll make a move back to point. Vessler's still going. Push back from Ben and Tread. Zodiel just about manages to avoid this wall, and they remain in control of point here for Washington Hospice. Speedring through, slow on one side. They try and just trade onto the ram. Tread is holding his form to a lot later. Now Vessler's actually boops out, separates a little bit here, but a Blizzard on top of Naga. He's going to counter Blizzard as well, but I think no, they're dead. Did he get? Oh no, he lobbed it actually. I thought he got frozen out of it, but he just lobbed it towards the backline. Gets nothing. Yeah, ENCE struggled in this game. So they get a retake here. Oh, I had a big dinner before. Wait! Zodiel realizes he can't get out of that one, chooses to reset. And now a pretty big ult situation. Tectonic Shocks up for both. Orbital Rate up for both. Naga and Kev both making their way onto the Farah. We saw Green Fortnite's first game where they actually lost pretty convincingly to Fluffy Dreamland, but I didn't see their lower bracket game. I was a bit surprised to see they lost though. So I'm going to get the Annihilation running through now from Tread, but Vessler's just taken out Ben. He's isolated him. Now the Orbital Ray from Sky over the top as well. So much damage onto the backline here, and that should just be the fight. Zodiel taken down by air shot at the end by Kev. And all right. So yeah, we are gonna kind of fly through this because I kind of want to watch as much of it as possible. It's gonna be a Reaper, Malga, Venture. All right, slow onto the backline here, trying to walk onto Kev. Kev takes a back step though. Now Cardiac Overdrive in play. Connects to get demolished though, but good orbs from Sky. Takes down so many. Huge damage output there. And the timing's nice, I think, from Sky. Doesn't use them straight away, uses them mid-fight. Gets a pretty big burst. Naga onto the Widow to see if he can get any early swap. Or an early pick of anyone overextended. Nothing to do. Nothing going for him, though. And instead, we'll swap onto the Reaper. Ooh. It's worth it if you want the codes. I would watch it, but I'm just worried we're out of time, right? Because we're going to watch this one, then the games are going to start, and then it's going to be 8 hours of Overwatch action again. So I think we're going to run out of time, because then Korea's tomorrow. Yeah. such a contracted amount of Overwatch. Alright, let's just gonna try and just stomp backwards here. It's a Junker Queen swap as well from Tread here. Matched up quite nicely into the Malga, but they're walking into a lot of ults here. Kev TP's to the angle. Ramon can't find anything either, and just a slight backstep from the Hospice. Happy to trade this damage, give him close to the ults. Here comes the stomp in as well. Tectonic shock around the corner, forces Zodial underground, and now they're just turning onto the Queen. They're just burning through so much of that health. Tread's really low. The drill dash to force him in. Trap him in there. And now they're looking for any stagger kills. Yoham, he's hiding above. They don't know. Yoham is safe. The rest of them are not. Now going to be holding the choke. Big ult situation here. They've got the cage. We've got loads of things to go with the cage. Actually, they're going to go in for a massive stomp. Hit Zodial too. Orbital Ray going forward. Death Blossom in it, but it will get bashed out of it. Now the Tectonic Shock is going to do so much. So Kellex with the defensive rally doesn't land the bash though. Still walking forward with a 10 in this Orbital Ray, but Kellex, he's maybe gone too far. Will get traded. Cage comes out now from Vessler. Has trapped the Junker Queen, and Kev's just going to dive on him with him, and they demolish him. Now, so they used every single ult for that really, and so they maybe left themselves a bit of a predicament. Kellex trying to come back fast on the Lucio. What's Kellex up to? Just trying to deny it, but no, Rampage to touch. Blossom as well will get knocked out of it though. And now they turn on to Tread. They had the ults to win the fight there, Hospice, but they just had no time. Just had no time. And that's actually going to be, for what we know, with the power of being from the future, no, it was a close game. That wasn't very close at all. Throwing coming. Let's see.
Defend objective
Kev was born to be a Reaper. He's back on Tracer now. So more Malga into this ramp stuff as well, which is an interesting variation we've not really seen. But Sky's just dead. Again, we can't rewind too much just enough time. Oh, hits for Dink. Zodial being able to finish. This was the game where Zodial had like a monster game, right? He went like 48 and 6 or something. He's completely uncontested right now. Oh, okay. We might all hit a body shot, get him out of there. Big slow on the choke, and now just going to hit the Dink. And they, again, like Zodial, we look at from Zodial POV, and he's just absolutely free during all of this. Oh, finishes the kill. Why they forfeit? Just because I don't think they're not. Zodial didn't get recall in time. Well, they're not a real roster anymore, you know, because the team's folded. So there's not. They played enough games to make sure they could qualify for Masters next season with a core of a roster that wants to stick together. But because they're not really a team that's scrimmed or practiced, there's not a huge financial difference between winning today and losing today. So I think they just can't be bothered. Hey, Bonksy. Still very full from dinner, but going through this. And all of a sudden, this is actually... The Blitz doesn't even do that much in the end. They kind of beat him before all of that. But a good repush. Whoa, back on top. Why the Malga Stola? I think it's good into the Ram. Malga have always been very good into the Ram. Kev's now on a full flank for this one. Ramon just holding this top left angle, being indecent. They're going to rally as they come out here. Ben with the aggressive bash will get traded back and forth. Pulse Bomb finds nothing in the midst of that from Zodial or Kev. Now the Blizzard comes out and Ben can't quite get out of it. Neither can Tread. It's a big Blizzard from Ramon. They used everything for that, really. They used like the big three in terms of the Ray, the Rally, the Blizzard. But always scary when you take those big ult trades if one team has Blizzard and the other doesn't. You can see how quickly Naga's charges, though he's actually already at another one. So basically an entire ult ahead right now. Alright, Kev now onto the Farah for his second point. Not a lot of things that can really shoot back at him all that much, and it's a very good Farah point on second. Hey, no idea. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Sleep schedule wasn't really fucked from last night, but I've had dinner. I'm ready to lock in for another however long. 8-10 hours. Alright, we're just going to double down onto Ben here. Orbital Ray and Blitz come out to save him, but ENCE, they managed to skirt all of them, and now... quick reposition. The cage comes out from Vessler, but he's going to need more help because they're all in there with him. Orbital Ray too. I guess even if you're caging and there's an Orbital Ray, you're still going to have a really hard time here. So we do get a 1-for-2 trade now. We'll see if Vessler chooses to stick for Malga at this point. No, going to go over onto that Ram mirror. How late did the games go? I think it was like 4:30 it finished. Maybe like 4. Something like that. A long time. A long time, however you dice it up. And you get SSG VP. SSG VP are the... was probably the big one. A 6 mapper. Alright, Annihilation... not Annihilation, sorry. Just an really aggressive push from Vest, and he's just bullying Ben. Ben and Yoham are trying to peel for this, but Tread's walked in and killed Sky. Obviously, the Trace are very effective at helping with those. Kev seems to be a little bit slower. But now finally catches up. Comes back. Oh, nice rocket to help Vest on that one. And Kev is just a menace. And ENCE do clean that one up, and you see these trades pretty much every time, right? The Ramarcha's just playing almost as a solo tank. Just send the big guy through the speed ring, send him onto the back line, have him cause a load of problems. And Zodial joining Tread on a lot of those. He's actually going to go onto D.Va here now. I think obviously matches up a little bit better into the Farah. So now Tread's going to go through. Orbital Ray has been used, so Tread's going to take a lot of damage here. Rally comes out in response from Ben. Trying to hold their ground, but Kelleck's about to have a rally of his own here. Naga desperate for this Blizzard. Annihilation will be popped now. Naga's going to be looking for that Blizzard. Will just be chucking it on point. There we go. Orbital Ray used as well, and Vestler's actually disengaged a lot of this, but he is stuck behind enemy lines. They choose not to go kill Vestler, though. They want to push forward. They want to kill the rest, but Kellex has the rally, so they can live. Tread's still trying to double down here onto Kev, but there's Kellex with him. The bash is good. They deal with it, and Vestler is now. He's regrouped with the team. He's come from behind. ENCE have regrouped. Player advantage for him, and they'll just beam them all down. Really think there was a timing there for the Hospice to turn around, basically, and just deal with Best. Felt like he was isolated. The Ram is a hard target to kill, but he'd use Annihilation. It's not the best ult value coming out there. No, you're not the best mid-fight decision. And already onto third. Making up for a lot of that lost time on first point here. Couple of minutes. Ramon with the Blizzard in hand. Zodial will be on the Ash now as well. Just trying to play these high ground positions. No great responses here. Kev has to try and take that one. We'll be sending the boot down. Zodial's booped quite far in, actually. We'll get hit by the torpedoes and pocketed out by Tread. Now, just swing through from Tread. Blizzard will be coming out, but Ramon's going to eat it, actually. So no Blizzard, and Sky gets taken off during all of this. Kev's going to drop a barrage. He actually gets 2. So he's made this into a dogfight, but now the D.Va is all over him, and Kellex can't pocket him through that. Tread is still low. They're going to deal with both of them here. Kellex onto Naga behind. Vessler is grouping with him. They're going to pop the Annihilation. Oh, wall off, though, from Naga. And Vessler, I think he's just about killed him. Jumping over the ledge just to try and get a little peek at Naga. Manages to see enough of him to take him down. They keep this one going. Rally push. The aggression is still coming. They are all over Ben right now. Orbital Ray comes, but Ben's not in the Ray. The Ray's going away from them. Now the Orbital Ray from Sky. And they should be in a reasonable position. Blizzard from downtown from Naga. Ambitious with a lot of these Blizzards. He does actually freeze Vest technically, but there's no follow-up. But this is more valuable time. Zodial, he's still on this high ground. He's just free. He's shooting everyone. He's gonna... Oh, come on. Come on, Zodial. Come on. Get some bullets in this gun, let's go! They're still pinned back. Tread's managed to get in mech as well. They just need... There's for Bob. But Bob won't miss his shots. And maybe not the highlight clip Zodial was hoping for, but this position proves to just be really difficult to deal with. I don't know if they're going to make a swap here. I don't really want to swap Vess's ult. He's on 70% of Annihilation. Kev is now on Tracer, so Kev can do a rollout to come clear top here. Maybe he can go and Sky can like peek top with him as well, and that's a good way to clear Zodial out. Or maybe at least the best way this version of the comp has for ENCE. Yeah, he didn't need to hit any bullets. I mean, it would be nice if he did, but didn't need to. Alright, now Vessler's going to come in. He did actually swap to Diva in the end, so sacrifices 70% of that annihilation. And oh, they just catch him. Now the Pulse Bomb's good, and all of a sudden, it's just falling apart. Pulse Bomb is good. Ben gets caught. We're going to turn on to Naga here. 10% away from Blizzard, but 10% is going to feel like a lifetime here because Treader's out of mech. He can't touch, and it's just going to roll over the line. Oh, what a soft way to concede third point, ultimately.
Round 1 complete. Initiating match.
Hold on, I just need to...
Ready for
Alright, just send it out.
Red. 5, 4, 3,
Alright.
2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective.
Hold on, I just need to figure something out for a stream later. Let's see. You jump scared by Ben on support. I don't know. It's not been too bad, I think, really. I mean, it's not been great, but it's not been too bad for someone who's just filling in. Oh wait, I didn't even set it up so you could see, but I was just looking at Wikipedia. All right. So Hospice's turn to attack right now. Zodial's going to try and come in top early, but Kev will be there to match him. Zodial, he's not scared. Recall will be forced out, though. So now he has to slow it down. Kev, going to try and push him. Kev really happy to him. Remind him who the real Tracer is. Stick to your lane, Zodial. That's what Kev's saying. Kev holds his recall for quite a while. Actually, maybe gets himself in a spot of bother. Actually, I thought it was Kev giving Zodial the business. But Kev has, in fact, received the business here. I don't know if Kev was expecting more pocket there. The rest of his team were fighting in Hotel, and they've kind of also lost this fight in Hotel here. So it's a classic Tracer gap from Zodial over Kev. That'll be about as easy a first point as you'll see. They'll give a forward spawns. They'll get a chance to hold for choke here, but massive old time bank now for the Hospice to work with. I actually really enjoy calling them a Hospice. Just for local Hospice team. We try and go quite early here. Vessler will get walled. Takes a lot of damage. Later will you see Kev really never using these walls on like the first cooldown of the fight. Always saving them for part way through. Now the Blizzard will be dropped on Ramon, so no escape for him. Vessler's coming back to try and trade for kills. The backline has lived. Well, I say it's lived. I've lied. They get taken down now. Vessler is still in behind, looking for what trades he can. But they'll clean that one up, and even though they got that isolation onto Tread right there, it felt like they weren't actually able to get all that much punish. Then Naga comes and joins in, has that Blizzard advantage. They force the early shift onto Amon. They finish him off as a result. Oh, no way my voice is failing me already. Don't worry, boys. There's only 8 hours left. So sticking onto the Tracer here, both of them have Pulse Bomb. Supports are going to have all of their ults as well, but Wamone does have that Blizzard advantage, that's the big one. Rally comes through, but the wall just slow Kellex down quite significantly. Now the Blizzard over the top as well. Will freeze Tread. Ben with the rally backwards. They get Tread just about round the corner enough. Now the Orbital Ray will be responsive on Pulse Bomb. Sticks, but it's just onto a maze, so Wamone has Ice Block. Defensive wall coming out. Ben's really trying to go. He bashes in, but he forgot about the Ray. He can't forget about the Ray, and the Ray turn should be pretty strong here from him. Tread, though, still thinks he can win. Annihilation has been popped here, trying to find the connect. Kev just focusing him down. Kev's going to get behind him. Tread's got one more form. He's low, though. He's awfully low. Wamone's trying to push into the back, too, but Tread comes from behind him, and now the respawns are here from the Hospice, and they're able to win that one in a long fight. And it actually felt, again, it felt like the Hospice were losing that fight. Oh, sorry, I missed it. No idea. We don't have time to go back. We got 5 maps to get through. But a good recovery in the end from the Hospice, and they keep winning these really sort of long, multi-ult fights that descend into a scrappy end. Now Annihilation versus Blizzard. Vess has to be careful not to get frozen, but slow catch is nothing for him, and Wamone's died on the way in here. So even though Vessler, he has the Annihilation, he has a chance to go aggressive. He's still going aggressive. He's killed Johan, but they just lost the checkpoint because of it. Vess has gone deep, doesn't find anything with his slow, but keeps committing anyway. Thank you, Valen. Appreciate the tier 1. ENCE had to go to 5 maps against Ben Best Brig. Yeah. Ben the Best Brig. It's currently 1-0 to ENCE. 1-0 to ENCE. Is ENCE still the best team? I don't know in this meta. We'll get an answer later when they play SSG. Alright, so Zodiac's going to die all of this. Again, we see Vessler making this aggressive move into the backline. Ben will get demolished. I think somebody asked why does it feel like the Brigs always fall over? It's part of the reason teams play the Ram. I actually think career theory in a lot of these situations is you play the Ana into the... You play the Ana into the Ram because you have like the sleep and you have the nade and you have more ways to punish this goddamn Ramattra. Also, I think lots of teams play the Venture because again the Venture has a bit more punch back against it than maybe like a Tracer or an Ashe does. Ghost is on SR peak check now. Alright, shield's going to be traded. Big ult fight coming up again. Early wall again. Kev with a later wall. Pulse Bomb goes big. Zodial. Blizzard over top will catch this rally as well, so no chance to use that. Any value, can get any value out of that from Kellex. We're going to pull it back. Kev's still lurking on the high ground here, so him and Vess can still go for a play. Slow onto Naga, but Annihilation's going to be used now to keep going. Defensive wall. They're going to use the Orbital Ray. They want to just kill Vessler. Sky's going to match for Ray, try and keep Vessler up. Vessler's now playing in it, but a much later Annihilation from Tread. Naga, he's just found the dink in all of this here. They will be able to trade Zodial. Vessler's still battling away, but he will lose this one over time because Tread had that later Annihilation. And now, the Hospice are on the front foot. Oh, was that Majax in the middle of all that as well? Fuck's sake, Will. Kev will be trying to delay point here. Has ran into Johan. Needs a pack or two. They're going to rally aggressively here, but Kev's just anchored point. Kev's mugging him off a little bit here. They will get the cart rolling now, but meanwhile, Ben, he has to actually back out with this rally. Wamone onto the top of that wall. Will have to ice block, and again, look at Zodial. Same as he did with the defense, just on this high ground as Ashe. Who can deal with him? Sky's going to take a dink, so he can't. Naga has ice blocked here. Now the Blizzard turn. Push onto Vessler. He's going to get frozen immediately in it. The Blizzards are getting so much value. Blizzard comes out defensively here, tries to freeze Tread, but it's going to find... Oh, it does just about freeze Tread, but not enough to get any meaningful damage on him. Now Kellex is going to come in. He's got the rally going. Bash is big, but Kellex, he needs more help. He's trying to hold the line. Torpedoes come in. Counter torpedoes from Sky. Keep Kellex up for now. But now the bomb over the top for Ray. Sky's going to try and respond with a Ray of his own, but it's not quite there in time to same with Wamone, and they just get obliterated by it. All the ults come up again for the Hospice. We go into an overtime round. Alright, overtime. ENCE going to attack first. Actually, almost half a time bank here. Barra out from Kev. He's forced an early ice block, and Vessler, he's so keen to punish that. Naga will wall defensively, but Kev, he's still coming. More rockets onto Naga. He gets full pocket, and actually Kev gets caught by Zodial. Kev, he saw blood, he saw red, he wouldn't stop going forward, and now all of a sudden Zodial left unchecked, left unmarked, and he's just picked apart the ENCE push here. Why is no one playing Venture? We saw a little bit of on the first map, DD. But I'm surprised not more of it's being played. I'm surprised we don't see more Venture. I'm also surprised we see so much Brig into the Ram. I feel like Kiri or Anna is the swap we saw more often in Korea, but doesn't happen. All right, slow into the background. Vestler's going to mark everyone here. You can see him trying to turn onto Tread, and Tread, he's actually been hit from all sides. Kev's going to come back and deal with that one. And you can see Vestler was able to play it a lot slower and contain, and it's not over for ENCE yet. Big slow onto the backline too. Blizzard will go out. Kellex, will he freeze? Kellex will freeze. So do you all find the kill. Orbital Ray comes in. Johan thinks he can win. Ben needs more help. There's an annihilation. Ben's still 10% away from ult here. Desperately trying to get it. He nearly has actually. He's going to rally. Johan and Ben, they're just going to take on Vestler. They're running in, they're doubling down, they're fighting him on the Mega. Vest is still alive, but he's in the corner against the Hospice backline. Hospice backline sounds like an insult, but it's their actual name. And they come back. The backline from Hospice have done it. The little Rhine that could. And despite ENCE winning that neutral really hard with the opening Ramatra pick, they couldn't convert it. A huge clutch from the Hospice backline. And they get the hold. 65%, all they'll get. Ben doesn't need help. They need help with Ben. Exactly. All right, only 65% to get here. Tracer's in play from both. Zodial going to go run into Kev as well. Surely Kev won't get gapped again. Nope, Zodial's just going to ignore Kev, actually. Looks to try and get onto Sky. Will blink on top of him. Zodial! Actually, I know I said we weren't going to replay that much, but Zodial just giving him the fucking business. Gets him down to half. Oh. There we go, and Tread. Naga, we're just going to walk over back. That's just it, right? That's just it. Kev knows it. Kev knows it. And we're tied up 1-1. Oh, have I typed that wrong? Fuck. That seems right. Ooh. Zodial go. I mean, fuck. Did well on the Tracer there.
2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30.
Are you going to share these games? Yeah, you can have the codes if you want. I'll do it afterwards, though, because it's just... I've got, like, a screenshot, so I have to type them out. I don't know if they're just adding it to the FACEIT tracker, though. Like the little spreadsheet they have, but... Hopefully they are. I feel like they should. There's a patch on Tuesday anyway, right? So not a lot of time to watch them all. Alright, really early wall coming out from the Moan here. Oh, from Kev, sorry. Saw with Moan doing a lot more delayed walls, looking for these mid-fight ones, but Kev's just going to drop that one super early. Doesn't quite get... Well, it doesn't really get any value off the wall, but they just beam Tread coming in, and they'll clean that one up. Kai now obviously in the starting lineup now from this one, so it means we're going to play in all the Ash. Kev will be onto the May. Sky's awfully low. Naga's looking for the trade, but they all just D-peek him. And ENCE off to a flying start. But wait, is Vest... I know I said we wouldn't rewatch, but what's Vest up to? Oh no, he doesn't know that they respawn. Oh no. So they win the neutral pretty heavily on the first fight, but Vest overextends, and now they're going to get reset pretty hard. They need to be careful not to stagger anyone out here. Kev's going to try and steal as much as he can, but Kai gets caught. Loses the duel to Zodial. And now the rest of ENCE. The rest of ENCE need to back out. Need to be careful not to get caught. Ben's on the hunt, though. Ben's on the prowl. Gets a cheeky Inspire going. And now Zodial, look at that. Slightly quicker to the Bob. Will be the first ult. The Hospice can drop in this fight. Kev significantly ahead on Mayo. Orbital Rays. Rally's coming up soon as well. Will be a somewhat of a choke. Whoa, Vessler's just killed Zodial, so now early Bob will not be coming, and now Vess, he's turned. He's trying to help his backline here. Kev's going to drop the Blizzard onto the Brig. Ben, oh no. Ben not thinking about the Mayo, walks straight into that one. And they managed to convert off that early Zodial kill. They still have to use the Blizzard. They still lose Kellex, but still a pretty reasonable situation all round, I think. 5 volts coming back up out for Hospice. Lots of options in terms of how they want to start. You see Kai already looking for this flank Bob. He's going to be coming through the house real soon. There it is. Doesn't find all that much, actually. So they disengage for Bob, the Vessler, and the Annihilation relatively at the same time. Ray will come out defensively here, and they are just turning on Vessler with that Ray. They use the Rally as well, and it's just not enough help for Vessler there. Tread will keep them contained. They use the ults to kill the Ramattra behind. All right, a definitive win there. Seems like Hospice are finding lots of times to punish Vessler now when they have the right ults for it. Again, don't get it wrong, it was expensive, right? They used 3 ults there, but 3 for 3 really was that trade. They still have Annihilation, they still have Blizzard here. So Collect has the Rally, but difficult to use for Rally aggressively into a Blizzard. Difficult to use for Rally aggressively into an Annihilation as well. So really, the onus is on Hospice here to push the advantage. And look at Naga go, he's coming through. They force the Ice Block. Defensive wall comes out. After this wall, Kev's in big trouble. They go for Blizzard though. Kellex dodges the wall though. Good bash out. And Tread dies for this. Kellex with the outplay. And now it was a very difficult situation there, but Kellex finds it. He outpaces the wall and he gets over it just in time. Even if its RAM comp is really strong against D.Va, do you think there might be a use to play it? Yeah, I think D.Va's still really good. I think what you need when you're playing this RAM comp, the reason you would go D.Va is if they've gone like Pharah or Ana, and you need to deal with that. And you can still play a pretty similar style in terms of just sending your tank in with the speedrun, but the D.Va much better at dealing with those heroes. So I think, even though we don't see a lot of D.Va, I think the D.Va's a really important part of the meta as well, because the reason we see the characters on screen right now is because a D.Va would fuck them up, essentially. So you can't play any of the other heroes because a D.Va would fuck them up too much. That's at least some of the idea. Alright, Tread's going to go aggressive here. Ben Best is going to try and join in. Tread's gone super deep with this Annihilation. He's connected with everyone, and oh, they're just turning on Kev. Kev, he needs saving. They will get him out, actually. It was actually, I thought it was going to be like a Saving Private Ryan situation, to quote an Australian friend of mine, but it was actually really easy to get him out. He just kind of walked away. I thought it would be a lot more peril for Kev in that trip, but it was fine. They do get a kill on Sky, and they will win the fight regardless, though, Hospice. Now as they come around the corner, it's going to be a Bob v Bob situation. Support ults, both available for Hospice. As now Bob does come in. Bob's will be traded now. Zodial's got his one out as well. Blizzard now onto Zodial. He needs a lot of help. There's actually no way to help him out of that one. They've lost Bob. They've lost the Bob distributor. And they'll just turn and deal with Tread. And again, ENCE have found themselves in an ult, sort of lower ult situation. But not a chance to use it, and this is going to buy Kellex valuable time. So now all of a sudden the ult advantage is going to swing into the favour of ENCE. They're going to have both support ults to match anything that Hospice do, but they also have this Annihilation to go over the top as well. Still 30% for Kellex, but don't underestimate how quickly Rally can build in these comps. Vessler will be holding the high ground here, standing in the corner, punching, holding his position. They really can't get rid of him for a while. Now the Annihilation, they've used it really aggressively, and the Rally too. Sky's going to respond with the Orbital Ray. He has to try and stay in it, though. Does stay in it. Now the Ray comes back out in response, but Kellex, he's 7% away from this Rally now. He's got a timing. Look at Kellex, he's waiting on the corner. He's waiting for his opportunity. Rally is available now, but they don't even need it. Vessler, his Annihilation has been going, and Kellex with the whip off as well. They keep holding this Rally for the next fight. Tread will have Annihilation, but a much more reasonable, even situation for ENCE to deal with as they look to extend their lead here on Runasapi. Sorry, I need to respond to this TM. So I just got a message from OBS Sojin. About asking she's received a DM asking her for her contribution to the current research product we're doing about the cannibalization of SSG. And she just messages me like, what? I was like, so I told her it was a current research project we're doing. Simple. I told her there's no bad choices. There's no bad choices. All right. So, Rally still in hand, Annihilation there for Tread, but this Naga Blizzard could be the swing factor. Slight off angle here from Naga and Ben just to take some of this space. Other end of it is Zodiel. We have swapped over onto the Tracer now. And, there's the Blizzard, but Kellex, he's actually killed Naga for it. The defensive wall comes out. Can they save Kellex? They're all frozen, but somehow, someway, Kellex for Rally. It helps him live for now, but the Annihilation's coming. But Kev, he wants to turn with a Blizzard. Tread gets out of it, though. I swear he should have frozen, but he just keeps on walking. And now Kai, he's stuck in the middle of everyone. He's trying to force a kill, but Hospice, they find a way through. They didn't get the kills initially on the Blizzard, but the Annihilation over the top. They had to use both, but they get it done, and Kev, he tries to turn with Blizzard, and they didn't. And now a chance to try and get Cap, and Zodiac with the early pulse bomb kill. We can't stop doing it on Tracer. The Bob will come out, but this will be an easy enough one to deal with, so no value at all from the Bob there. Buys him a little bit of time, but not a lot more. Kev's going to have his recall force. Sky's going to drop the orbital ray, but Ben, he bashes Sky out of it. He sees the opportunity, and Ben pounces. The little Rhine strikes again, and they'll just burn through Vessler here. Good rally, good bash by Ben. Outplays the orbital ray there. Classic Ben tech. Alright, Dynamite on the choke. Kevster lurking around top left, but Zodi will keep an eye on that for now. And now a chance here, playing for the opportunity for lead. Slow just onto Vessler to try and get the HP advantage, but doesn't really work, and Tread's now on the back foot. It has to be even a defensive wall, and Vessler, he's going to keep going. He's forced the ice block. Did he even force the ice block? Maybe he just... Oh no, yeah, he did force the ice block. And Vessler's just going to clean all of this up. Why is he unironically good at Brig? That's Little Reinhardt, mate. Little Reinhardt. Alright. Sky Zodiac died early in this, so I don't know how much they're planning to invest. They do have it. Oh, I was going to say, the pulse bomb there from Kev. He does get traded for it, but they should just have advantage. They can just pocket Kai through everything. Tread's going to try and make an aggressive move, potentially. Johan goes down. Looking for it. Tread choosing not to trade too much more damage as he's already close to Annihilation. And 1 minute left on the clock. ENCE in the driver's seat still, but their lead has narrowed over the course of this. And now they have to worry about this Blizzard. They have to worry about this Annihilation. Kai has for Bob. Kellex has for Rally. But tricky ults to use into both of these. Might have to be more responsive with their ults here rather than aggressive here, ENCE. And because they have the lead, it's a pretty reasonable play to make as well. Yeah, you can, Dan. You can. Alright. Comes through. Wow, they actually just walk onto Kellex here. Tread from one side, Zodiel from the other, and the Bob comes out from Kai, and they actually rob the bank here, Hospice. They need to keep Ben alive here. They'll pocket Ben through all of it. Orbital Ray will be used just as Vessler dies, and it's not enough to save Tread. So they win the fight, but they did use the ult in the end, and ultimately, I think a Bob for a Ray trade, going to be really happy with that. They need to make sure they don't lose any more trades, as Kev is still lurking behind. has all of his blinks, or use them all. Still getting hunted down. Zodiac will finish that one.
Overtime.
And now all of a sudden, really reasonable chance here for a Hospice. Support up advantage is in favour of ENCE. But these big ult fights are complicated. You can see... Oh, actually, he's had the ice block forced early. Look at Naga. He has to use this one sooner rather than later. He's going to die for it. And Naga, he goes for the hero play. He goes for the flank blizzard. It does free Vestler, but the orbital ray, the annihilation... Not enough either to kill him. Pulse bomb on the top of Tread. They have all the ults in the end, and they hold on to their lead. They close it out. Hold on, let me send this to... Oh. Where is she? All right, there we go. All right, map number 4, New Junk City. So that's 2-1 to ENCE. Naga tries to make the play at the end, goes for big flank blizzard. They know because they used that Ray in the fight before, they're just going to be an ult disadvantage fight. So they kind of need something a little bit special, a little bit clutchy to happen. And it looks like we will be getting some Venture. I think, Didi, was it you who was asking before about, like, why don't we see any Venture? We're seeing it on a couple of maps, at least. We saw it on Lijiang Tower. Looks like we might see it here as well. So at least some of the smaller maps, they're leaning into a little bit more.
Initial flashpoint.
All right. Kev's actually going to be able to echo in all of this as well, which is interesting. So no May here for ENCE. Ramon's going to go underneath. Looking for someone behind. Will just drill dash out, but meanwhile, Tread and Zodial, they've just done the work. Fuck me. Is Zodial just the fucking best? Oh no, it's a classic Venture. Honestly, Venture looks so easy sometimes. It just looks like so powerful in these like 1v1 situations. Alright, so an easy first fight as a result of that. Looks like they want to come through the far side here, ENCE. Try and take one of the more open chokes. Holding close, Zodial in the corner. Wamone will go through the choke first. They take the big brawl. Wall comes through as well, and they catch Kellex with that wall, so Kellex is going to get absolutely dominated there. They do manage to trade Zodial for it here, but they're still on the back foot. They deal with Wamone behind, and now they're going to try and deal with a T-posing Vestler. A scary sight, but not a problem for the Hospice. No cleaner result, and 2 pretty clean back-to-back fights here. Is Zodial actually a hyperflex? I mean, yeah. Like there's been periods of year where there's been periods of the year where it's been quite a double flex DPS meta, and we've seen Zodial play a lot of like Genji, a lot of Tracer. He's done reasonably well. They're going to lock him in here, but he is able to go underground. He wants to keep going, looking for his opportunity. Just come out, drill dash on the jump up, and we saw Heesang do this a proper all the time, which makes obviously Zodial proper in this situation, and Wamone Heesang. But we saw Heesang camp in the Venture's exit when they come out of the ground. They can actually be, it's quite unpredictable when they need to, it's quite a counterable thing if you have a Venture of your own, and we saw Wamone playing for that there, just giving Zodial no option. So in reality, Zodial probably just shouldn't have committed to that one if he had recognised the situation. Now the rally comes through the choke from Ben, doing it up. Wall doesn't get all that much, separates Kellex, but Zodial, he finds the way out, drops the text. This hero, honestly. So playing the off angle. We'll get packed through it. Just not scared of a Ramatra. Just not scared. We're actually going to stagger out Vesta a little bit as well here. You ever seen an annihilating Ramatra staggered out? Okay, so Annihilation, Blizzard in the hands of Hospice. They got Ray as well, so a pretty stacked set of ultimates. Vessler going to go onto the Mauga here as well. So it's the first thing we've really seen try to counter Ramatra, but it's a tectonic shock to start it. Blizzard comes out best, just get out of it though. Collectors rallied in response. All of ENCE is safe, but now they come back up with a moan and they find the kills. Copy from Kev does the work. A celebration, Annihilation. And they're looking to try and get a late kill here, but Zodial seems far enough out. Don't catch him. But alright, a good fight. Did cost him quite a lot. Both support ults and the copy and the tectonic shock. Actually, it didn't just cost him a lot, it cost him everything here, ENCE. And now the Ray and the Annihilation coming back should be a clean opportunity to take control of this point. And yeah, ENCE have actually put themselves in a right old pickle with all now ultimate use. We see again Zodial starting on the flank. Orbital Ray used through the choke, but Wamone... Oh, I know I said I wouldn't rewind, but I really just... I'm such a venture head. How do you get these replays? I can send you these ones. I don't know if they're updating the sheet still. Hold on. I've not checked it myself, but if you check the second link there, maybe it's there. If not, I can send you these ones. Ooh. Let's just watch Venture for a second. I think I might actually make a video on Venture next week because I want to look at Heesangs especially because I think he's the best right now. But just look at this. Oh, to be fair, it's actually mostly the Stomp. It's mostly Vesta. Never mind. It's mostly Vestala. I still think Venture's really strong, but in that particular example, it was all Des. All right. So one more retake attempt. Wamone and Vesta really make a clutch play because they had absolutely no ults to deal with that. And yeah, it can't even touch actually. So not only is it a big clutch play that wins them a difficult fight, it wins them an entire point as well. And now, looks like Hospice are going to be closer to the next point. We'll zoom over there, catch them up. Still a big ult advantage here. Remember, ENCE, that four bomb they dropped on the previous point seems to be causing them a real issue. Issue. Tectonic shock to start. Wamone's going to go underneath. Just tries to boop him back. Gets out, but they're trying to hunt down Wamone. Isn't able to make his way out. They keep going with a tectonic shock, and Zodial's able to find the chase. Vesta wants to turn with the stomp. Kev following up as well. Copy Ramatra comes out with the annihilation from Tread. Going to be difficult here for Kev. They've popped the rally as well, so they've actually forced quite a lot of ults out here, ENCE. And most importantly, they forced all these ults out before the point unlocked. So they used 3 fights to win the ult. Well, 4 actually. They started with the tectonic shock, didn't they? So 4 ults to win the fight. They do win the fight, obviously, but now, look at this bank coming back up. Vestler with the cage, support ults, and tectonic shock soon to follow. They're all back at the choke now. You can see Zodial starting on the flank. And oh, Nagas just found a bit of a magic pick, and Wamone sent back to the respawn queue, buys him crucial time. They have the Blizzard to fight in this cage. Kev's also gone to the Pharah here now, so we do see this Pharah swap sometimes just because suddenly May and Venture hard to deal with the Pharah. They're trying to come through the left-hand side here. Cage will be used. We'll do a quick reposition. Everyone's actually in the cage here, so Kev should get so much damage. Ben will die. Blizzard will be used in response, though. Going to freeze Vestler. He drops down. Will unfreeze as a result. They can pocket him through all of that there, and it was quite an awkward place to end up taking the cage fight and drop the Blizzard in there. The low ground gave Vestler an escape mechanism, and they win that fight for just the cage, so much better Much better. Wait, he's still here, Spilo? I can ask if he's still here. But much better ult economy use here from ENCE. Much more stringent. I get a 1-for-1 trade, they get a retake, and they're in control of this next point. Holding the choke, Wimone on one side, Vessler on the other. Sky and Kev playing this far back. Tread's now gone onto the Diva to try and contain this Pharah a little bit. They'll trace Tread out. Now the rally to catch him. Bash onto Tread as well. Defensive wall comes through from Naga, just trying to bail Tread out of this. Meanwhile, Vessler has walked into the backline, and Kev said he does manage to clean one up, but they're dealing with Tread while they're doing all of this, and it's really a lot of just like 4-1 type formations, where both tanks will be sort of speed ringed into the engage, and the rest of the team just try and deal with the enemy tank a little bit faster. Zodi walked out also onto the Tracer, doesn't want to play the Venture into the Pharah. ENCE will mark point as this retake starts. Tread and Naga coming through right hand side. Tread gets the touch. Now the Orbital Ray to start it off will be matched by Sky here. Vessler has to run out. Tectonic Shock being used in this as well from Wimone. Should just be able to burst through a lot of that. Can't find a great angle for it though, so we're going to try and turn it to Tread. But actually during all of this, when we take it down, Blizzard onto point as well. Wimone jumps out of it, so they... Oh no, Wimone gets frozen at the last second. Not quite enough. Now the rally comes through from Ben to seal the deal. I think they probably had it ultimately. I mean, obviously can't afford to lose that one. It does seal the point, secures them for 2-1 in it as well. And it was a heavy ult investment too. Heavy ult investment too on the side of ENCE. So ends up maybe not a necessary rally, but doesn't feel that bad since they at least capped the point and sealed that over it. They do not only have Pulse Bomb and Self-Destruct, and with some of the comp swaps that they've made here at Hospice, it does now start to feel like a lot of their ults are just less powerful, you know? Tectonic Shock actually a very good ult to brawl with. Can definitely force out support ults very consistently. The Self-Destruct, the Pulse Bomb, more opportunistic ones. Allows the Diva to be a bit more aggressive, but you can see already they're holding at this choke. I imagine Vesper's going to be swapping after he uses his next cage. Zodiel goes through. Ambitious Pulse Bomb attempt gets nothing. Tread trying to mark onto this point. Now the cage, it catches Naga. Nowhere to go for that one, and it should be a straight one and done with the cage again for ENCE. They'll beam down. They'll avoid any trades, I think. Just Zodiel left now. And they cap it. Yeah, we should have time to finish all of these, hopefully. Ooh. Aren't they like 6 AM tomorrow, the Japan finals? Alright, sorry. I'll lock in for this. We're low on time. Alright. Wimone playing the off angle here. Tread and Zodiel looking for a dive opportunity here, but it's going to be Kellex who starts with the rally. They lose Sky immediately though, so Kellex doesn't have any pockets, so they're just harassing him from the back. Kellex is going to try and go forward. He keeps kiting forward. He does die eventually. They do give a bomb out to Tread, and they deny the baby remake. Good stop from Vessler. Ice Block is forced onto Naga. He does have the Blizzard soon, but they're just going to leave Naga. Make sure they keep control of point. Make sure they deal with Zodiel. And now they're going to see if they can catch Naga. Vessler's peeking him. Defensive wall. It's just Vessler here on the chase, so Naga should be okay. And it looks like ENCE will be capping up this point. And it will be point E we're going to. Hospice will get here first. They have the Blizzard. Wimone has a Blizzard of his own, so all about the Blizzards, really. Speed Ring comes through. Blizzard now from Wimone on top of it. Naga does have Ice Block and does just about get out of it here, Ben, actually. So they don't find anything with their Blizzard. Wimone even dies for it. Now the wall onto Vessler. And not only do they live for Blizzard, they don't even have to use their own Blizzard. Kellex is going to double down for a trade. Can't find anything, though. Sky's still floating around trying to get himself out of this one. Kev won't get anything. Wimone back onto the Venture now. And this Venture Tracer. We'll see if Kev swaps May or something into this as well. Holding for choke. All just on the same side of a choke right now. We often see ENCE do holds where they hold on both sides. Tread is going to get to his left-hand side now, so they can hold the choke a bit more robustly. Kev's just trying to blink through here, just trading onto Zodial, but yes, he's recall forcing goes out. They do get the ice block out of Naga, but he drops that blizzard. Everyone gets out of it, and now Vessi's dropped the cage. Pulse them onto him, though. Orbital Ray not in time. Ray used as well from Hospice. And they're staying in the Ray. Yoham just beaming people down, takes down one. Connects the Sky looking for a trade. Kev's just got one. Sky now has to reset. And they win that big fight. Rally coming up for Kellex. Annihilation for Tread. Making their way through the choke. I mean, it's probably just an error. They probably just put the wrong time in. Tread will come through. Rally is now used. Tread has its annihilation, remember, so Kellex has to be careful with Vessel. He's just made the move. He's stomped on Ben. The little Rhyme gets crushed. And they use the rally. They get the retake there, and the chance goes begging for Hospice. ENCE get themselves in control. They only have this pulse bomb for the next fight. Tectonic shock soon. DPS ults early. Or only, I should say. On them to make a play. This is surely the moment where you expect Kev to do the thing that he so often does. Slow and steady here. Naga poking up to this blizzard as well in all of this. Oh, he's got him! Kev, he does the thing. He always does the thing. He's now on the back line. And he's killed Yoham too. It's just, you just know, right? You just know. ENCE need a thing to happen. It'll be Kev. It'll be Kev. Easiest prediction of my life. Alright, and ENCE have actually turned to go deal with Zodial here. Kellex, they're so far back, actually. And they don't kill Zodial. Zodial drags them all out of position. Alright, so they get back onto point for free here, and Zodial remains on his flank position behind, so bit of a mismanagement there from ENCE. Now Zodial's coming back in, goes here with Tread. Tread's dropped the annihilation. Kellex is in big trouble, just get thrown down. Ramon trying to turn with Tectonic Shock, but he's got nothing to shoot at. The Blizzard misses as well. Oh, that last Tectonic Shock burst was massive from Ramon. They've lost Sky, but Ramon's still behind the tech. Oh, the Orbital Ray from Yoham, though, it keeps him up. It helps him live. And despite Kev's play, despite another pulse bomb onto Ben, Kev can't do enough. And really, it was Zodial dragging them all out of position that ended up costing him the most fair. If they'd killed Zodial, obviously it's worth it, but it just meant they conceded all the position on point. Ends up causing them more problems than it solves. And all right, 2-2. 2-2.
Ready for battle. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
All right.
Stop the payload.
So Junkertown to finish. Zodial's going to try and play the Widow up against Kai. Zodial's been on one today. Honestly, they've been more on one actually on the Venture and the Tracer. Only been playing a bit of Ashe here and there.
You can hide, but you cannot escape.
Slow and steady. We'll just watch it from the Widow POV. Nice, relaxing, patient. Tread is on Diva, so in theory, Kai's life should be a lot harder than Zodial's is. Grapple shot here. Kellex has his shield up though. And now they're trying to make the move, and Ben has just been ran down. Well, Zodial doesn't know where Kai is, and Kai's actually found the headshot onto Yoham. Responds with one, but they're all over him, so it'll be an easy first point for ENCE in the end.
The payload has reached the
And alright, coming through the low ground. Just trying to move a payload. Hospice are going to set themselves up on this high ground. They're going to clear out Kev's pretty quickly. Still playing with a Widow here, but again, Kai's life should still feel a lot trickier on the attack, especially on this second point. Still trying to bully his way out an angle now, though. Now, Tread will make the drop. Wary of someone coming behind him, but it's Zodiac will find the opening pick. Kev. Oh, sorry, Kai. Still no opportunity. They've just dropped on Kellex during all of this. Kai's kind of in behind here. Wall comes out. They're going to try and deal with Ramatra here, but Kai does have opportunities. Oh, just a body shot, though. Goes for another one. Naga shuts him down. Annihilation's actually going to pop by Vesta, I think. He thinks he can turn it, but no, he's going to go in. Ice blocks, blizzards, everything used. Ben is frozen. Everyone's frozen. And the Annihilation will run him over in the end. They drag him down. They sucker him into that dogfight. And now, look how far the payload's actually moved for all of this. So a good hold goes... Well, it turns into a bit of a disaster, really. When they try and chase those down. And the nature of these comps... I'll pause for a second, but... The nature of these comps is like the Blizzard, the Annihilation, the Rally, even the Orbital Ray. If you are pushing into these ults, you have to be so careful because they are all so good at turn of a fight, which is why we see so many back and forth fights here, because these ults charge really quickly in this Brawl Mirror. They're also good at turn of a fight. We're going to see synchronized rallies from Kellex and Ben. Earlier, Bash comes out. Ben now with a better later Bash, actually. They're all over Kellex. Orbital Ray over top, though, so Kellex is going to keep going, and they demolish Ben there. And just, you know, 2 support ults beat 1 support ult. A Taylor's oldest time. And ENCE. But pressed firmly on the gas now on this attack. 4 minutes, 45 seconds to work with the third. Yeah, so GG have dropped the roster, but there's a bit of roster mania happening now in EMEA. The expectation is that Tread, Naga, and Zodial are going to make like a new team. So those 3 are staying together, and they're going to find a new backline. None of that's confirmed yet, though. It's still in like the figuring it out stage, but I think that's the hope for them at least. Annihilation's going to be dropped onto high ground now from Vestler. Forces out the ice block. Forces out the ice block. We'll just be forced to trade onto Tread, though. They do get everyone out of that one Hospice, and now they're going to try and turn back with Tread's Annihilation, and Vestler is awfully low, needs a little bit of help. No support ults to get him out of it, so Vestler's just going to be blocking for days. The Annihilation, it lasts so long, but Tread has been lasting this entire time too, but good shield from Vestler. Cuts his one slightly short. Now the wall onto Tread. They're looking for him. One more form. Blizzard will come out here, but I think it's missed actually from Naga. I don't know if that wall ended up blocking him, but the Orbital Ray will still allow him to push forward. Vestler in a lot of big trouble. And now... Oh, actually, sorry, it was Kev's Blizzard. That was bad. Sorry. Misdiagnosed. Naga with the good Blizzard. Kev doesn't find anything with his. And Hospice, they get the stabilization. Support ult turn now coming up for ENCE. Benbest has a rally of his own, but a similar situation here where rally's a pretty good ult, but when you're trying to push into an orbital ray or something, it can be very tricky. Also going to see Kev get off the May here now onto the Tracer. So in theory, now can try and take this Widow out of the game a little bit more. Let's find old Zodial. And you can see Kev's making his way downtown, trying to get onto him. Does get onto him. Nice and easy one for Kev. But meanwhile, though, the rest of Hospice, they've taken a step forward. They've ran over Kellex with this rally. Kellex didn't quite have his yet. But the cart is getting moved. Kev C9ing him a little bit. Forces him all back. But Kev misses his rollout. Will get walled as well. Surely Kev doesn't get out of it. No, Benbest. Good for the whip. No escape for Kev. And Hospice, they managed to stabilize. They have got no support ults now, so a big opportunity here. But they can hold forward Hospice. They can try and get these ults out of ENCE before they can use them to cap the point. They want to try and take a fight here. Walls will be used by Kai as well. They're trying to come round. They want to disengage this. Rally will be used, but Naga gets caught. They're going so aggressively here. Annihilation from Tread, trying to turn from the Orbital Ray into the Bash. They just one-shot him, Annihilation or not. And ENCE gonna hit a pretty reasonable time as far as Junkertown goes.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Alright, forward hold here from ENCE and the gang. Tracer is the choice from Naga. So it's Tracer, Widow. Whoa, Vessel's just all over Ben. God. These Remarchers, it just feels so easy for him all the time. Remarcher's got so much better at using their slows, so much better at finding his aggressive timings here. And look at it, you just see, he walks through, he sees Ben. Turns around, finishes off Johan too. Easy as you like. Honestly, it's a hard life being a Brig right now. Hard life. So they keep the forward hold going. Kai's still sitting back during all of this. You see he's having a bit of a juke here with Naga. Tread's going to try and come round, but Kirks has kept the space. Kept himself safe. Now we'll wait for the next timing. Kev trying to play in this angle quite aggressively here. We'll force Zodio out, who is now on the venture. Meanwhile, if you look at the top of your screen, you'll see Naga and Kai are just playing their own games. And there's currently 8 people are playing the main game of Overwatch, and there's 2 people having like a just chasing each other around in the showers at the back of the map here. So now Vessel's going to try and go aggressive onto Ben. Ben's going to try and run. He does get out, actually. They're still on his case, but Tread now will be the body blocker, but because they came back to join the fight, actually Kai has been freed up, and Kev, he's still on point. Does he have Ice Block too? No, he doesn't have Ice Block. Kai's still there. Now Kai has to try and play his life. Naga is on the hunt. Kai knows. He pings him. He knows. Naga knows he knows now. And you can see Kai got his Brig with him. Drops down now. Kai knows, but he's getting pinged from both sides. We'll just rotate forward with his team. Johan, oh, peeks him. And oh no, there's a venture behind him. Kai can't find the shot. Can't find the shot. Meanwhile, the Blizzard has been traded on point. Doesn't find anything, though, from Kev. And Zodio, he's just floating around, cleaning up all these remaining players. Vessel will die on point. But I don't know if they actually really get a retake here. It's going to be free on point the entire time. Yeah, they've only... Kev's going to TP for it. I think it should allow him to get the forward hold, but it won't allow him to get a recontest. Or have I misread this completely? They're really going to go for it. The speed ring actually makes such a big difference now. Now they come through. Tectonic Shock used on point from Zodiel. Sky's going to die immediately for it here. Zodiel will be forced underground by Vessler, but still going here is Zodiel, just sandwiching them between them. They use Varani for that. They trade it. They get the DPS ults out. Kev and Kai still on point here, but Zodiel just underneath wins the 1v2. No problem. Fucking venture. Not even close. Not even close in that 1v2. I mean, I guess when they're both forced to point, obviously it's good for venture, but still. Alright. On to second point though, Hospice. They have both support ults. Holding forward as well. Zodio, an absolute menace on this venture. Kevin's made his way on to the Tracer now. Kai onto the Ash. Zodio the other side here. Just wants to threaten the backline. They're going to try and turn it, and they're just trying to walk onto Vessler with this. They're just brawling him, using every little bit of that orbital ray, but it's going to keep going through the wall now. They use the last tail end of it. They don't kill Vessler, but they do kill Sky. And now they're trying to deal with this Tracer. Recall has been forced out of Kev, but he is able to get away. Payload has been moving this entire time. Good on you, Ben. Keep that payload moving. And now they have the rally for this point fight, but Sky will be coming back with that orbital ray, and it's high ground for ENCE. They want to get on top of him. Look at Vessler. He's above the backline already. Doesn't find anything with the slow. We'll just drop onto Tread now, and a bit of a wasted form here for Vessler. Has the Annihilation soon to keep going. Kai's going to rotate out into this angle. What a great angle for Kai. Pulse Bomb is good onto Ben, but Varani keeps him alive for now. But Kev Vess, they're still hunting him down. And a good retake here. They come out the high ground and they just get Kai in this big, massive carry position. They use the Orbital Ray. They use the Annihilation. They overwhelm this rally. They deal with it. Well, I feel like I'm going to sneeze. Hold on. Wait for it. Oh. Called it. Oh. So now, this is the bit of a map where teams always get stuck on. We do see Naga is behind, but Kev, keeping eyes on that. Naga will go to touch point. Kev will come to match it. Tread's going to try and walk out top at the same time. Does get through. Bob using response, but Tread, he's trying to just skirts it all. Now he's looking for more. Zodiel still trying to push this back line. Tectonic Shock is in play, but can't quite find the connection. Will run into this Tracer, forces for recall underground. Tread's been focused down during all of this. Zodiel's going to keep looking for more. Wants to try and catch the Juno, but actually Sky's taking a fight there. They're going to end up behind him here as well. So there's a few people behind enemy lines. They're looking for the trade. Zodiel doesn't get into ground, though. Now Naga comes in, but the timing wasn't quite right. They had an opportunity to live behind there, but they chose just to take the reset. Maybe not the craziest decision, all things considered. They'll still have time for another proper retake. They'll have Orbital Ray for it. Kai's made his way onto the Cass. Diva swap also from Tread. Oh, Kai's just found the early tink. Pulse Bomb's a miss as well, and a really important early pick there. They're going to try and turn it into more if they can here, ENCE, but it looks like Hospice are safe. Tread even trying to fly and take some of this space early. Wants to try and get onto that Cass if he can. But, oh, there he is. Can't find him. Just about get some pressure on, but doesn't really clear him at all. The rest of ENCE now on this high ground. Tread will be trying to force the objective here. Kev's just marking it, so they're going to go top instead. Tread going to regroup with the team. They can Orbital Ray out of a choke, but no. Oh, my God. It's actually a gigantic bash from Kellex. Orbital Ray is used. Oh, but good decision. Kellex will steal the Pulse Bomb kill. Another bash on top for Ben. Annihilation going too. Easy as you like. Packs behind for the DPS. Shields the bomb. They can maybe get another touch here. Tread can get the touch afterwards here, but just going to be easy. Easy for him at the end. All right. And ENCE win. ENCE win. All right. Ooh. All right, let me see. Let me set everything up then, because we're pretty much just in time, right? I might go grab a drink, but I think... Let me knock Auntie as well. A lot of Ram May. There was a bit of Diva used. On certain maps, and also against the Pharah sometimes, but majority Ram. Oh yeah, Vest played Malga as well, didn't he, to try and counter the Ram. Where am I going? Here. That. Have I seen Answers going live tweet? No. Is it a good one? Let's see. Fucking Haaland. Need to get him in my fantasy team. Where is it? I've not had it yet, Hunter. Wait, are Liverpool losing? Liverpool have lost? Up for Forest! Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Probably means it was a bad day to captain Mo Salah. Fuck's sake. Yeah, same BS lights. Well, looks like I'm losing fantasy. I guess it can happen. All right, so yeah, no clean feed link yet. Also, will there be a clean feed link soon? Oh yeah, I forgot. The answer via tweet from Hunter. What am I looking at? I went past it. Scrolling. Scrolling slowly and actually paying attention. Another day of EMEA. Face it, co-streaming starting now, I fear. Potential fraud. I'd answer it. I'd answer it. Would you? Alright, what do I need? That's NA. We'll need that later, but for now we need EMEA. Alright. Do I need... What do I need? Water. Maybe a bit more water. Diet Coke. I'll be back in a few minutes. Let's do an ad break and then hopefully we'll have... Oh yeah, I said I would, wouldn't I? I forgot. Let me type them for you. Hold on. Hold on. You guys are going to see yourself for a second. I'll type them in order so you guys can figure it out. Diet cocaine, the healthy option. All cocaine is diet. I mean, honestly, again, this isn't medical advice, but cocaine notoriously good. Good for losing weight. Don't do it though. Very addictive. Give yourself a different problem. You solve one problem, you create a bigger problem, so don't do it, but technically true. Thoughts on MN3 being back? What do you mean by back? The Pred was never paid out for yesterday. Choose outcome, timeless, complete. There we go. Those are the no, those are the ENCE hospice ones. ENCE v hospice. I don't have any of the other ones. I don't know if they wait. Where's the? Yeah, it was a five mapper. Yeah. Have they not been updating this then? It doesn't look super up to date, does it? This doesn't feel like it's up to date. Looking for Team Overwatch? There's no way. There's no way. Why would he come back to Overwatch? How were the games last night? Yeah, obviously it went on. It went on a long fucking time at the end, but they're actually pretty decent games. Quite dominant from Timeless in the end, really. How are we looking on that clean feed? I've been dono walled. Some kind of donation wall currently in play. Did you see Capitology flaming get quaked on Twitter? Can I confess something to you, chat? recognize. Oh, fuck me. I wish we've not even started. I can't speak English. I recognize the name Get Quaked On because people say it, but I actually don't know who he is or she. I guess I have no idea who they are. Can someone give me like a lore update? Is it going to be important for the shitting on? I love Overwatch 2. A Doom OTP?
Bro, didn't she just bash me?
He plays Doom and prefers DPS Doom. Cool. just a Doom player? Alright. Yeah, I've not really, I guess I've just not come across his work, you know? I've not come across his work. Cap's tweet went off, though. Fuck, maybe I should flame this guy. Then I'll get 4.4k likes. Fuck. Well, it's going to go back to its former glory after the Diva nerfs? Probably not. I mean, even before the Diva buffs, hit scan, I think, was on like was more and more limited. He got famous for making Doomfist montages. He was always a mid-GM Doomfist in Overwatch 1 and always cried about Doom bugs. In Overwatch 2, he's been hard-suck master because he's just bad at tank Doom. Oh, okay. I see. Gotta tap into that casual audience. Yeah, well, when I asked about Get Quaked On, all of you knew him, you know, so maybe I should I just start taking shots at people? I'll just go onto my timeline and start taking shots. Fuck you, Andy, you piece of shit. Fucking Dave. Classic fraud Dave. Routers? Piece of shit. Piece of shit. Steve Stewart Williams? Fucking prick, this guy. Is it working? SSG? What a bunch of wankers. Erling Haaland? Never heard of him. You need Twitter Plus to DM Cap? Fuck. He's winning this social media thing then. Why have you just sent us some numbers, Fix? Have you been taken over by some kind of AI? They got hacked? Oh no, it's spreading! Fredo's got it as well! Fuck. What games are today? So we're going to see this game, and this game, which will be the winner of VP versus EXO. So honestly, alright games. I feel like VP EXO is going to be first and maybe the most boring. But SSG versus ENCE, it's going to be a fucking classic now. Upper bracket final, SSG versus ENCE. We're back. Oh, fuck. Guys, everyone stop posting Fixture's IP. It's just a virus. It'll make you leak your own IP. And then you'll get DDoSed. When's SSG versus? It's for second game, I think, right? So like, it says like 2.5 hours, but I think this first game will be quite quick, so it might actually be a bit before that. All right, yeah. Let me go get a drink. Let me get ready for this. I mean, hopefully we have a clean feed by the time we're back. All right, 2 seconds.
Alright. Any Xaviers? Is my audio fucked? I'm not hearing any Xaviers right now. Man's AFK? Where's the clean feed link? Okay, me and Xavier are both AFK. That's clutch as. I'm actually just looking at an empty chair on his stream right now.
Oh. Let's get
I
ready
can't
to
see-
rumble then.
Why are we getting aired on the clean feed, Xavier?
Oh. Spectacles on.
Have you got headset on yet?
Headset on, yeah. Do we get a
Why are
clean
we
feed?
getting aired on the clean feed? Where is it? Like, why haven't they posted it?
They've not posted. It's for Stream Live.
I'm told that the game is live.
The game is live.
I mean,
Oh, it's first
I don't know
man,
whether
mate.
these people can be. Where are you seeing this?
Yeah, I don't know if he
Just
felt
on
the match there
YouTube.
or something. If he did, that would make sense. But if he didn't,
What's
I'll
it?
link
What's
you.
in the link for the stream?
the self-destruct
Yeah, good
staying
on you.
alive would have been super important there.
Where's this clean feed at though? Like, why are we just?
Just they normally post it when they go live.
Yeah.
Should I do
Oh, well.
should I do the So Magic Classic and post the Dono Wall GIF?
Let's see if they can take
I don't know. I'm just. I gotta post in the Discord, right? Like, they're just fucking burning us. These motherfuckers, they're playing Orange Mercy right now. Like, there's no way that we're missing that.
Fuck!
Come on.
Everyone found it quite funny, so-
Yeah, this is fucking unbelievable. Ex Oblivione have taken the point versus Virtus Pro. Alisir is playing Wrecking Wheel. Like, is this for real? This is a real comp that's happening right now? I'm gonna ask where my clean feed at. Like, where my hug at?
Wait, one of the admins is typing. Hopefully they didn't just tell me to fuck myself. They've stopped typing.
Like the echo pick here from Sauna as well. He actually went back to spawn as we saw that.
Oh, we've got no
No,
friends.
it's the same.
Oh, nice! Admin, they
Wait,
clutched
wait,
up.
wait, Sorry for the
clutched up.
delay. Yeah, alright, let's go.
Now, that extra mobility, much needed for Arns in that moment. The focusing beam would have claimed them otherwise.
Oh, Kevin Walker casting. What a treat. What a treat. Let's get in on this clean feedage. Oos, oos. Oos. We're so back. We're so fucking back. Alright. Virtus Pro looking to be taking the first round. The Orange Mercy Gambit not paying dividends. Lauren actually receives a nano boost. You know, he's actually not quite done. He doesn't receive a nano boost. That's damage boost. It just looks funny now, and I haven't been watching the game in a while. Lauren just chipping away from the side of the point, but, you know, that's just a pocketed... Yeah, no, there's no hope. Immediately leaked? Why you lying? Rack Attack leaked it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Fucks, every time, Rack.
I
Alright,
don't know. The guy's unbelievable.
I'll fucking...
Match is
I'll
over.
solved it. Great. I'm updating my stream title. That's Pro versus Ex Oblivion. Alright.
Perfect. Perfect.
Beautiful.
Yeah. How good was Frogger during the Mercy meta? I wanted to stab my eyeballs out.
In a good way? Like, this is too
No.
beautiful. I never want to see anything else ever again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have that sort of romantic grasp on the concept of beauty, actually. I was more angling for, like, a straight self-harm type situation, actually. Alright, Ex Oblivione rolling out on the Orisa comp. We saw a little bit of this yesterday, and it paid absolutely no dividends for them. Now they're going up against a Ramatra rather than a Diva, though, so there is a chance of value. Looks like a skill exchange has happened here in Main, but the Bastion form, it has managed to take down Cloud. Gucci actually getting the best of him. Zerian has been on about 5 health for so long, but he manages to kite out. And now, EXO are in a 5v3. They have managed to win with their cheesy Bastion composition here on the inside. Really nice start for them. Play something a little bit alternative. Surely we see Rajara consider a swap over to Diva now, given he's facing off against the Bastion. But no, it seems that he's happy to walk out of spawn on Ramatra and just take another matchup into the Bass.
Can I get a time check?
13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Alright, we're in
18.
sync. We're in sync. We did it.
Lovely.
Alright.
Alright,
And in-
Alisu getting the early... Yeah, you go.
In that time it took us to count to 3, Kanail's already died. So it'll be a quick reset here, and I guess the Bastion Orisa was the solution as we all expected. Kanail's going to swap to Anna, maybe just for a cheeky sleep, see if he can catch anyone, and well, it's actually Cloud who gets caught. So VP absolutely on the ropes here, so it feels like it was actually... No Mercy was the solution for Ex Oblivion here. So quick, everyone get your notepads out. Make a quick note of the meta. Mercy not back in the meta here. It's actually a Bastion Orisa world. And they're coming back. They're committing to the Ana here as well, which feels like it would be quite vulnerable to a speed boosted Orisa. But also, so is Sauna. Cloud's going to drop a Blizzard to try and turn it, but a later Blizzard from Gucci. Terra Surge used in as well. It's only a 1-for-1 trade. The Orbital Ray has kept a lot of them alive, and now Rajara with this Annihilation. That can be the finisher. They used everything in that Ex Oblivion, but they only found that opening pick onto Sauna, then the Blizzard, the Annihilation from Virtus Pro. It turns everything. And now they'll have a barrage here on this hold.
Dreadful place to go for that Blizzard Terra Surge, right on a little pillar where Rajara can just dodge around. Seemed like his health bar was immovable. And now, instead of Virtus Pro falling by the wayside, it is EXO to just die in the neutral on a retake. Gucci taken down by one of Kanail's nades, and now it looks like Lauren. Yeah, Lauren is stuck behind enemy lines. Is it too early to talk about Saving Private Ryan, Xavier? just trying to get my daily fill, you know. And I mean, look, it's not good news for Ex Oblivione, because even if they can crack this first choke with VP's full hold, we've got a nano barrage coming through. They're not going to go for the barrage. Actually, they're going to throw a nano out onto Rajaro, and I think that this is very questionable, because this is just playing right into the hands of the Bastion, giving a good opportunity to run him down. That Bastion ult has split Rajaro. He's a little bit far forward, but it seems that Alisu not quite able to get a conversion there, not quite able to catch him. Exo hooning up in main now. They still have the barrage for Virtus Pro, but with Zerion throwing down that orbital ray in main, you've got to be so careful. Barraging into that ray could be bad news. Counter ray from Galar, and Gucci will go down immediately, but the point has flipped in the chaos. Double DPS ult online for VP, and Exo are just bleeding out. Ange 99% on the beat, but a little bit too slow. Not to suggest that Ange is slow, he's incredibly quick, but in this particular instance, a couple of percentage points off goal.
It just ended up being way too early from Zerion. They kind of had all the space, so by the time they use it, actually Virtus Pro are already mostly disengaged. So then Exo, they're chasing, trying to get value, but then Gala has that ult to turn with, and now a wall just to go backwards here, I think, more than anything for Virtus Pro. Disengaging his form, so no form timing for a second, but he's just killed Rajaro. Shield does nothing in the end, and it's going to be a free pick barrage turn though. Ange with the scariest beat I've ever seen, just face tanking the barrage with the beat, but he gets it off. He'd done the calculations, he'd ran the numbers, he knew he could get away with it with at least 2 health to spare, and now he's going to go finish off Gala as well. The retake is good. Exo 82% and counting. They have the Blizzard, they have the Terror Surge, a powerful combo to try and finish that, but Virtus Pro, they're not short on ults either.
Ange with his balls of titanium just going for gold. Now Exo, let's... Oh, Cloud's been speared, pre-fighted. A W Ange in the chat. We know what's coming. Alisu, he gets the Terror Surge. Terror Surge catches up Rajaro. Blizzard seals the deal. He's still alive, but he's not converting any kills. Kanale goes down to the Terror Surge as well. Pavo comes into touch and gets nothing before dying. Rajaro, he's just running it in on little Ange, but Ange will be just fine as the orbital ray from Zerion, it closes this one out. Cloud a defeat Blizzard up in main, and a confident win for the side of Exo. Naturally, this is coming off the back of Ange's heroics. The 2 HP beat as a Pharah barrage is in his face, but he has no fear. He knows his limits. The clean feed gives us a big blue screen of death, and there we go. He actually got to 1 health. He actually got to 1 health.
It was 1. It was unbelievable. I underestimated him. I thought he would be willing to beat on 2 HP, but he was actually willing to beat on 1 HP in front of a barrage.
Anges in the chat, because that's fucking, it's just textbook. It's just textbook. Unreal.
I mean, you can't, like, honestly, Chio, Chirong, they'd never even dream of that. And we'll go into a deciding night market. Will be Diva this time from Rajaro. Expects it more of a Bastion, and he's right to expect it as well. Gonna be straight to the back of a point here, Ex Oblivion, so we'll be really... Oh, Boop there. Did just catch him? Yes, Sauna just with the easy opening pick. They get it. Easy ice block, easy Boop, and Sauna's gonna get turned by a Bastion, so it's actually 4v4, so everything is fine for Ex Oblivion now on the back of a point again. They can just try and wait out this Diva timing. Rajaro goes for a swing through. Nade catches Alisu. Wall as they try and force point. And Virtus Pro, they do get the flip. Then Rajaro is able to follow up here. Torpedoes ring. Everything thrown in there to confirm that kill onto Lauren. And now Rajaro still pushing for more kills. Trying to finish him off here, but the Orisa can be hard to remove. And Exo have managed to reposition themselves, get themselves back out to the choke here without losing anyone else. So they can go for a retake pretty quickly here. Bastion back with them very soon. And they can have another crack at this, but Sauna so close in that barrage already.
It's so difficult with this Bastion comp. You really only get 1 timing for a good fight. When your form is over, you are done. And I mean, we saw it there. Exo, they even up the fight. They make it a 4 versus 4. But in the time it takes for Lauren to get his next form timing up, Virtus Pro can just do whatever they want. Even in a 4v4 scenario, Exo are under so much pressure, and we'll see now huge wholesale swaps coming out from Exo. Alisu to the Winston, Tracer Echo for the DPS line. We have double support ult for Exo, and that could be money if they can get the backline of Virtus Pro towards the edge of the map. But we see Alisu going for this very deep dive right away. Sauna counter barrage inside the orbital ray of Galar, and that is impossible for Alisu to live through. The Winston swap, I mean, maybe D.Va would have been a better choice considering the ult situation. Maybe it's just a little too risky to play Winston into that barrage. Now Virtus Pro, even though they've used that barrage, they've still got so many ults to play with. They've got the counter Blizzard if they like. There's going to be no D.Va to eat that up. They've got the counter Nano if Galar gets dived. So there's still so much pressure for EXO. We can see them rotating behind the point now, Xavier.
We're going to start trying to force the objective here, and they still have the orbital ray with which to force it to, and they're going to kick off with that one as well. But Nano onto Rajaro, allow him to anchor point for ages. They do force the ice block out of Cloud, but there is a Blizzard coming here, looking for an opening if he can find it. Rajaro will have to back out, so the orbital ray does bully them off a point, gives them the flip. Now the Blizzard comes out, but it's Cloud who dies for that one, but Alisu, he does just about catch for Winston, and now they can turn their attention to this Echo. Rajaro all over that one. Player advantage now, and they're going to come back towards point. Ex Oblivion, they need to play their lives. They need to try and drag this one out, but Gucci runs into the Pharah, will have this recall forced out of him too. Pulse bombs! It didn't look like it stuck Kaneo, but it kills him regardless, so Gucci gets one trade. Is there a way back in? I think Andrew's going to have to try and line himself up with a touch. Here comes Alisu as well. Still only 83% on that Primal, but a copy D.Va in play from Lauren will get beamed down very quickly, but Alisu's given himself a chance, can get to this Primal, wants to try and kill the baby, but Rajaro does have full pocket. Meanwhile, Lauren's still in the backline containing on this Pharah, but Primal is so close now, and Lauren will live, and EXO look like they might just be stabilizing, but here comes the orbital ray from Gala. They want to swap it, but he can primal them out of his orbital ray now, try and minimize their impact, but it doesn't matter. He's trying to minimize it, and the barrage orbital ray, it does so much. Sauna's able to clean them up. The trades aren't enough in the end, and Virtus Pro take a hell of a Lijiang tower, but they take it in the end.
I mean, that orbital ray, it's just so strong. Even once EXO had evened that fight up, even once they still had ults to match, you know, a primal for the ray. It seems almost impossible to stop it from just taking over. Like, as soon as it starts rolling out on the point, you need to touch. I mean, you're walking into the danger zone no matter what. Really, such a difficult ult to deal with if you don't have one to match and you can't kite away. Look, I think that Bastion comp, it had legs on Control Center, but as soon as VP were able to play more counter heroes, roll out on the D.Va, roll out on the Pharah, immediately that comp looks like absolute rubbish. So, I mean, it was just a gamble to go for that again, you know? Maybe they're thinking, oh, it worked on Control Center, we can make it work here. But, I mean, honestly, Rajaro, I mean, he just stuck the Ramatra on Control Center, and then as soon as he picked D.Va, it looked so difficult for Lauren. And then, I mean, even once there was a retake on the cards for the side of Ex Oblivione, I mean, they just they didn't have what it takes to actually win the round because they had to go down 0 to 99, swapping all of their comp. I mean, maybe for next map they can start out on the right foot. I'm just hoping that we don't see them go to something like Eichenwald and play more Orisa Bastion, because I think we've seen at this point that the Orisa Bastion, it doesn't have a lot of legs when it comes to defending. You know, if the enemy team can walk into spawn, press H, then it's just all over for you. Who's making the Orange Mercy emote? Someone's good for that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if they combined it with the Orange Mercy, they could res the Bastion after he goes down after his first form timing, so it could maybe it's solve for problems as they go along, you know? Maybe it's the combination they need, but yeah, it certainly seems like EXO are willing to try things. Don't think they can win in a straight up mirror, so maybe some more curveballs to come as well. We'll see what they've got cooking.
Oh, I think it might be time for the first session of Slop of the day.
Yeah,
I've already done one advertisement for the knockout suit, but I feel like there's time for more.
There's always more knockout suit to sell.
Oh, there's actually a finite amount of knockout suit is the thing, Xavier. One thing that people don't recognize is that there's only one knockout suit. He only wore one suit to the debate. So once they've chopped it up into little pieces and distributed it in cards to people who bought 15 NFTs, I mean, it's going to be gone for good. And, you know, you're going to have a little piece of history.
So it's a limited time offer. So if you're saying the best time to buy is actually now.
Yeah. I mean, there's never been a better time to buy the knockout suit.
Oh, let
me get into multiple. You rack up some debt.
I'm going to have to spread these payments out across a few different cards, but yeah.
I mean, whatever it takes, bro.
Right,
all right, I'll see you on the other side of the slot.
Okay. Who's FACEIT broadcasting to? Yeah, they've got it on their own channel, I think. On their own channel, let's see. I believe I follow it on the twitch.tv. And here we go. FACEIT Overwatch. It's FACEIT _ Overwatch. Which you might have heard of, I guess. What does ENCE mean by slop? Just watching YouTube. I can rebuild for Knockout Suit if I buy enough cards. Now you're thinking, Toby. Now you're thinking, Toby. But yeah, ENCE will slam on a few, like, I guess, like vintage or old school Overwatch clips. Highlight videos and stuff. In between the games. We need our slop, marbles. Fuck, it has been a hot second since we've done marbles. But the problem with the slop v marbles is with slop, there's like a wind down, chill out nature between maps. With the marbles, if anything, I have to go up. I have to go up, you know. Can I go from producer, editor, slop maker? You actually are the slop maker, Alpho. You create the slop highlights. Oh. Yeah, we also... We're talking about marbles, but if we'd actually booted up marbles, we'd be cancelling it right now because we are going into Icon World. No time is being wasted here. After all the delays yesterday, they seem very keen to keep this show on the proverbial road. So, get your predictions in. They have to be closing soon. We didn't get a lot of time. We'll try and we'll improve the turnaround on those things so everyone can get their bets in. And it's going to be Orisa, Juno, Brig. So, pretty much the meta, but with Alisu onto the Orisa rather than a Diva or a Ram. So we've not seen this variant really too much before from any other teams. But this is now a little bit more standard than the Bastion version. And to be fair, Orisa into Diva, I think the matchup's kind of okay. You can still get a lot of value out of that ring timing in terms of sending you Orisa, I think, into the backline. And also a lot of counterplay for the Orisa in terms of just spearing this Diva in the back. But initially, Rajara's going to come through. He sweeps, and they all just take a massive disengage. Exo forced into a corner, and now Sauna, he has the high ground. He dodges the spear, and he's just trying to keep his eyes on this flank. Shut down Gucci. Ice Block has been forced early. Dynamite will be going over the top. Rajara will turn into that one. They want to hunt down Gucci. They shut down this angle.
Oh.
He lives. He just about gets out of it. Oh no, he does go down eventually, but it costs Rajaro his mech, so trade might actually be worth it in the long run here as Ange is able to clean up the baby. Spear forces Kaneo back too, and they just about get the touch, a few percent to spare, and the orbital raise committed from Gala actually. They think they can clutch, they turn 2 kills, they've killed the backline, and I guess they're just about right.
I mean, it looks like Gala has just done it all himself.
Yeah, Gala's just on point, caps all for point, drops the orbital ray, kills 4 people for him. So I guess main tank not required. Winston swap though from Alisu again. Seen this one before.
Yeah, I mean, Sauna was just up on the high ground cranking it, and Gala, he's just doing it all himself, standing on the point, throwing down the ray, getting all of the kills by his lonesome as part of a, you know, he hits the occasional body shot and whatnot. Really, I mean, just a rough one for the side of Ex Oblivione. A little bit too slow to get around to the point. Too much point pressure when it actually came down to it. Couldn't get away from that ray. Now Alisu over to the Winston. I mean, this will enable a little bit of ping pong. We've seen how the Winstons tend to play in this. Zerian playing that wide off angle though, just gets caught out by a nano boost onto Rajaro, and then bad to worse, Sauna takes down Alisu. I mean, he was caught in a blizzard up in Maine. Winston blizzarded, that's always tough too. So already, I mean, the cracks are starting to show for the side of Exo. Oh, can I get you to count in the time?
Yeah, Garland's going to go, so they're trying to hold on to the high ground, but they'll probably have to... I was going to say they have to give up early, but oh, Bob forces for rally out of Ange. Ange will keep everyone alive. They've actually used both support ults here, Ex Oblivion, to survive that Bob. So I was about to say it was a really expensive fight for Virtus Pro using that Nano and using the Blizzard to get round the first part of Icon World, but they just get both support ults out for a Bob. So it actually kind of really evened itself out. Gala coming up swiftly to that second orbital ray, and now they're just going to try and put some pressure on Lauren, get that payload moving, try and get their backline into a more meaningful position here. But I think there should be a lot of attention put onto Kaneo here, the Ana, a potentially more greedy pick here. How well can he do up against Alisu's Winston? In theory, it should get very tricky for him, and they do drop onto him here, but you can see Rajaro just matches the position, beams down Alisu. Gucci's going to
What time are
double
you at?
down. This is a hot take of a Blizzard. Knale is long gone. There's no one there. Knale's actually peeking him back. Knale considers for fight, but chooses to preserve his life. Meanwhile, the payload's just moving, and they're just going to leave Gucci behind. Knale is still in this 1v1 behind him. Gucci's actually killed a respawning Sauna. So while this fight is happening on point and Rajara keeps getting kills, there's still a big problem for their Ana behind, and now Anasui's dropped the Primal, and the entire icon world is being used for this fight, as there are just one-on-ones left, right, and center. Rajara cleans up more kills, but with all the trades that have been happening in their backline, it's a real problem for him. Now Anasu does take down Knale, and they managed to stabilize Ex Oblivion in just a massive scrap.
What time are you on the clock?
2:33, 32, 31, 30,
Keep going.
29, 28, 27,
Okay, cool,
26.
cool. Thanks. Yeah, I just had to change my quality, and then I was behind a little bit. That was for the past minute and a half. Okay. Ange coming up on the rally now, but Virtus Pro have so many ults to play with. Alisu, they're getting an early pick up onto Cloud. Rajara, he's not done though. Throws out the bomb after losing his suit, but nobody goes down to Ex Oblivione. They will not be dying to a park bomb. Rajara, this bomb has been an absolute waste as well. Just losing his second suit, a donation of ult charge to the gods. And now, I mean, 20 seconds ago, Virtus Pro had 3 ultimates to Ex Oblivione 0. Now Ex Oblivione are coming up on 4 of their own. So this has been really the best opportunity for VP to actually take a fight win then and there. But now the ult economy, it has swung back to a point of equilibrium, you know? Now things are close enough. Zerion, I mean, he actually does have the god hand. You can read it in his name. Headshot kill onto Sauna, taking him out nice and early. Gucci staying inquisitive in the match chat as well. So this is anyone's game at this point.
We'll just be looking to make this rotation as hard as possible. And this is a big problem for Virtus Pro. Now, how do they get Knale into a more meaningful position? Cloud and Gala have already tried to rotate a bit of this high ground. Rajara from the other side. And Ex Oblivion, they're just going to concede for space. Nice and easy for Virtus Pro. And now maybe a chance to move Knale into a more meaningful position. They have this nano they can drop onto Rajaro soon, which means he can be aggressive, try and force out some of these support ults from Ex Oblivion. Nair goes for Ring. Nair goes for Nano Boost. He's looking for the Ash. Gets on top of the Ash, but the Kitsune Rush comes out defensively from EXO. They're still trying to go. Blizzard over the top from Cloud. Now does freeze up Gucci. That'll be a good trade. Meanwhile, the Blizzard finds nothing. Orbital Ray finished from Gala as the attempt, but a Bob, a rally in response from Ex Oblivion gives them a puncher's chance here. They still need to anchor point, and now the bomb onto point, but he doesn't get back in mech for it. The bomb kills Cloud, but I don't think it's enough. They're trying to deal with Rajaro behind, but full pocket should be coming for Rajaro soon. Maybe not. Doesn't get to the bomb, doesn't get enough, but he just managed to get Zerion with the final boom. Sim TP back from Gucci. Rajaro, though, just on the Baby Diva, doing it all himself, gets the mech back too. And now Sauna takes out... Why did he come back on Widow? Lauren goes down on Widow. With Rajaro back in mech. Sim TP gets them more kills. They need to kill that TP, but Rajaro's not actually killed the TP here. They're still cleaning people up on point, but they're coming back so quickly. Sauna and Rajaro truly padding all of their stats here as they kill Ex Oblivion maybe 2 times over to finish that one. But they get it over the line in second.
Good grief. I mean, look, if Lauren hadn't just taken the absolute piss and swapped Widow, there might have been a chance there. All of those respawn cycles, that was a really good opportunity for a retake somewhere in there. Rajaro, you know, surviving on a sliver of HP as the Baby Diva, probably the key moment there, but let's focus on the current fight as Lauren takes down Galar. Galar, 60% to the Ray and going down early in the piece. Sauna with one of the ugliest Tracer skins in the entire video game, just standing behind, hanging back. But Zerion again with the God Hand takes down Sauna, and once again we see the Frenchman's inquisitive spirit revealed in the match chat as he asks Sauna what's going on. Unbelievable. We've not got Marvin Gaye in the chat here, but still we are constantly wondering what is happening.
No answer provided for Sauna so far either here, so it feels like Sauna's not exactly sure what's going on either, and we'll be swapping over onto the Ash in an attempt to solve some of these problems. Virtus Pro coming up on a pretty respectable back. Ange is actually asleep now, but they've got the Matrix. They've got a Suzu if they really need it, but they hold on to that one. Support ult's in play for both teams here, so expect a Nano onto Rajaro to start it, but it's actually a Kitsune Rush to start off a fight, so Orbital Ray used, but that Ray's moving away from him quite quickly, so they're just able to take a back step here, and they don't really get any value out of Gala's Ray here. Now the Nano Boost comes out onto Rajaro. Self-destruct slows him down for a second, but he's going to go rally in response here. Rajaro, he has the bomb if he gets into big trouble. Now the Bob over the top from Lauren, so they're just trying to take a back step backstep now themselves here, Virtus Pro. They nearly have Cloud's Blizzard. Gucci has one as well. Near they go, they push onto him. Bomb has been used. Only kills for Bob, though. And it looks like EXO, they will get the hold here on second. They've got a significant numbers advantage here. Cloud didn't get a chance to use that Blizzard in the end. And, I mean, it wasn't anything quite like I've seen before, but Ex Oblivione, they win the scrap ultimately. Stop them short of third.
Yeah, look, I mean, just a common Ange W there at the end. Orbital Ray kited out by Ange allows his entire shield to break in the Nano Diva turn and then immediately pops the ult, refreshes his shield with a 700 HP widescreen version of it, bashes the Nano Diva, completely shutting out Virtus Pro's push. And then from the side of VP, just a really early Nano Diva when they hadn't yet closed the gap, enabling EXO to get away. And then really nice ult layering from EXO to make sure that they could just bleed out Virtus Pro for as long as they needed to touch the card. Solid defense there on third point. Even second point looked okay, quite frankly. But Alisu, I mean, the hero roulette for him, I'm not entirely sure what to make of that. Because, I mean, you know, we'll see him roll out on an Orisa, swap to a Winston, give away a few fights here and there. I'm thinking that maybe we should just stick to, you know, as close to meta as possible at this point. You could see he was standing in spawn thinking about it for a while. Am I going to play one of my throw tanks? Or am I going to lock in Diva and, you know, just get the job done? So thankfully, it appears that Alisu has selected the correct option.
Intense negotiations with his team of like, are you sure? I feel like Winston or Orisa could be the play here. Please, mate, just Diva. Please just do Diva for us. Diva, we literally held him with Diva. Let's just stick it. So Alisu,
it's possible that he was also answering Zerian's questions from match chat earlier as well. He could have
he's googling the answers. Why did Sorta die here? Oh, we got the EXO listening as well.
Not peeking.
Oh my god.
They know.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Avenger, why did you tell them?
Come on, Ange.
Focus up, focus up.
Walk up, breathe. I'll be playing on the right side, okay?
I'm gonna walk, guys. I'm gonna walk.
As low. As one. Oh my god.
Shoot Diva.
No wall.
There is school. We can walk up.
Yeah. May out. Diva low.
Hey,
break one.
Diva low.
Ash one.
On break.
I'm picking from there. Diva me. Oh, I've got full pain.
I'm coming, I'm with you, baby.
At the wall.
I'm with you, baby. Whoa.
Just heal up.
Oh no.
Fucking on.
Oh no.
Oh god, that must feel good to hear those words directed at me.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Walk.
May burn in.
May one. Oh, I'm moved. Did you go next?
Diva left. So walk.
Come with D-Mac, maybe.
Oh, I'm going Winston here. Let's just play to rule them.
Alisu.
For fuck's sake.
Yeah. You know, normally when you get walled, what's good to call for is, I'm walled, I need help. So far we've heard, oh no, I think from Ange, and just GG go next when Alisu got walled for next time. So typically you normally better to ask for help here, but Ex Oblivione just focusing on the negative a little bit too much.
One hand has taken Sauna for the nth time though, so the point has been potentially ripped wide open. Ange with a nice fast rally gets the bash, but Galah has the orbital ray to answer back, and I mean that could just be the death of Virtus Pro. That ult is way too strong.
But Winston just feels to have such a hard time in this mirror. The bubble, normally the bubble timing's so good for separating stuff and splitting targets, giving you opportunities, but there's just so much survivability in this sort of Brig Juno backline now. He doesn't seem to be getting close to all of these kills, and in fact, every time Rajaro turns on him, it just ends up to be curtains for him. So they're coming back with Kitsune Rush now, but Virtus Pro have plenty of ults to answer with here. Blizzard's in play for both Mays as well. It will just be about how they can negotiate this timing again. Going to be a lot easier for Cloud with no Matrix. It's a Kitsune Rush traded for Bob. Gucci's sky high right now. Bob will be used in response. Cloud has dropped his Blizzard here and he catches Gucci, so no chance to use that May ult in response here, and they're just going to have to concede in this fight here, Ex Oblivione. Any late trade would be useful if they can find it. Their Ash is on the flank. Lauren is on the high ground on 2 bars. There we go, taken care of. So 1 minute left on the clock. Blizzard and Primal now available for Ex Oblivione. Probably their best chance with Virtus Pro. They've already up 2 support ults again.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the fact that Galar has another orbital ray is just disastrous for the side of EXO. They don't have any answer to that at all. Zerion making the swap over to the Juno. I mean, it's too little too late. Big jump into the backline for Alisu, though. Maybe a chance to secure a kill, but it appears that he is just, he's Western. Anj takes down Galar, though, so Galar not able to get down the orbital ray. Gucci does go for that ultimate, but gets it eaten, so the Blizzard, no Blizzard for them. Virtus Pro actually in a 5 versus 3 right now. Somehow EXO have just cleaned them all up. Rajaro even opting to invest the bomb 2v5. So really, I thought this was a borderline unwinnable fight for Ex Oblivione, but somehow, some way, even without Gucci's Blizzard as it was eaten, they might just be clutching it out. Galar still wants it. 2v5 throwing in the orbital ray here in spawn, maybe 3v5 as Kanale has swapped over to the Lucio and rushed back to the point. Anj pops the rally, Gucci goes down, not done yet for either side, but Lauren taking down Kanale. Surely the writing is on the wall now for Virtus Pro. Surely EXO can clutch this one out with Anj, you know, holding it down with the rally. What are the chances? Virtus Pro so greedy to go for that recontest. They've thrown the entire bank into that one. Kanale swapping off, Galar investing the ray, Rajaro with the bomb, Sauna swapping as well. So just another common Anj W, really, cracking the mentals of the enemy team, forcing them to invest something like 4 ultimates into a almost guaranteed loss. Wonderful work.
A lot of the way you play this meta right now is with like a 4-1, where your tank basically just tries to mark the backline. As we do see the pulse bomb, not find anything from Lauren as we just get the car moving, but normally you play this 4-1 situation, and Winston's just a lot worse at that than D.Va and Ram, but with the Primal, they can circumvent that a little bit, but as they go for the rotation here, they just get caught by everyone. They actually orbital Ray, so they trade. It's 3v3 right now, and the Ray is still going. They're trying to focus down Rajaro 1 point. He flies into Zerion, though, will focus down that kill, and we just see D.Va's power in this comp. Orbital Ray invested there as well, so they get a stop on the car actually really early on in this Icon Mold second, and they're going to try and clear up this Tracer. Recall has been forced. Bubble used from Alisu just to try and help get Lauren out of that one, but Alisu will be on the back foot. Does now have this Primal, which means the uptime Alisu can have on the backline is significantly more, but he has to stop getting harassed by it for this D.Va for a second just to try and do that. They're going to try and move the payload. He actually pops for Rally just to get out, or sorry, the Primal to get out of the Blizzard. Now he goes for the backline here. One boop on.
TP on the high ground?
There we go. Trying to get out. Does chase down Sauna, actually. So Alisu finds the primal value in the end. Meanwhile, Rajaro is bombing in the backline. Can he get back into mech? The orbital ray comes out from Gala as well. Gucci's dropped the blizzard in that. Don't think it's frozen anyone, but Kanale's just in there. And Alisu will get the cleanup. Why was Kanale there?
Yeah, look, I mean, Kanale just decided that he wanted to go balls to the wall all the way to the spawn, fighting Anj head-to-head, but unfortunately Anj, I mean, he's got mates, so immediately Alisu flying from the top ropes to assist, probably just unrelated, some little stars aligning there, but, you know, if it works, it works. Kanale's coming back at the rally, Sauna with the bob as well, so these are good ults to fight out in the open, but EXO, they're about to have their own support ultimates with which they can use to weather this storm. Lauren conceding the high ground at the side of a dynamite from Sauna, but nobody on Virtus Pro actually opting to flank. Anj missing the bash on the bob here, and Alisu taking a hell of a lot of damage. Godhand pops the Kitsune rush on the cart, but Lauren's gone down early. And suddenly that ult advantage that they had has disappeared. Sauna flanking around the back right now, taking shots into Anj, but Rajaro has lost the mech. Nice one, Suzu from Godhand, and there's still a chance for the side of EXO. It looks like Virtus Pro, they've actually just been cleaned up in the chaos. Alisu, massive cleave. Galar, nowhere to be seen, and Sauna, this flank, it took too long. Sauna, he had a great angle up the back, but in the time it took for him to rotate around to that high ground, EXO won the duel in the front. But Sauna needed to do that far earlier, when it was time for him to use the bob. Not in the middle of the fight when he needed to be shooting his gun.
And now look how close this box of victory is. It's right around the corner. Virtus Pro, they can't afford to give an inch. They have the Blizzard, they have the Orbital Ray, they have the tools, but there's a Primal here from Alisu. They've been pretty reasonable so far. Gonna take this first engage. Has to be wary of that Blizzard though. Cloud not gonna fall for the same trick. Waits now the Primal's going to be used aggressively actually, but I think EXO, they've actually kited this Blizzard out. No, Gucci doesn't get out, guys. There's still time for another fight here if EXO choose to use it. Ange nearly has the rally, and Virtus Pro, they want to pounce now. They want late kills. They're all over Ange. They're desperate to kill this Brig. They know he's close to rally. Suzu comes out. Rajaro's doubling down. Ange now has the rally, a chance to turn it. Stun onto Rajaro. He is low, but he does manage to get out here, and now Virtus Pro, they have a rally of their own. They have the Orbital Ray. They have the ults to try and turn this final one as they come in for one desperate Kitsune Rush push.
Oh, this Kitsune Rush push is good, though. The Winston can just chop up the Brig in this situation. Perfect Blizzard on the cart as well. That's going to help them. Oh, no. Alisu taken so low. Ange counterbashed in the corner. It's a Brig v Brig off in the corner. And unfortunately, Ange loses that one. Cloud taken out as well. And while it was so close for the side of EXO, they just weren't able to fight through VP's ultimates. Rajaro rubbing a little bit of salt in the wound at the end there. And EXO, I mean, it was down to that final fight, the second last one, the primal push turn. That was the one that really stung, to be honest. When Gucci goes down to the Blizzard, I mean, you can't be having your immunity players go down early in the piece to the Blizzard. There was so much space for him with Alisu primaling in the back. Ah, well, you know, maybe we'll see a reverse sweep for young Ange versus the massive Overdog team.
It's a shame as well, because I think Virtus Pro did a really good, you know, they get that pick onto Gucci, they then push forward aggressively, but we see so many fights get turned in this meta, I feel like, because like the Blizzard, the Annihilation when teams run the Ram, the Rally, the Orbital Ray are so good at dealing with a team pushing into you and reversing the sort of momentum of the fight. So now you see Virtus Pro take a step forward, they're putting pressure onto Ange, they force the Rally out, but they're still ready to pull back so Ange can't actually find any value with that Rally, and then it just sets them up with that nice ult advantage fight on the very end of it there, and they cling on a little bit here. Again, this whole tournament's felt a little bit for Virtus Pro. No matter who they seem to play, it seems to be a bit of a dogfight.
Yeah, look, they're dogfight magnets is the impression that I get, but you know, I ain't gonna talk about that anymore because it's time to slop it up for undisclosed amount of time.
Let's get an outbreak out of the way, so we're ready for the next one as well. We'll be going into map 4 here. We'll see if Saun has found any of the answers for Ex Oblivione about why he kept getting first picked. A good horse only jumps as high as it has to. VP is a good horse. Maybe. I feel like, what's the other? You're always playing to your opponent's level, you know? Whoa. All right, predictions up. Yeah, so it started very quickly last time, didn't it? Virtus Pro seems to be the strong favourites in the poll so far. Oh, pardon me. And it feels like they started to find a bit of success with this Winston at the end, which is maybe a good sign for them because Alisu is certainly way more comfortable on the Winston than they are on the D.Va, which I think is a big part of the reason why we've seen so many sort of off-meta picks coming out from Alisu in the form of the Orisa and that Winston. So a lot of the time what happens in this meta with what Juno enables is to just send your tank super deep. And the reason D.Va and Ramattra are so popular in this meta is because for D.Va and Ramattra, they can sort of just play out one person goes aggressive, pins back the entire backline, and it allows your other 4 players to do either just push up and take loads of space, or deal with the other tank doing the same. Now, D.Va and Ramattra, their kit, the Matrix, the ram form, and the blocking, really good at just being able to anchor these positions for ages. Winston, not so much. Winston has to play a lot more around his bubble timing, doesn't have the same amount of uptime, has just large impact in bursts, which is why we see a bit of that problem. But it feels like Alisu has maybe slowed it down a little bit, playing a lot brawlier with his team outside of, with their team during the non-primal timings. And then when they do have that primal, then they're playing more of this traditional, all right, I am just going to go zone the enemy backline for ages, and you guys all have an opportunity to take our Mei, take our Brig, and connect onto Rajaro, try and farm that D.Va, force Rajaro out of mech. So it feels like EXO have made some slight tweaks to how they were playing that towards the end of Iconworld, and that did benefit them. Will it be enough? I don't know. Will it be enough? I still think it's what they're trying to do with the Winston is inherently harder than with the D.Va and Ram, which is why so many teams will be doing so much D.Va, so much Ram. But we'll see. I'm sure they'll give it another crack. Was it Runa Sappy next map as well? So Winstonable. Tricky, but Winstonable. Will I be CoStreaming Korea finals? Yeah. Sort of hoping the games don't go on super late today. Yesterday we were up to what, like 4 a.m. And the Korea final starts at 9 a.m. my time. So hoping we get a little bit more space in the schedule for me to sleep there. Honestly, Korea finals is 7 a.m. I'm pretty sure it was 9 a.m. when I looked on Wikipedia. Have they moved it, or was it wrong on Wikipedia? It is 9? Okay, cool. You're probably wrong. 15 hours from now. Yeah, because I think the Japan one's like 6 a.m. So there's a 0% chance we're here for Japan. We've reached 100 votes on our research project. Beautiful. 5 a.m? Fuck. Yeah, 5 a.m. Yeah, we will not be watching that one. I'm afraid to say. You can smell it. EXO are going to come back in this map? Well. Maybe. Who's getting timed out? Wilder? Fuck the countdown. It's like you didn't get to fuck the countdown. Alright. And we'll get Runa Sapien. We did almost win this map yesterday in warm-up versus PP. Okay. Get me inside scoop.
Who's spreading propaganda?
Artemis for player manager for Ex Oblivion. So possible she's slightly biased in this situation.
No, I don't think so. I think that this is objective, if anything.
I mean, to be fair, she did also say almost beat him. So not even claiming a win, just claiming it was close.
Oh, God.
Speaking of
under
close,
a lot of pressure early on. Rajaro just sucking on poor Anja's toes as he comes flying over the skyline, but Rajaro not quite able to get that finish. EXO one ahead in this fight. Early pick onto Cloud. That's probably going to be enough for them to close this one out. Now you can see they've isolated the backline, and everyone just goes down. The Winston getting so much value cleaving on VP's backline. EXO, Lucio Juno, this is a seldom seen comp. Insane stagger on Rajaro too. They still haven't had him touching the cart. Unbelievable stuff from the side of EXO. Nice little booping, body blocking, the works.
Sets them up really nicely, and it starts to feel like EXO have found a way to make this Winston a little bit more viable in this type of matchup. In theory, though, the Lucio Juno should be outrageously squishy here, so we'll see if Cloud or Sauna make some kind of tracer swap to sync up with Rajaro on more of these dives. For now, though, Alisu is just going to jump behind. Hasn't used bubble yet either, so drops this bubble onto the backline on top of Kaneo. Rajaro just trying to keep this point anchored, doesn't want to concede the cap, flies onto the tracer, but now Alisu jumps out, more cleave onto Rajaro, just jockeying for position here. But it's actually Ange who's coming up to his ult first of all. Beat nearly in play, Max. Oh.
Beat really close for Ange, but not close enough to save Alisu from certain doom. Everybody on the side of EXO, just slivers of HP. They're on the run. The Lucio comp, it can disengage quite well. Rajaro, they got quite low, but VP, they are pushing deep for this one. And Zerian Doghand, so close. He manages to escape though on the Juno. He's a slippery bastard. He knows that that was a crime against humanity too, dropping a little, oh my God, in the match chat. Good stuff, Doghand. Now, moving on, we've got Alisu, Ange, Zerian, all with their ultimates. Not too bad at all. I shouldn't disrespect Zerion like that, but I hate when people put God Hand in their name. It makes me ill. All right, Orbital Ray thrown out for Dog Hand. Unfortunately, despite the beat and the Orbital Ray for Zerion, he still goes down. Cloud must have aim locked for a second there in the ult exchange. They're not done yet though. Ex Oblivione, they keep committing their ultimates. Alisu with the primal, Lauren throws in the bob too, but this is no good for EXO now. They've completely lost this brawl matchup with the rallying Brig. And now VP, they're about to steal away the lead, potentially even the checkpoint.
They've got the Blizzard for it as well. EXO dumped so much into that for no reward. And now Virtus Pro, they can slow it down. We've seen Cloud time and time again. Wait and let EXO make the first move. As soon as that Winston jumps, just drop the Blizzard on his feet. And I think it's going to be more of the same. But Alisu actually skirts out of this one this time. Alisu will be low on health. They manage to get back to the high ground. Rajara will follow that. And this payload still chugging forward. Alisu going to go for one more engage, but is booped this time. Kaneo hits the whip. So Alisu a little bit left on the island. Boops out of it one more time. Does jump out. But it's Andrew dies in all of this. And Alisu, it just feels like they're having to try and pour so many resources into Alisu to sustain this Winston. And because they're on Lucio Juno, Ange is having to commit onto Alisu's position as well to help him out. And it's just putting Ange in risky position after risky position. But now the Brig swap here, in theory, should help a little bit with that.
Yeah, Ange just taken out solo by Rajaro, and oh my god, Ange and Lauren both solo killed by Rajaro there. That's the weakness of this Lucio comp. You don't have the peel to just push that diva away, and god, Ange getting split from poor little Lauren there. Very rough. There are still deaths coming out. Zerion has just killed Sauna in the back though. It appears that Dog Hand is now on the flank going for... I'm going to stop calling him Dog Hand. That's Nico's title. That's not fair. The Brig actually being taken out by Gucci though. So Zerion and Gucci with this little flank, they've managed to get a nice pincer, stop Virtus Pro's momentum, cut them out one by one. VP fall, but I mean, look at this. They've won 2, 3 fights in a row. And it's 105 meters of push, Xavier. There's something about this map, man. It's just long distances of push. It's so much less defensible than something like a Colosseo where you can hold strong on the corners. It feels like we never see those strongholds. VP, listen.
Primal and Clash Rally, I think. Old Rally the Primal.
What the fuck are they saying?
You don't speak Spanish?
Out. Okay, need to go back in your node, back in your node. It's there, it's come on.
I will support all.
Go point, fuck off.
Ange has the rally.
Next time. I dodged. Stay goes.
I can mail this jump.
Just speeding in.
Oh no, I can mail this jump.
Oh,
Monkey person.
Oh, it's worked.
I'm taking point.
The May has no ice block. They can kill this.
Both supports on me.
Ange still has this rally as well, just nursing it.
Go back on. Walkman. Yeah, please.
Fucking rally at some point, mate. Counter dash.
nice.
Oh, really nice Ange. Baiting Kanale in. Not sure why Kanale is bashing that Brig, but, you know, good on him. Gucci trades out. Oh, it looks like the listening is over. Galar trades out onto Lauren as well, but they have managed to cap the checkpoint in all of this chaos. Looks great as Cloud also caught out ice blocking behind. They collapse in on him. Ange is in a lot of trouble though. Rajaro just minces him up. Yet again, Rajaro just putting in such a carry performance here. Solo kills Ange, takes out Zeri, and Alisu forced out as well. I mean, look, EXO, they'll be happy that they capped the checkpoint, but they won't be happy with the way that that fight closed out. As Zeri and Ange getting a little bit split off from one another, and Rajara just isolates, wins all of these duels. If you find yourself in a 1v1 with a diva that can aim, it is all over for you in no time at all. Now we see VP, they've pushed the cart back to the middle, turned off the close spawns for the side of EXO, but it is just a 5 versus 5 that's going to take place here on the choke. Ult economy not looking too good though, Zav.
Now it's going to be a tough one here. Really missed out window with their previous fight. They need Zerion to get up to this orbital ray, but Virtus Pro, they have the ray already. They can make the first move if they want. They've got the wall onto Alisu. They've trapped him again, and Virtus Pro, they're putting so much attention onto Alisu now. We heard it in their comms. I can mail his jump. They're trying to wall and catch him as well. They're just playing to punish this Winston, so when he tries to get value, he just gets finished off, and now Virtus Pro, they're flooding forward. Zerion trying to orbital ray that. Rajaro also staying quizzical now, asks, what the hell happened?
Oh, jeez. I mean, that was bold from Zerion. I thought the Canale was taking the piss, throwing out that rally. I thought that in the 5v4, you'd be happy to just steal away with the cart with the advantage you already have. But Zerion matching the mistake, also mirroring ultimates, and now VP. I mean, they're so far back. They're so far away from any meaningful ultimates. Alisu needs to build up this primal before they can do anything aggressive whatsoever. Gucci on the flank, though, has an angle on Sauna. Appears that he would rather sell his position and just reveal himself by shooting from 20 meters away rather than getting close and going in for the kill, though. And now the Brig is matching that position. Canale able to block the flank. Gucci still not done yet. Fighting Canale. Canale whiffs the... oh, no. Canale may have whiffed the flail, but in main, Galar invests the orbital ray. Down goes Lauren. Down goes Ange. Alisu investing this primal. Essentially 1v5 at this point. A trade kill onto Sauna is all right, but Alisu is now on the run in the back, just playing life, trying to get out as best they can. We can see Alisu has escaped. Virtus Pro is 4v5 right now, but still, if Alisu jumps in, there's a counter Blizzard waiting for him. So this is going to be a tough one, no matter which way you slice it. Rajara has the bomb, Sauna with the bob as well, but here we are. Nail comes out onto Alisu, essentially unpeelable. No Suzu available for them, but it looks like EXO, they might just be clutching this one out. Ange with a nice rally. 2-for-2 trades are so good here at the spawn door. Rajaro trying for yet another solo kill on the Diva here, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Rajaro's still going. He will eventually. He's going to bomb for it as well. He thinks he can fight it. Does kill off Ange as well. Rajaro will do it all himself. A W Ange in chat from Sauna. And W from Ange himself as well in response. So they can't really get any more meters off of that because of the spawn advantage, of course, for Ex Oblivion. But Rajaro, once again, just all over every single member of EXO, getting so much value on this Diva here.
Good grief. Rajaro now being taken out in the spawn door. Lauren with the signature Widow swap to throw the game at some point. I think that, you know, right now it's okay, but we're seeing a lot of respect. Rajaro with the W peel. Ange now inquisitive. Zerion W Ange. Good peel, guys. There's a whole discussion taking place in the match chat here. You love to see it. People with open minds, always trying to figure it out. And now Lauren, nice little flank over on the side here. Canale has spotted it though, so everybody knows the Widowmaker's angle. Looks like there's a hard push happening in main and split off from the main squad, so Zerion's going to be in a lot of trouble. Down goes Zerion. Alisu as well. Vertical jump, but just not able to sustain through it. This is the final fight, Savior. We need a miracle for EXO if they want to take this one now. Lauren being shifted on by Rajaro. Gucci down to Sauna, and it's looking like it's going to be a fairly clean 3-0 from VP at the end of the day. No such thing as a close 3-0 in my book, so it doesn't matter how close these cough maps were. VP with a confident win here against Ex Oblivione.
Any success they were finding with that Winston on Icon World seemed to be completely negated here on Baruna Sapi. They punished Alisu so much in all of those jump timings. Every Blizzard, I think, was a guaranteed freeze on that Winston. They got really easy fight wins off the back of that. And then there was a few clutch plays here and there from Ex Oblivion, maybe like Gucci and Zeri on flank, but wasn't that close in the end. Virtus Pro win as expected, and will make their way into the lower bracket, I'm going to say semi-final, against AOMA, of course, for those who don't know. Washington Hospice didn't make it through the night, unfortunately, and have forfeited their remaining game.
Oh, goodness. I mean, look, just back to the standard playbook for Ben Best, you know? Even after a couple of very close matches, I thought that they would play that out regardless of the monetary return for playing the matches. I thought that Washington Hospice were going to try and go the distance here because they had a 5-map banger versus ENCE. They had an insane win over EXO, a confident win. So I'm really surprised that they haven't played today. But, you know, when in doubt, surrender. It's the classic move. Oh, 1 HP beat for Ange here in the highlights. I mean, look, you might have lost the series 0-3, Ange, but you've won our hearts, as is typically the case. But yeah, I mean, look, Hospice just forfeiting today. I mean, it's disappointing from an observer's standpoint, but it's par of the course for a Ben Best team. Makes sense.
Yeah, I think the original reason they wanted to play was so they didn't have to forfeit the Masters spot for Season 3. But they were, which is why they just had like, oh, okay, we'll play and Ben's filling in, because I think a few of the players are still sticking together to make a new team for like stage 4 of OWCS and season 3 of FACEIT. But they were told today that they don't need to play. They even if they forfeit today, they'll still get to keep the spot. So they just said, okay. So a bit of a cop out. Shame not to see the game, because I think in theory that Ioma game versus Washington Hospice probably would have been the better game of these lower bracket quarters. It would have been quite good. So a bit of a shame, but
I think the upshot here is that it means we only had to watch one match in this bracket, and we won't have to wait very long for the next one.
True. It's for the result heads is a net positive.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not even a result head today because, you know, yesterday when I booted up the stream, when I started my 12-hour stream, I'd already been awake for 12 hours. This time around, I woke up an hour before hitting go live. So now I'm good to go for 12 hours. I'm
This
totally
is a 9
good
to
go.
5 shift for you then. You've just woken up, gone to work.
Literally, I'm gonna wake up, go to work, and in 8 hours I'll probably be able to turn it off and just go about my day out in the sunlight. So you know that's not a bad thing whatsoever. Who's playing next? Do you know?
It's a classic, an upper bracket final, SSG versus ENCE.
Lovely. I see Funny Astro in the chat actually. So Daniel, don't disappoint, man. It took you 6 maps to take down ENCE today. I mean to take down VP yesterday. So I mean, look, things are a little dicey for SSG right now. I'm not sure what the move is there, but hopefully SSG can pull through. We can't have another ENCE victory. We can't have too much ENCE winning all at once. You did take him down, Daniel, and a win is a win, even if it took you 6 maps and Pavo picking Tracer on map 6 cough point 3 for you to do it. Astro could go 32-1 and you would still find a way to flame Astro. I mean, look, mate, it's what he deserves. It's what he deserves. What do you mean? Why not? I walk back my comments immediately, Kat. I refuse to stand on any business. But let's just get into the news of watching shit on YouTube until the next map starts. I'll see you on the other side.
Into the news, yeah. Thanks for the keep us updated.
I can't flame Hunter's coaching because he's never done any.
All right, let me drop some ads then. I need another Diet Coke because this is the big one, right? SSC versus ENCE. FACEIT had Pasha Biceps as the moderator and he was leaking every fight plan. Yeah, it seems like that's a very likely situation you could have run into there, Alisu. So it can happen. For Winston felt real hard to play Winston. I guess I'm still not available, right? Alright, let me do the Preds before I forget. Oh. Who wins? Map 1. ENCE. SpaceStation Gaming. Alright, I think we're all good. We're all up to date. Unless you're Korean, you can't play Winston. I think it's just really hard in this meta. Maybe outside of some of like the extreme maps, like your Dorado, Gibraltar type ones. Maybe still there, like Winston and a Brig is still actually the most viable. But I'm gonna drop a break and then we'll be back for the big one. All right, be right back. I'm back. Are you ready for a big one? Do I need more natural light? What are we on? Still 3 minutes? Oh, we got time, Ben. We got time. Yeah, Washington dropped out. Yeah, they dropped out. They just wanted to play so they could keep their master spot for next season. But they were told they could keep it even if they forfeited today, since they played the first game, so they just did that. I think the monetary difference is not massive. I think the game would have been better, right? EMEA against Washington Hospice down here would have been better, but it is what it is, I guess. It is what it is. I don't think anyone was busy. I think they just couldn't be bothered. Unfortunately. Yeah, I think if we look at the numbers, right? What's the potential difference here? That's the wrong thing. Where's the money? Show me the money. Oh wait, if the money is here, I'm just blind. So like, difference between 1,000 and 1,500. What is it, like $100 difference? Yeah, $100 difference between 5. Stupid, no, gotta be better practice on scrim. I mean, they're not a team anymore. Like, the team's folded. The reason they want to keep the Masters spot is because, where are the boys? Where are they? I think Tread, Naga, well, I guess Nico now. Tread, Nico, and Zodial are, I think, going to create a new team, so they want to keep the Masters spot. But this version, like the GG version, they've ended. They are a team no longer. Is the new game going to be available for Stage 4 or Stockholm? Stage 4, yes. What they're going to do with it is you can have the 5 modes still. We're going to still start on Control. You'll still have Hybrid to pick from, Escort to pick from, and Push to pick from. But what they're doing is they're combining Flashpoint and Clash into the same one. So you can pick from any of those 4 maps for one of the modes. Oh wait, can you not see what I'm seeing? Wait, hold on. There we go.
I think I'm ready to go pro in Overwatch 2.
Naga is called Nico now. Yeah, his account got reported, right? His old account, the Naga account. So he's, I guess, been fucking forced into a name change. Well, I think Peps are gonna reform. And I think Peps are putting together a new roster for Stage 4 as well. So there should be some French representation.
Anyone can start their journey, rising through skill-balanced divisions and climbing to the top of the FACEIT League for cash and fame.
Why was it reported? I guess because it's I don't even know really. I guess people have just reported it. It was reported in game, right? It wasn't like a Blizzard thing, so I guess people are just reporting it because they think it's close to the N-word. Would be my only guess, but then Blizzard just banned his account, from what I understand. So he's just bullied into a name change. So Clash will never be picked? I mean, if teams think it's a good map for him, they'll pick it. I don't think Clash is Clash that bad? I don't know. It's not. It doesn't feel that different to Flashpoint, right? Like you just fight over a series of points, just like a slightly longer version of Control, or not Control, sorry, of Flashpoint. It's so bad. What's so bad about it? Yeah, I mean, I didn't mind 2CP that much in Overwatch 1, to be fair. I don't know. All these, just play the map. Just play the map, you know. Reminds me of Gravel Pit in TF2. I was always a big fan of Gravel Pit, but again, that was a very unpopular map. That was like a free CP map, which was, again, a full attack v defense, and that was ultimately, even though I enjoyed it, and there was like a minority that did, the majority really, really didn't. Yeah, that's probably true, Spilo. My experience was also... I was only ever coaching, right? Can I ask Spilo? Of course, Spilo. We're doing a research project here. And you'll probably have good insight into this, actually. So I think your opinion is going to be one of the more valuable ones we have. So the question is, picture the SSG players, the SSG staff, right? And then you're going to find yourself... No, and this... You're normally right, Spilo, but on this occasion, I think you'll have good insight. So, picture the SSG players, the SSG staff, and you're in you're in a situation where you have to eat one of them. It's a classic cannibal setup, right? So you have to cannibalize one of the players. Who would you cannibalize? Who do you think's the tastiest? Who would be the tastiest of them all? Spilo eat all of them. I mean, you can eat all of them, but who's the tastiest? Who would be like who would be the prime rib of the group? Hadi or Sparker? Yeah, I went Sparker. Whichever everyone eats the healthiest, yeah. A lot of people went Backbone. But I went Sparker. Yeah, there's also... Sparker's bulked up, so there's a significant amount of Sparker to eat right now. Which is always good, you know? Good to get a good number of meals out of it. Sparker as meat and probably consumes... Yeah, I feel like Sparker's probably like the cleanest living. You're all mad with the Landon disrespect? Yeah, but Landon's American, remember, right? So, I mean, Landon even said it himself, probably full of microplastics. He would taste amazing. Spilo out here trying to sell his own meat. Not in that way. You don't eat American. You'd eat Spilo meat? Well, there's always a side hustle there for you, Spilo. Twitter always. Yeah, I mean, I can see why. I can see why, Spilo. To be honest, you're taking Haddy because he's bold and has the least amount of prep work. Like cutting off the hair and skin. I mean, no, because you... Would you... When cooking human meat, skin on or skin off, what's the go-to? Skin on might be nice. Off. Crispy skin. Get some deep fried wings. Skin on. Haven't tried personally. Oh, neither have I. We might all be missing out though. There's always Stockholm, right? He'd only eat Jamie without the skin. Oh, okay. Humans don't have wings. Yeah, but what if you ate the arm? Would you still count it as you could make it into like a giant wing? I guess that's why you just call it like that's why you get like a leg of lamb. Really, in reality, there's just another word for that part of the body. So you're saying a skinhead? Yep, of course, Spilo. Me and Finn. Me, Finn, and Haddy. The biggest skinheads. Okay, we eat the most voted in Stockholm. Just need to get the tickets. Yeah, bring your own seasoning. Bring your own seasoning. Haven't any real life cannibals left details on how they prepared meat? I don't know. That's a surefire way to get on a list, though. Hey, Avril. But you're on the screen, Avril. You're meant to be working. How is he here and on the screen at the same time? You're gonna co-stream me? Fuck. I've actually just having my content stolen. You think a fast 3A for ENCE? You think they're that much better in this meta, Rajaro? Actually, Avril, the VOD of this channel. This VOD right now, if you go to the start of this VOD right now, the ENCE vs Hospice is on there. If you want, like, you can see him typing on stream. You see him typing. I guess he's not got the audio on then. So ENCE played a lot of Brig, almost exclusively Brig Juno, right? They played not that much Diva, mostly Ram. They also tried Malga into the Ram, which is maybe the unique thing from them. They did Venture May. They did Farah as well. If Ramon's in, they'll do either like May Venture. If Kai's in, obviously Kev will play May mostly, some Tracer, and Kai will just play some kind of hit scan. You can't eat Kev, he's not an SSG! This guy's so keen to eat Kev. Cannibal exposed. Just Kev on the mind. Kev wasn't even on the menu and he's eating him. You don't like cannibalism? Oh, get off your high horse, Yelly. Get off your high horse and just eat one of the SSG players. Oh, I should do an ad before I forget. All right. Oh, we straight in. All right. Predictions. Ooh. All right. Locking in. This is the big one. A classic upper bracket final. SSG versus ENCE. Does it get better than this? Saturday. A classic. Right. The Preds. Let's get amended. People think SSG are favoured for this one. Let's crank for volume. And it's going to be May Venture. Big believer in the May Venture. I think Venture gets so much value in this comp. And SSG actually going to be starting on the Symmetra here. We'll see how long Sparkus sticks it. To be fair, he's full beaming everyone right now. Full charge, full turrets. And Sparkus just going to take over in this first fight. Gets him to the choke quicker. And just wipes them.
Yeah, wonderful start for SpaceStation here. Interesting to see Backbone on the Venture rather than the May. We've seen him pull it out here and there. Although I did think that on this patch, SpaceStation, you know, they were playing a little bit more May than they used to. We see Backbone has a nice forward setup here, clearly going for a little execute kill. Comes out a little bit early though, has to use his burrow. Hardy's already invested the form, so now we're going to see a full kite coming out from SpaceStation. Vess is just pushing up, trying to take as much space as possible, and Landon actually gets caught out. Landon did not kite enough, winds up just being chased down by Vestola, punched to death. And now, I mean, it's an easy cleanup for ENCE. I didn't even notice. Well, main one is in the lineup. I'm sure you've already talked about it, given you didn't undeafen when the round had already started. But really, in the lineup, this is almost unheard of for the side of ENCE.
Yeah, we saw a little bit in their Hospice game when I caught up on the replays that they use Kai occasionally, but a lot more Wimone than we've seen recently. They play a lot of the May Venture here. Obviously, Kev sometimes Farah, sometimes Trace, a bit of everything. And it's been quite effective for him there. I think Venture very good in this type of mirror. Now we're just going to get the trading. What Spark has charged up on that beam, all of a sudden make him punish Vesta a little bit more. And now, Blizzard for Kev. He's just going to dink Spark over. The orbital ray comes out from Astro, but not in time to save anyone. They use the Tectonic Shock. They use their own ray there. And the ray comes out, but ENCE responding kind. 2 ults, and they're keen to get all of these staggers here. Hadi will not be able to survive, I don't think. Desperately trying to block, but it's not enough. And ENCE convert this one as well. And they had to use 2 ults for it, but still in a pretty good situation. And looks like they'll maybe hold a little bit further back this time, ENCE.
Yeah, I mean, Kev still with a perfect wall on the sim there. Sparky flew a bit too close to the sun, got that full beam, saw red, walked up into the wall choke, needed to bait Hardy a little bit more. We see aggro push here from Wimane 1, big triple cleave already. So many of the backlines from SSG are low, but Tectonic Shock invested from Backbone. They're pushing up, they're posturing for more space on the point. They have the sim wall, they can throw that out. They do throw that out, and you can see now, they're just going to play their side of the wall, take the cap. But Wimane 1 doing a really good job. He has the burrow. He burrows underneath. He gets inside. Hardy frozen up by this blizzard, and he's going to go down in no time at all. Landon kind of stuck between 2, you know, difficult points, but he gets the bash on Vest, gets him nice and low, and Spark at Backbone, they clean up the kill. Sparky's wildly TPing around the point right now. Trades going out either side. Kevster getting beamed by Spark. Spark receiving the pocket, but they collapse on him. And the DPS of SpaceStation, they've fallen over. This is actually just going to be the round. Hardy getting frozen up by that blizzard, not even able to find the annihilation in this round. And, I mean, that's a rough one for SpaceStation.
But Sim works beautifully in the first fight, got him that early position, able to get the turret set up, and Spark gets a full beam. But we saw it in the later fights. What happens, part of the reason we see so much May and Venture, is because they're very durable DPS. They can survive a lot of situations, get themselves out of trouble. But when you introduce the Sim to it, suddenly there becomes another great target for Kevster to wall. We saw that one drop onto Spark, finishes him off. And suddenly it's not just your Brig who's super vulnerable to the wall, it's also your Symmetra. So I imagine we won't see SSG keep it for this map. A little bit more open, a little bit more tricky, so it'll just be a TP out of spawn for him. And it looks like actually Wimone will be starting on the main this time, so potentially something different from Kevster, maybe a Pharah, maybe a Tracer after the TP out here. As both teams going to roll out to middle, Spark will be on the Ashe and Kevster will be on the Tracer here. So really dangerous timing actually when Vestler uses this speed ring to combine with Kevster for the dive. Should put Sparker under a lot of pressure. We'll see if SSG can pocket him through it here, but actually Vestler's just going to get DMX'd immediately. All right, then.
Fast rotation over to the point, and I'm not sure how Vest got caught out in all of that. I thought SSG was just trying to bunker up on the back of the point, but somehow Vest has gotten a little bit too aggressive, taken out. Now Wimane 1 is trapped as well, and that's going to be first cap going over to SpaceStation easily. Sparker, for a second there, it looked like he was in trouble alone in main, but he hit some crucial shots on Kevs to force the recall, allowed him to get away. That was really such a slim margin for error for there. Poor little Sparky, but he does manage to clutch it out. No ults in play for this next fight though, but I suspect we will see SSG just falling back towards the point side. They have this May composition and all of the best walls are in towards the point. We can see now they're up the back. Landon a little bit low, needs to be healed up by Astro, but again, they're just going to maintain this choke here. Wall invested, push from SSG, massive dino from Sparker. Hat hits all of ENCE's backline, so while SpaceStation's front is pressuring Vest, Spark is swinging wide, blocking the squishies. Now though, this is the push turn for the side of ENCE. Hardy has the form, he's going to start blocking the choke. Anyone invested deep right now for the side of ENCE is going to be in so much trouble with this control.
You can see the setup time and time again. Hattie and Backbone just making sure in this ENCE backcore they can't get through this choke. And now another wall timing, looking for a bit of pressure up. But Backbone actually gets caught. No! Walled by Wimone, gets taken down. So player advantage now for ENCE. Pulse Bomb comes out, is wide from Kevster. Blizzard and Orbital Ray thrown into this trade as well. Nariz Sparker is frozen in all of this. But Hattie, he's taken so much attention, so much pressure. Kellex will manage to skirt away. And they've cleaned up these players on point. So the backline from ENCE, they escape Hattie's grasp. But meanwhile, Vestler and Kev, they finally find that timing to connect. Bit of help with the ult trade there. Did have to use a lot for it, ENCE, but they regain control of this point. But lots of good options here for SSG.
Yeah, that was an expensive one for ENCE, and now I think SpaceStation, if they can rotate around the back, get to the point, it's going to be almost impossible for ENCE to close it out. But the rotation is the dangerous time for them. You can see they're going for it. Kevster gets the counter wall. Blizzard invested. It's a counter Blizzard from Backbone. It hasn't caught anyone. And now ENCE, they're just going to rush along the coast, try and get onto the point, try and get that strong positioning. But already their ults are starting to diminish. There's still a bomb online for Vestola. He can stall this out. He shifts onto the point. Bob comes out for Sparker, but Kevster, he cleans up the kill. Some orbs from Sky, but there's a dogfight happening in main. Landon, he's also invested the rally. It's an even fight right now. Wimane 1 taken out as well. And ENCE, they're on the back foot, they're on the retreat. Cap has flipped over to SpaceStation. Only one fight left for ENCE to do this. I wouldn't be too worried about the touch, but because it's between the Tracer and the Diva, they have many options to make that work. But SSG, they've got no ults in the tank.
Wimone's getting dangerously close to this Blizzard as well. And actually, Hattie's going to go early here. They've walled him off. Lots of pressure onto him, but Backbone's there with Hattie. Gets him out. Doesn't find anything with the wall timing, but they're trying to do these early cycles to keep the Diva on the back foot. Kevin's got on the touch where this is happening, but Wimone, he has the Blizzard. The Orbital Ray is nearly there for ENCE. Their timing to win is coming up here. Torpedoes round the corner. Blizzard is out. Does it catch anyone? No, Backbone is frozen. Will get taken down. Now Vestler keeps the point anchored. They're trying to deal with Hattie behind, but Sparker, he's found the trade kill. They're still in the backline here. Hattie's causing so much attention. The Orbital Ray comes out, and maybe that's enough now for ENCE to get over the line. They flip the point. They'll turn around and deal with Hattie now. And Hattie didn't commit that annihilation, holds it for the next fight. And even though ENCE are in control, Hattie's going to pop it to live. He wants to fight back right now, but it's just been kited. He's nowhere close to anything with this annihilation. He misses the chance to turn the fight. And now SSG, they did have an overwhelming ult advantage, but it's a little bit more even now. And Hattie, he's going to swap Diva, I think, in response to this Pharah.
Oh, wow. Hardy investing that annihilation there. I mean, it was kited way too easily. That's a big blunder. That was going to be something crucial for them to flip over to the point again. And now you can see the ENCE team, they're all just postured to cut this rotation. Kev's still looking for the angle for this pulse bomb, and it lands. Down goes Sparker, but Orbital Ray invested by Astra in the front. They've taken down Sky, and with no primary source of healing, it's all on Kellex to pop this rally to turn the fight. We're going to see them buying time, tapping the point on and off. Rally comes out from Kellex. Landon, 92%, and he gets bashed. He gets taken out. Again, unable to escape, but Backbone with a perfect blizzard that catches Kellex. Down he goes. Backbone goes out in kind, though. Even trades. Bomb on the point for... Oh, no. Hardy might even be off the map there. There he goes. Main one takes him out. And this point, it's going to go back over the way of ENCE because they just weren't able to play life. They weren't able to live. Landon, so close to the rally, but caught out by the bash. Landon, we've seen a lot of pretty egregious deaths from him coming out in the past couple of days, and here's a little bit more of it. SpaceStation, they just needed to play slow.
ENCE now back on Lucio. Sombra Tracer coming out from SSG. So improvised comps here. Landon does have a rally advantage for this one, but Wamone nearly has the barrage here. Hadi will have to keep an eye on that, keep it marked. Vester's going to annoy this. They're going to rally towards point now. They move on to point. Backbone will group with them. They're just trying to flip it here. Wamone doesn't quite have bad barrage right now. Trying to find his way in. Still 6% short, so the fight's going to extend. But no, Hadi finds a timing onto him. Wamone will be pocketed through. Still getting harassed by Sparker. And Wamone, he's isolated. Such an important kill for Sparker to find him, but they've lost Landon on point. It's not quite over yet. Orbital Ray nearly in play from Sky here. Pulse Bomb will get eaten by Hadi. Will get to the Mega 2. Spark doesn't find one, but it's Astro cleaning up on point for now, but the Orbital Ray is going to give them such a good timing here. Pressure onto Hadi. They try and disengage it. Oh, they C9.
Oh my God, it was so fast, that overtime wick burning down. You could see Hardy, he wanted to get off the point. He was 92% on the bomb, but that Ray, it so quickly zones you off the point. It's so hard to fight into that. Even with the Sombra and the Tracer, neither of them were on the objective, and that is an egregious C9 at the end there. Again, Landon under so much pressure, whether this is on the Diva or the Ramatra, he's catching kills on Landon. It's been so difficult for him, and he's going down early in the piece time and time again. Clutch fights, 90% on the rally, bashed by Kellex. Just nowhere left to run. But, I mean, this was a really close one, but 2-0 at the end of the day, and this is one of SSG's better maps, because this is a map where the ground tanks, where the Ramatra is viable. So, I mean, this is a scary thing for SSG. When they take it to a map that really works for them stylistically, and they get 2-0'd, it's a bad omen for when ENCE is going to have more control of the draft, for when ENCE is going to be able to take them to these diva-dominant maps, because that is Vestola's wheelhouse.
It works out really nicely. We see some of the limitations of the Ashe as well. I think while we've seen a lot of Ashe in EMEA and even North America as well, in some of the other regions like Korea, we've seen more of this Mei venture, and that was obviously what ENCE started on, or even like the Mei Tracer like we saw in the second map. And I think part of the reason is you saw Kevster, how many times in that night market was he able just to find the timing to take Sparker out of the game? And suddenly, in a comp where Sparker wants to just have a lot of free reign to shoot, pump out damage, hit his dynamite timings, he has to worry about his Diva, he has to worry about his Tracer. And when SSG, they want to brawl forward, they want to use very ults to push, for Rally, the Annihilation, the Ray, all great ults to push with. But they leave Sparker behind. Sparker has a really hard time staying up with these pushes, and it provides these opportunities for Kev time and time again. And it just means as these fights get dragged out, suddenly the Diva, the Tracer, they're so powerful in these scrappy fights. And they eventually get themselves over the line here. Good start for ENCE.
Yeah, that's enough about the game, though. I'll see you in the next one.
Roger that. So, I mean, the night market really could have gone either way, but the control center didn't feel as close. Yeah, Sparker and Backbone really both had the option to touch there, right? But neither of them get it. I think the bigger worry here, if for those of you who were here earlier, you would have maybe seen it when we watched the ENCE versus Hospice replays. But for those who weren't, it was a lot of Mei Venture, a bit of Malga at times as well for Ves. And this version of a comp, I think, is so good in the mirror, especially in the Ram mirror all of a sudden. It just takes away a key target for the Ramatras to push. The Venture can do a lot of work into that Ashe, a lot of chances to engage. To be fair, as we move on to King's Row now, I think it's just not a very good Venture map, ultimately. And we'll probably see Kevster play more Tracer. We'll see Kevster pardon me, play more Pharah. Probably Tracer on the first point is what he did yesterday, and then he did Pharah on the second point when it's a little bit more open, or well, no, open's the wrong word, but there's all the big buildings, right, for Pharah to float over the top of, get lots of good engages in. And you see what the Tracer and the Pharah are very good at is they have really great options to either go over the roofs or blink in, find some kind of flank, and find that timing with the Diva or a Ram, whichever one ENCE choose to run. And then this puts the backline under huge pressure. Pressure onto Landon, pressure onto Astro, pressure onto, of course, and most especially onto Sparker. So for SSG to have success in this series, I think they really need to find a way to enable Sparker and make Sparker live. And I think a lot of the time what you need there is you need your back core maybe to play more as a core. I think times where we see Backbone drawn forward and play in frontline, I think sometimes that means you don't have the Mei to deal with the Diva. The Mei and the Brig love fighting the Diva, so you want to try and get that connection as often as possible, right? I think anytime we see Sparker getting slightly isolated, that's when ENCE will find these opportunities. So if I'm ENCE, I want to keep doing a lot of the same things. I want to find these timings onto Sparker. If I'm SSG, I need to find a way to either have Sparker come forward with the push a little bit more, committing with us, just play maybe more like a Castwood, just kind of in the middle of the group, or they need to slow down. They need to slow it down and then have Backbone and Landon maybe just play more to sort of bait the aggression from Vessler here. Will be Wamone and Kevster in for this one again, so very much lines up. So we expect to see Wamone probably play a lot of the Mei, and Kevster to play between Tracer and Pharah here. Can you tell me why it's easy for ENCE? I mean, it just always is, Coleman. What you find in life, I think, the more life you experience, if something contains alliteration, it's normally true. Why Brig over... Why Astro Juno? I think one, Landon's got a really good Brig. He's played a lot of it before. But I think also what you find is it allows for... They don't really use any of the other backlines, but it allows SSG to have a few more options in the swap if they do ever want to go to the Ana version or something. Even though we've yet to see him use it. But for this first one, we're going to get Diva, Pharah, Tracer coming out here for ENCE. So, again, a comp that can really hit Sparker really quite hard in a lot of this. And SSG not doing a normal high ground hold, just sitting on the ground here as this first ring exchange comes through.
Yeah, no, looking rather... Oh, geez, wait, that's a really fast opening for the side of SpaceStation. Good grief.
Oh.
Sparky with a couple of magic picks there, and that's just going to open it up. Good grief. Yeah, no, that's a really nice first defensive fight there for the side of SpaceStation.
Well, yeah, you saw SSG, they start on the low ground, and instead of playing a passive defense like we often see to play for the high ground, as soon as that ring exchange comes through, they just all barrel through Hotel, they catch ENCE unawares, they focus them down, and obviously with the Mei, they do have... The Mei and the Ram, they have that frontline advantage, but now Kevster, he's got himself into the back. He's trying to take some attention here. Backbone, he sees him, but now all of a sudden Kevster, on this timing, has a chance. Bit of damage onto Astro, doesn't really find anything, just juking around. Will have to use his recall then. It didn't really feel like the hit came in there from Vessler, so Kev's just trying to play his life, gets back to his team, and now, last time we saw SSG very aggressive out of Hotel, but they don't quite have the cooldowns for it now. Ring comes through from Vessler. And I feel like Kev maybe missed an opportunity there, giving up his position behind. So they're going to deal with this next ring timing from Vessler pretty easily as we get onto the first set of ultimates.
Yeah, no, now ult's starting to come online for either side. Good defensive ultimates available. Pulse Bomb comes out from Kevster, but looks to have only stuck the shield. Wamane one, though. He takes down Hardy. A quick barrage, and this is a good trade for them. Having no tank for the side of SpaceStation, that's going to be rather awkward. We see double support ult invested from SpaceStation, but they actually don't catch any kills off it. So this is really rough. Landon really needed to lock someone down with that rally, because now, SSG, they're just going to have to stagger the touch, invest the Bob, get it on the point, but surely ENCE will kite this one out, just poke it down. It looks like we've seen a full reset now, but I think ENCE won that ult trade because bleeding 2 support ults and the Bob out. Now, they're really short on answers for when ENCE repush with their own rally. When young Slipstream, otherwise known as Kellex, comes in with that rally, it's going to be so difficult for SpaceStation to answer back unless Backbone can hit a really good Blizzard. Rallies come out now. Backbone's had his Ice Block forced off the point, but Kellex dies with the rally. The inexperience on Brig showing a little bit, going going down so early on. And ENCE, they also invested the bomb. They're dry on ultimates. Hardy still has this Annihilation, and Backbone still has the Blizzard. Vestola finds a catch onto Sparker, though, so those are good looks for ENCE. Wemain 1, he has this very difficult to deal with angle here behind, spamming out SpaceStation, and they have no choice but to push up in main. Hardy pops the Annihilation, but there's just nothing to chase. There's nothing for him to close the gap on. Backbone goes down, and I think that might have been a Mage Axe, and now, I mean, this has to be a cap for ENCE.
Disaster in the end. Wemone gets this high position behind, and SSG, they kind of just don't really have anyone to go and clear that angle. So they try and push forward. They try and catch the players in front of them. But there was, like you said, there was nobody there. So SSG end up just walking into a big old pincer. All of a sudden, Backbone gets caught a little bit short, and Wemone is just loading rockets into the back of them. Cleans them all up. And ENCE, after a lot of struggle, actually do capture his first point. But now, as we move on to second, I feel like for Farah especially, lots of good rooftops to play over the top of can make this really tricky for them here. The problem for ENCE will be, can they keep their Brig and their Juno alive? Well, they don't really have a Mei, which is what we most commonly see in these type of comps, to try and help them out. So good opportunities for Hadi to be very aggressive here with these form timings.
Yeah, I mean, this is a perfect choke for SpaceStation to hold right now, but they're always going to have to be so careful because Kevster, he's going to work his way in through the side. Lots riding on Landon being able to block this side angle out. You can see Kevster flipping left, right, behind. He's getting all of the angles. Sky invests the orbital ray in main, but again, Kellex goes down first. Another barrage play from Wemain 1, and this is even better than the first. Again, we see SpaceStation popping the double support ultimate, and they might just be able to turn this one. Landon's actually caught a kill with this rally. Wemain 1 goes down. Again, Kevster whiffs the pulse, and this time around, it looks like SpaceStation should be able to at least hold it here on the corner. The absence of a tank, maybe I'm wrong about this. It looks like ENCE are just continuing to push through with the cart. Ring comes out from Funny Astro, but it's just going to be used to kite, and SpaceStation, they really need to wait for their tank to get back into the fight here. Backbone, he's just trying to block the cart here in the choke, make sure that the cart doesn't get too far, so they still get 2 fights, and now Hardy's back. Vestola gets eaten up. That was rogue from Ves, a little bit of an overextension. Again, we have a rally for the side of Kellex, so we need to be careful for SpaceStation that they don't overcommit, but with no Diva in the front, ENCE, they have no frontline presence at all.
And now they got through to a bit of a map, and they got space for their Farah to have really large impact against ENCE, but now they're going to be forced back to this choke, and they have to get space all over again thanks to Vestola dying. And SSG, lots of ultimates. Oh, and a dink from Backbone, a classic. May right click, takes down Sky, and ENCE, they're slowed down once again. Only a minute left for him now. Wemone may be looking for a barrage turn timing, but Hadi doesn't overstep, and a difficult position now for ENCE. They have the rally, they have the barrage, and Wemone's going to try and flank with it, but surely SSG, they have to be keeping their eyes for something like this.
Oh, Wemain 1 again with this barrage. Unmarked flank for the... God, every single barrage from Wemain 1 has been good. Great trades time and time again. Hardy, he's popping the Annihilation. He's going so deep, but it looks like another miss for him. No kills converted, and instead he's just going to bleed out. Funny Astro, he's got the Orbital Ray, but I'm not sure whether he had that at the start, and that's just going to be SpaceStation falling over. Wemain 1 consistently breaking open these points with these unbelievable barrages. Hardy swaps to Winston and Spawn just to jump to the door, get back on Ramatra. There should be a recontest here for the side of SSG, and they have the ultimates to hold this. A lot riding on Backbone, though. He needs to wait until Vess uses all of that Matrix. He needs to get this Blizzard off on Cart, and SSG, they're going to be able to throw layers of ultimates into this. A Bob on the Cart should be able to get a lot of resources out. Orbital Ray matches Skies, and Landon, he's also about to have the rally, so surely enough, surely SpaceStation can hold this one. Vess loses his suit. Oh, Kellex is so low. Wemain 1 only 80% on that barrage, and now Kellex frozen up. He will not be getting the rally. There's almost no chance left here for ENCE. This is a much stronger hold here for SpaceStation, much more convincing on the Ramatra comp compared to on the Lijiang Tower.
Really well played in the last fight as well. There's always that option sometimes when you just have an overwhelming ult advantage. Everyone just press Q, will just win. But SSG, they play it correctly. They take the layered fight. Every time ENCE respond with something, they have the ult to match it with. Then they just have more ults in the end to overwhelm and secure that hold on to second. And this is an incredibly beatable time here for SSG in distance. Should be their map to lose at this point, and it feels like they have an answer now. The Tracer, the Farah, the Diva. Normally you see comps, these type of comps we've seen over the last sort of couple of weeks, they have maybe one flanky DPS and one more brawly DPS, like a Mei and a Tracer or a Mei and a Pharah. But they went for sort of almost like a double flanker there. So you saw Kev and Wamone, they kept trying to take these flanks, they kept trying to get wide, but it just meant they didn't really have the punch power in the middle to take care of them. Maybe outside the barrage timing, that's what we really need to see more of Kev and Wamone having the impact there. It feels like they're having a little bit of a discussion about what they want to start here, because Wamone's going to go Tracer and Kev is going to go Mei. So historically, when we've seen them do this type of composition, they've actually done it the other way round a little bit. So I don't know if Wamone is maybe planning to swap to Venture on second or something.
I'm really surprised by this, because I thought that Wamone was a very confident Mei, and I know that Kevster doesn't enjoy playing the hero. If you had to... listen in.
Let's check the comp, guys. If it's Pharah +1, I go Diva. If it's only Pharah, not Diva. Ram.
Best comms in the world, SpaceStation Gaming.
I want to go aggro trade. The Mei is on top.
I'm on look.
Yeah, can we go on the round? Nice out.
Yeah, trade time.
Okay. I want to go one aggro. Okay, no shield. Ram, no form. Ram is pushing. Ram.
Big play for Hardy.
It's okay. CommanderX form. No.
Super decent forms now, they have to chill.
No shield. Peek with my shield, they don't have shield. I have to form and
What the fuck?
Repeating. Brick Mei 1.
Oh, big cleave again.
May left. I'm putting
Oh, that shield could have been on point.
No block. Speed on Mei. Speed. May no block. Run.
This guy's about to have that orbital ray.
Oh, this is so deep.
Oh,
Has Annihilation, doesn't get it.
Ah, that's perfect now for SpaceStation. Getting that early pick on the Ram. We saw every push turn for Vestola. He was getting so aggressive, punching so many of SpaceStation's core. But Hardy, he was doing the same over for ENCE, just blocking. And with Vest getting a little bit too aggressive before the Annihilation comes up, that's going to be an easy secure for SpaceStation. Kev's actually dead. Wamane 1, he's blinking onto point, but I think it's just stalling, not actually trying to hold it. And there we go. We're on second point with a really solid time bank SSG. Nice wall from Backbone, but that's not actually a nice wall. He misses the angle and out goes Vestola. Still really solid for SSG. They didn't need to use a single ultimate there. 5 ults for either side now. This is going to be a dogfight, Xavier.
It's going to be a big throwdown. Early wall comes out, but Hades de-peeks it with plenty of time. Form comes out, but I don't think Vetus really found it. He's actually been chunked as well. Rally, Blizzard used by Backbone, catches nothing. Orbital Ray and Blizzard in response. Backbone is stuck in the corner, still has Ice Block. Slightly later, Annihilation comes from Hadi, and here comes this Orbital Ray from Astro as well. It feels like the ults are slightly better. Bob on top as well now. They're going to try and turn on Vessler, the Rally, everything just running into him. Kev, Wamone, they're trying to help Vessler out, but they can't. And SSG, they win the 10 ult fight there. They just won the neutral as well, right? They got an early chunk onto Vessler. They force out a few of the ults. The Mei ults kind of get nothing from either side, and then just the later Annihilation, later Orbital Ray from Astro end up giving them the fighting power to get over the line. And now we see that Venture swap coming out from Wamone, but this map might be nearly over for ENCE.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think the main reason that SSG won that ult exchange, even if it's hard to see the micro of it, it's the fact that they were able to get those ults off second. It might be difficult to observe at times, but ultimately, just having that later ult value, it's so good. You get the final push, the final say. Hardy's in a lot of trouble, though, walled off by Kevster, but the trades are coming through. Sparker has this big angle up on the high ground with Funny Astro. Wamane 1 taken down. It's not over yet, but with no Ramatra, again, it's so difficult to close it out. Nice slow from Vestola, cutting Sparker's angle, but still uncontested on this high ground. He's doing so much work. Kevster looking for the angle, trying to take down Spark, but again, he's just beaming down on ENCE. The wall up onto the high ground, but Kevster doesn't know that you can't do that, so that's going to be a waste for them. And now Vestola, he's caught with his pants down. Hardy's back in the fight. Sparker has the bob. Use it, mate. Use your fucking ult. No ice block for Kevster. Wamane 1 in the backline. We see rally push coming through for the side of ENCE, but down goes Kellex. Down goes Wamane 1. Trade hits Sparker. The blizzard from Kevster catches absolutely nothing. And Hardy, he's got this angle behind. He's gonna... Oh, he has the form. He will be okay. The orbital ray healing him. Landon pops the rally, bashes Kev, takes him down. Blizzard catches Vestola as well. well, and that's going to be the map. That is really nice play from SpaceStation, just maintaining their position, even when there was a disadvantage, even when Hardy had been caught out. Sparker, Astro, they just maintained this high ground, and they just bore down on the side of ENCE for so long. Impossible to push through that.
So impressive as well. Now, you think how long that fight went on for, that very last fight, in terms of all the push and pull, and then still, even so deep into the fight, the awareness from SSG, they're ready for the Blizzard, they're ready for that raid, they disengage both of them mid-fight, and then all of a sudden, ENCE are just left with nothing. Ults get no value, SSG ready for everything that's coming up. They set themselves up beautifully, respond with a dominant King's Row, as we move on to Runa Sapi.
Yeah, oh god, Runa Sapi. I would love to see another push map, but the world is in love with Runa Sapi, man. You just can't get enough of the stuff. So here we have it, a little Kevs to highlight reel. Nothing new here, but you can see now the second ult's coming. Oh no, this was the wipe with the barrage. This is one of Main One's 15 barrage.
This is the attack, yeah.
It felt like ENCE wouldn't have even cracked the point if they didn't have all those rallies coming in. I mean, all those barrages coming in, to be honest. Because Main One, every time they got a footing, it was because Willie was opening it up with a barrage.
Yeah, I enjoyed. Yeah, here we go. Right on cue. Yeah, I actually think Farah is so good on this second point. I just don't know if the Tracer is just like, if this is the combo of DPS, you know, if it's just leaning too much into like this sort of flank style and hitting the backline, because then all Sparker does is he plays a few steps forward, a bit closer to his supports, and he should be still relatively safe.
Yeah, I mean, I think that ultimately the Tracer value in the neutral is pretty low, because you have this Brig Ash core, which can so easily just peel for Spark. You know, it's really difficult to find those kills on him as long as Spark has a high ground that he can play on. And I mean, King's Row, especially that first point, it's actually a very awkward point for the Tracer, very difficult to connect on targets. So I definitely think that, you know, maybe the Tracer could have been subbed out for something else, maybe a different like flex hero, something like the Ash, or even like an Echo, something like that. But ultimately, I'm sure there's a reason they're not playing that. I'm fucking clueless, and they are not. So you know, can't read too deeply into the words that I'm saying here. Nice second ults here from ENCE, where they win that ult exchange just by being a bit more patient, kiting out the ults of ENCE, and then pushing back in with their own.
Yeah, right. Good stuff. Seems like we're set up. All right, you slop it up.
Some slop. Yeah.
Oh, hey Crimzo. Yeah, Juno Brig. It's for meta, mate. It's for meta. I think like the main part of it is the Juno speed ring. You send your D.Va through that, and all of a sudden, playing loads of fucking heroes that aren't Brig and Juno become really hard. Really hard, because you just get obliterated by that timing. So as the meta sort of evolved, Juno and Brig has become like the safest backline, and then now you see a lot more Ram, because the Ram is actually so much better at pushing a Brig than a D.Va is. So I think that's kind of like the TLDR. Oh yeah, if also Crimzo, we're doing a research project, so we need your input. The question is, it's a simple question, but it's an important one. In a situation where it's you, it's the entire SSG team, and the SSG staff, and you've got to eat one of them to survive, right? A classic cannibal setup. So, which one of the SSG players or staff do you think would be the tastiest? Or which one would you eat first? You know, who would you go for? It's not a freaky ass question. Everyone's been asked Crimzo, you know, so it's just trying to get the public's gauge on it. Again, hypothetical. No one is actually going to get. I should clarify for legal terms. Not going to actually eat any of them. Not going to eat any of the players. How many times you got to put it up? We've got like an overwhelming number of responses. Now that's Cap Olivero. Lots of good British food. Lots of good British meat as well. Hold on, I feel like I need to turn my light on. Not Chris for sure. Name 3 good British foods. Easy. Breakfast. Like a English breakfast. then roast dinner as well. Can't beat a roast dinner. Yeah, fish and chips. Yeah, easy. Toad of a Hole is actually really good as well. Chicken tikka masala. What are you guys saying? You guys know like a full English breakfast? Have I lost some of the non-English people with that one? Patty is hard on the outside and soft on the inside type. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. You'll lose him when you describe black pudding. I might have lost him already. You call it Sunday dinner instead of roast dinner? Yeah, but you can eat it on days that aren't Sunday. Yeah, I like black pudding. Preds? Oh, good shout. Fuck. Let's choose outcome. SSG with the winners of that one. Oh, we're gonna have to do this one quick then. Actually, all right, let's do that. Let me do an ad break. I'm gonna go to the toilet quickly before this map starts as well. Yeah, to be fair, Crimso, the scene's moved on from your time, and we're now now significantly more cannibal interest than there was before. All right, let me go to the toilet though before this map starts. Oh.
Unlocks in 30 seconds.
Oh, just in time. Just in time. Let me close these Preds.
Closing the Preds. While Xavier closes the Preds, I will cast the game. Looks like SpaceStation have opened up with an early skill exchange. Similar matchup to what we saw before, but now Kai is in the lineup. Hit scan May instead. So now SpaceStation actually boxed up in this room. And this is bad news for them, because now they've got no space. It's going to be really easy for Kai to hit these big dynamites. Backbone gets the opening kill on Kevster, though. Even with less space, somehow the little wizard Backbone manages to hit some good icicles. And I mean, look at him. He's 30% ahead of Kev on ult charge, so clearly he was doing more damage in that neutral. Really good stuff coming out from Backbone. You can see Vestola has a huge lead on the Annihilation though. The Annihilation charge, so easy to build when you're punching a team stacked up in the choke, but SpaceStation, they are doing well. They are getting meters on the clock right now, and they're ahead on support ult charge. Big dynamite again from Sparker, so now he's continuing to build that ultimate. Nice wall from Backbone, actually blocks the dynamite, and SpaceStation's DPS, they're so far ahead on ult charge. Sky goes down first. This is a disaster for ENCE. They're actually completely crumbling here. Never able to block the cart, not even once. Kevster being walled off the cart as well, and that's going to be checkpoint conceded in a minute and a half. SpaceStation, it looked like they were losing a bit of space on the first fight, but they've managed to completely steamroll the cart all the way through to checkpoint and beyond without using a single ulti.
A bit of a gamble now from ENCE to try and contest from the high ground. Would have given them better position, but they lose the payload. Sky gets caught, and now we're getting onto the big ult segment of the fight. Blizzard early here actually onto Vessler. He's going to try and drop out of it. I think he does get out of it. He's taken a lot of damage, but is able to block out. The rally, though, bashes through it. SSG, they have to commit 2 to get the job done, but get the job done they will, and they will put more meters on the board here, but an expensive one, which now means they'll be keen for these late staggers because the more they get, the better it is, because they're going to have a big ult disadvantage in this next fight.
Yeah, look, I mean, ENCE, they're just having it stolen away from them, to be honest. SpaceStation, it's okay to take a 2-for-0 ult trade when you're getting 100 meters of push in 2.5 minutes. I think the ult economy, it's not the biggest deal when they're just continuing to roll things through. They're going with the first tempo again. Uppercut from the Bob catches Kellex, and Kellex, he can't do anything with this rally. He has to use it just to survive. Backing off, 1-for-1 exchange there. Vestola investing Annihilation now. He wants more. He's going deep. But again, he's losing the health trade so badly. He's getting dominated. Hardy pops the Annihilation, but Kev's uses a Blizzard, and that Blizzard has caught Hardy. But Astro, he's ready for it. He throws in the Orbital Ray, and finally we've seen a Ramatra survive getting frozen by a Blizzard. Vess is getting huge punch cleave in main though, and that's bad news for SSG. I say bad news because they lose the fight, but remember, at the onset of this fight, SpaceStation had 3 ultimates, ENCE have 5. Now, ENCE have 0, which means that SpaceStation, by the time they take a neutral fight up, they're all getting the close spawn. By the time they take a neutral fight up here at the center of the map, they are going to have first tempo ults again. Backbone, he has a second Blizzard. Landon, in a couple of seconds, he's going to have another rally as well. So this is easy cruising for SpaceStation.
Great opportunity now. They can take another neutral, look for that opportunity mid-fight. So hard for the Rams to avoid his Blizzard, so Vess, he has to be switched on, and now they're going to go for it. Vess, he's going to get walled. No escape for Vess. His form ends just at the worst possible time. Kellex tries to shield for him, but no saving him. A clean one and done, and now Kev, he's in the backline. He's trying to trade. He's looking for anything. Kai is there as well. They're coming in, but easy cleanup for SSG, and now a chance on the front foot once again. SSG, their other 4 ultimates are now up 2.
No ultimates. I mean, barely any meters at all conceded for SpaceStation. 0.59. I think that'll do, boys. SpaceStation, they're about to have all their ultis, but ENCE actually charged a lot in that fight. They're going to have everything to match here for SpaceStation, so it's going to be an even ult fight. But we've seen in these big ult trades, it seems as if SpaceStation is that little bit better with the exchange. Rally comes out from Landon, but you see ENCE, they blow all 3 ultimates at once, but the Blizzard, it's a wax museum, Xavier. Everyone is frozen in space and time. SpaceStation, they've completely lost that one by virtue of getting caught in Kev's Blizzard. Nice wall, nice catch with the freeze there for Kev, but again, ENCE, it was an expensive one. You can see the issues with their ult economy. They dump every ult all at once. Even though they win it, 3 ults for 0, and you can't afford to ult like that on push because they don't have a single meter on the clock. SpaceStation, they're going to come back in, contest the cart, basically no meters conceded once again, and now the ult advantage, it's all in SpaceStation's favor. Astro has that orbital ray. Kai goes first with the Bob, but doesn't uppercut anything. Hardy pops the Annihilation, takes down Kellex, blocks the cart again, and already we're looking at a 5v4. Astro feels forced to use that orbital ray, and that will take down Vestola. So again, 2-for-1 ult trade for SpaceStation. SSG might spend more, but look at the cart, man. It doesn't matter if they have to spend more, because until ENCE can actually start winning fights on SpaceStation's side of the map, they're completely doomed here for this push.
And SSG, it's just going to be rinse and repeat. Keep getting these positive ult trades, keep them on the back foot, so ENCE never have the gas, never have the firepower to actually take significant meters. Now SSG, oh, they hit the dink. Both of them, SSG DPS good for a headshot there. Kev gets eliminated. Now ENCE, they're forced to play slower. And we're actually going to Bob to keep going on to Vessler, forces the orbital ray out. Blizzard over top as well. Vess, they're trying to body block him in it. He will. Form expires. Vess, he just gets the shield up. He might be okay. He's still solo. No. Wall is good. Blizzard is good. SSG continue the onslaught here. And ENCE, they nearly have Annihilation. They're getting close to a Blizzard, but it feels so far away because Landon, he has this rally and he's ready to drop it. And this fight is for cap, Max.
I reckon Landon is going to go really aggressive with this rally here. No ultimates on the side of ENCE. They're actually going to play back for the choke. They would rather get the wipe here in the choke. They re-push with the rally. It was a bait. They were just trying to pull ENCE in. It might have come a little bit early, but Hardy, he's got Kellex on the ropes. Vess comes in with the Annihilation. He's getting massive punches again. Down goes Backbone. Down goes Landon, and that is going to be ENCE holding. Oh, jeez. The rally push from Landon, I think it came a little bit early. They tried to pull ENCE in, but they didn't get them all the way way up to the choke. They had to push back out into the open, and that was a really good response from ENCE. But again, no matter how much I can sing the praises of ENCE for staying alive, they don't have any meters on the clock. They've got nothing here.
3 minutes left is not a lot of time either, but this is probably their best chance they've had so far. They've got 3 ultimates in the board. Astro has the Ray soon, but ENCE should still be able to have the firepower to win this. Maybe start with Bob. If they respond with Ray, look for Kev's Blizzard. Might be an obvious plan. And then it's just going to be a slow neutral. Kev's actually swinging wide towards the Mega here while he's doing this. Dink from Kev doesn't find anything, and actually he just drops the Mayo onto Backbone. I guess no ice block, and the Maze meet on the top side of the map, and Kev gets the gap. A nice one and done, hopefully. They don't want to invest any more ults if they don't have to, ENCE here, but they could do with a couple more kills. And actually, Haddy, no, he drops the Annihilation. No ice block. Haddy, I don't think he can get more, but the Kev kill is big. The Bob comes through now, but SSG, they're already trying to take the back step of this. He's pushed up. He's gotten pinned in the back here, but SSG, they're clinging on, still having this orbital Ray, and they're just bleeding the ults out of ENCE here. Kellex has the Rally, but Rally into Ray is a difficult fight to take. Sky now has a Ray of his own, and Astro, he's kiting around, and SSG just trying to get Haddy out of this one here. Think he will be okay, getting the double pocket. And now, ring opportunity for Haddy to go aggressive. They're going to send him through. Backbone and Spark are coming from the other angle as well. Kellex will respond with that Rally now. Astro has the orbital Ray, but they just disengage it. They're just going to cheat the ult.
I mean, they cheated the ult, but they are allowing the cart to push. They're giving ENCE an opening by not matching out in main, by letting the cart continue to roll away. Spark pops out, though, throws out the Bob, and now the cart is being blocked. The Bob has gone super deep. Rally comes out for Landon as well. So SSG, they've invested a couple of ultimates into this one late on in the piece, but it looks like Vess actually popped the Annihilation too. So again, good looks for SpaceStation. 37 meters, that's not even close to a checkpoint cap. So ENCE, I mean, they're well and truly on the ropes. Spark is seemingly getting the better of Kai again and again in terms of the ult value. Bob fights have been consistently won by SpaceStation. ENCE, I don't think we've seen a lot from the Bobs.
No, not really at all. It feels like in general, SSG have just been so far ahead on the ult game, always just bleeding everything out of ENCE. ENCE have to work so hard to get ult value here. And now, orbital rays in hand for both Junos. SSG going to slow it down again. Torpedoes come out, don't catch all that much, but ENCE, they're low on time. We're under a minute. Orbital rays still available. Kai nearly has the Bob. They might just be waiting for that, but they've got to be ready for this Haddy Annihilation turn to come in. They're going to try and go now. Torpedoes over top, but SSG, oh, they actually lose. Finally, Kai, he finds the opening. He gets Sparker, and now, if they can get this one for free, if they can convert this advantage, it might be good, but look at Backbone. He's coming through. Annihilation push as well. Kev is in the back. He has the Pulse Bomb. Landon is in so much trouble. Now the Juno's weak as well. They get the fight, but look at that. Astro does not press the button, keeps hold of that orbital ray as we going to head into the final fight.
And we're heading into the final fight right now, but I think SSG, they might even be back in time to contest the checkpoint. The cart still has to roll up from mid. So honestly, SSG still in a reasonably strong position. They have great cart clearing ultimates as well. And ENCE, I mean, look, it's overtime. ENCE has to touch the point. Kev has the pulse bomb in the back. He's looking in from the side. I think SSG are just going to let this checkpoint go. And I mean, that's an opening for ENCE. Kev misses the pulse bomb, so that was a crucial key for them. Now, still the objective pressure oh so high. SSG haven't invested any ultimates yet. Backbone has no ice block, but Hardy in the neutral takes down 3 players. Unbelievable. They didn't even need ultimates to win that one. Before the orbital ray was even thrown out, before the blizzard came out, ENCE just crumbled. They lost that neutral again.
It's just so painful as well. It's such a difficult task ahead of ENCE in that final fight, but feels like Backbone Spark, they're just hitting slightly more shots at the moment. You combine that with a better ult game, and it feels like this series is now swinging massively in SSG's favor. We've seen so much of the mirror throughout this entire tournament so far. We're going to go to Saravata next, which really, I mean, we have to just expect more of the same, right? But right now, SSG are winning the mirror, and it feels like the gap is only getting bigger.
Yeah, I mean, ENCE on Lijiang Tower, it looked like they were struggling. I mean, they were just taking over with Wamain 1 on these flex DPS heroes. On King's Row, we saw flashes of it with the barrages on Pharah. But as we get deeper into the series, as it turns into more of just a ground tank mirror, Mei, Ashe, this is something that SSG, they're so comfortable with. And we know that ENCE's strength is not these Mei compositions. We saw it there at the end. Kevster swapping over to the Tracer, switching to Comfort, switching to his hardest carry hero, but it's just not the meta for it. It's something that's going to be so difficult for Kev to replicate on some of these later maps, because if you can't play the D.Va, if you can't get Kev on his carry heroes, you just wind up taking an ult game, and that is SSG's wheelhouse. That is where they are absolutely the strongest. So good looks for SSG here, ENCE perhaps on the back foot.
Yeah, just watching some of these ults again, but actually, it's such a classic SSG meta, right? Just big, heavy, brawly, all about ult layering, always about awareness of the next ult coming up. Can they disengage it? Can they cheat it? They just put ENCE in so many difficult situations. They couldn't even get close in the end, and big task ahead on the Saravasa.
Yeah, we'll be asking a lot of ENCE here on the Saravasa. There's a chance that they play the Ramatra here. I'm not entirely sure, because I mean, Saravasa, it's a map where Ram and D.Va are both viable. There are some points that favor the Ram, flat points with no high ground, but then there are other points where the D.Va is reasonably good, where there are lots of little high grounds that can be used. So I think if ENCE wants to have a chance in this series, it would be wise to try and lean into that D.Va a little bit more. I think if they keep taking this Ram ground tank mirror and they keep having to play the Mei all the time, it's going to be really difficult for them to get it done. But I think that overall, I mean, the balance of the meta, the balance of this patch, it just leans into SSG's favor that little bit. And I mean, we'll have to see if ENCE can pull anything back here, because now they're down 1-2.
Yeah, what I want to see actually is I want to see Wamone back in, and I want to see Venture again. I feel like that was their highest success. I think it's super strong in the meta, and I think it's also the sort of thing that SSG don't really want to mirror it. I think with Sparker in the lineup especially, they're just going to keep the Ashe in play, maybe Tracer if they really need it, but I don't think Tracer's as strong if he's not playing into like an Ana or an Ashe or some kind of clear target to get value out of here. So I think that's the look I'd like to see. Maybe, I guess the question becomes, is Saravasa any good a map for Venture? And maybe it probably feels worse than New Junk City, maybe a little bit too open in some of these situations, but ENCE need to change something, I think, to try and shift the momentum in this series.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's enough about next map. you know what it's time for. Oh, crack open a can, mate.
Cheers to that.
Yeah. Cheers to that.
All right. So on top, right on top here, SSG. They look back in their back in good form. Oh my god, are we going already? Jesus Christ. Chill out, will ya? Chill out. Let me clean my glasses and let's get ready for this. And it is Kai in, so no sign of Wamone, which means we're going to keep taking more of this same mirror, which might mean, or might spell the end for ENCE. So they've chosen not to change for lineup, they've chosen not to change for composition. So what they need to do is they need to try and fix some of the fights, they need to change for playstyle, they need to fix some of these ult exchanges. SSG disengaging so many of ENCE's ults. They're really ruining the value that ENCE want to get out of these things, and it's put them in such a difficult situation here throughout the series. So we'll have to see what they've changed, if they can find more success. Also, feels like Sparker and Backbone, they're just hitting stuff right now. They're causing real problems for ENCE, and they'll start on opposite sides of this Saravasa first point here, which means it's going to be a slow pokey fight, really. Just Sparker and Backbone fishing for opportunities. We'll maybe get a bit of a Ram trade on the point now. This point is so open. Now, normally what you see when you send the Ram in or a D.Va in through the Juno ring is they play a corner afterwards, but it's been quite hard to find corners on this first point because it's so open. So instead, both Rams just going to trade and then probably head back towards their own team. But it's Kai who finds the opening dink this time. A little bit quiet on Runa Sappy, but starts this one with a bang. Takes Backbone's head off, and that will lead to ENCE getting the first point. And now they push forward. They catch land and can't quite get out of this choke. They should be able to get all the cleanup kills here, or at least a significant part of them. And ENCE, Kai with the opening pick, starts them on the front foot.
Yeah, really solid for ENCE. If only I had seen it, but one can only assume, right? It looks like they are just going to lean back into the Ramatra. No D.Va in play, but I mean, if it works, it works. I do think that ENCE, even if they're going to be okay in these neutral fights, even if they have really good shooters, ultimately their downfall will be the ult game. That's where you lose on average here. And as soon as these first couple of fights are over, after maybe the first two, the ult gaming is going to start to reign supreme. Wall from Backbone, counter wall from Kevster. Hardy swinging on Vest. Kellick's getting a little bit low as well, but Orbital Ray comes out first from the side of ENCE. Looks like it's just going to be ult. It's not going to be completely Kaiser, because Funny Astro, going to get caught with his pants down. Typical Daniel gooning on the job. And now, Backbone, he actually invests the ice block. We're going to see more of a push. Hardy invests the annihilation. Oh no, Kev stole that mega from Hardy and down he goes as well. ENCE, they've won this one fair and square. Flip from Landon, it's not going to matter because as soon as this point is flipped, it's going to be over. There's no chance of a recontest for SSG. Landon just staggering himself out that little bit. Cops an overtime spawn for his trouble. But SpaceStation now, their ults are starting to come online. Double support ult, Bob, Blizzard. ENCE has a similar bank of ultimates, but broadly speaking, I feel that I back SSG in these ult trades. Here, we're going to see ENCE, they're going to get first positioning on the objective. It's a close flashpoint, and ENCE, because they cleaned up Landon so late, they get to take this space early on. So SpaceStation, they're playing retake here for the first fight. Slow from Vestola, blocked out by the shield of Hardy. Bob comes out from Kai. Kev's does Blizzard as well. This is classic ENCE, where they just dump ults early. And you see, the kite from SpaceStation, it was wonderful. Now Landon coming in with the second ult, the second rally, and down goes Vess. ENCE, they really need to tighten this up. They need to stop using their ultimates so tightly together, because if SpaceStation can just use one ult and kite, then straight away they edge out this advantage. They really need to do better here in the ult economy.
Bit of a ram gap, I think, there as well. You saw both rams make the aggressive move there. Vestler tries to disengage to a corner, but he actually trapped himself in a corner with no place to kite. So all of a sudden, Landon sees the timing, drops the rally, just finishes him off. Haddy was able to play his life much better there, keep the backline contained. And now, both support ults coming up for ENCE here, the rally and the orbital ray here. But SSG, they have two ults of their own, probably slightly weaker on balance here, but they have control of the point, so they can play it slow. They can just wall off onto Vestler, try and force the first ult out here from ENCE. Astro's going to drop the orbs in. Kellex will rally now in response. SSG going to choose the Ray as their response. Does overpower the rally, but Sky's going to respond with a Ray of his own here. So Spark still has this Bob. SSG just trying to wait all of these out. A later Bob comes through. Spark now looking for the big flank. Dynamite onto it. Can he find anything? No. Kai's going to re-peek him. Just get pushed back. They deal with the Bob. They still have control of a point here, SSG. They've committed awfully deep here onto this ENCE. Kellex is coming in. He bashes in looking for it. But could that be trouble? Haddy doesn't quite have form yet, so Kellex is okay. But he has annihilation. Haddy all over him there. The final ult comes through and they will clean this one up, equalize it 1-1. And it looked like there was maybe a bit of a timing there, and that's why Kellex tried to go for the play. No form timing on Haddy. Can they find the kill? Can they find the value? Ben in chat saying it's a Ben best bash, yeah. Gets punished for it in the end. Gets punished for it in the end. The annihilation cleans him up.
Ben, mate, I loved your performance on Little Ryan yesterday. I was very sad to see that you guys didn't play today because I was really looking forward to watching a little bit more Ben Best playing miniature Ryan. A real shame that you had to tap out today. Really letting me down, man. Either way, SSG, they've taken early positioning here on the objective. They have ultimates to hold this one. ENCE, if they can slow it down just a little bit more, they will have a big bank. Kai can contest the point with the Bob. Vess is also going to have the annihilation. In comes the Bob with the unlock, but Landon actually caught on the other side of the wall with this rally. Seems like a little bit of a rogue one from Landon, pushing him deep onto Kevster, so maybe not rogue. 1-for-1 trades. Blizzard from Kev hasn't caught anything, but Backbone's actually gone down after casting his own. Vestola pushing out now onto the objective. 4 versus 3. ENCE have the advantage, and as soon as Vess has walked up, you can see he has the form, he has the annihilation. SSG, they're just going to back off from this one.
A bit of a slight miscommunication from SSG. I think we talked about them being so good so far on these macro trades, but there it was actually Backbone walling off Landon. So Backbone wanted to wall and get out. Landon on the other side actually wanted to use the rally to trade back, and then it means Backbone doesn't have his wall for his Blizzard, doesn't get the value he wants out of that. ENCE now in control of this point. There's an orbital ray to kick us off from Astro. Spark's going to get immediately dinked as Sky responds to this one. So now ENCE, they have a player advantage. They can hold their space. They've got a perfect wall onto the Brig as well. Vestler's going to pop the annihilation, which feels a little bit heavy-handed in the end. So SSG just going to cop a quick reset because they have one more crack at this point.
Yeah, look, ENCE, I mean, they had that early advantage, that miracle pick from Kevster. Sparker down early, that's a huge deal. But ENCE still, they invested heavily ult-wise, and now SpaceStation, they have a really solid chance at a retake here. Only Kellex's rally to play with. Hardy soon to have an annihilation, and annihilation means that Kellex might have a little bit of difficulty getting value with the rally here. We need to see something from Sparker, though. He needs to get that Bob on the objective. Counter wall is massive. Forces out Vess's form early. Already health bars, super diminished for ENCE, and here's Spark with the flank, doesn't even use the Bob, and it's just going to be a cleanup. Kai investing the Bob 3v5, a little bit questionable there too, an unclutchable situation, and look at that, ENCE now, their ultimate bank has been bled dry, drained if you will, and SpaceStation, they are comfortable. They've got the Bob, Rally, Astra will have the orbital ray in no time at all, a huge lead now for SpaceStation.
A discipline gap there. You see Sparker. The call is made right now. They've got the fight. They're in control of it. Hattie's popping the Annihilation. So Spark holds onto his ult. Kai tries to clutch with his. Doesn't work out. And now SSG, they have the Bob. They nearly have the Rally for this final fight. A very difficult situation for ENCE in this next one. They need big value out of a Blizzard, or they need to play an even slower fight and just try and disengage. ENCE, listen in.
I'm chilling here. Peek.
Kite the first one.
That's a good kite from ENCE. Oh, the wall blocks the Bob as well.
Little up right. Yeah, it doesn't get anyone.
Spark gets caught though. This is looking like ENCE could. Oh, Kai! Kai comes alive, takes down 2. That's a really bad one for SSG, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, they invested so fucking heavily into that fight. Double support ultimate. Landon's Rally being kited out yet again. We've seen some really dodgy Rally fights coming out from Landon across the course of this series. Oni Astro's Orbital Ray, not terrible, but not really able to push with it because of Kev's Blizzard. Even though Kev's Blizzard didn't freeze everyone, it did manage to zone people off the point. Honestly, Kev kind of did it all now that I think about it. He blocked the Bob with his wall, and then he blocked the push with the Ray with his Blizzard. So not bad at all from Kevster, the May who could, you know, he might not secure kills, but he does get them the objective at the end of the day. Now ENCE have the lead, even ults for now, but ENCE is going to swing in their favor if the fight goes long. Looks like they're just posturing for this high ground right now, rotating out onto the point from the looks of it. Vest going main, trying to go for the touch, but no, it's a fake, Kevster not even going to touch the point, so I think SSG is just going to get this capped early on. Backbone gets the Blizzard on Vest, and Vest is going to be frozen up behind enemy lines. No saving Private Ryan references here, I'm afraid, as ENCE, they've fallen into the trap. Backbone with the discipline, holding high ground, manages to catch Vest unawares, and we're going to see a pause coming out. Chat hidden or someone DC? I think that's a DC one.
Everyone still looks in lobby, but yeah, chat wasn't said, so I guess someone did DC? I'm not sure. But actually, that last fight, really nice, right? We see SSG, they get the early high ground, then ENCE, they try and one-up, they try and outsmart them, they go to fake main, which forces Hattie to drop to point, then they rotate top, and the rotation's quicker for ENCE, so they get the high ground. But who's there waiting for him? Backbone with the Blizzard. Perfectly set up from SSG, they bait him into that one, they get the clean fight win after it. If it is a DC, apparently it was a Vest DC.
Oh. He fucking pulled the plug on his computer after getting caught out by Backbone's wall there. That makes sense. Wait,
let me do an ult check as well. Hold on. Vest had Annihilation too. That's a painful one.
Ah, goodness. Yesterday, the pause is coming after a solid minute of spamming P. Now it's coming before we even see anything in the chat. Yeah, no, the admins are now so ahead of the curve that they're letting the automated auto-pause system work for DCs. Vest losing ult is big. Yeah, it's a shame that you can't pop back into the lobby with your ultimate charge. If only there was a way to resolve that. Vest rejoining the lobby with 0% ult charge, and I mean, that is a fucking disaster for ENCE. A DC, and no way to resolve it because, you know, the game's only been out for 8 years, so there's no way to set people's ult charge in a custom game. Really unfortunate for the side of ENCE. Now SpaceStation, not only do they have that early cap, they have a free lead in ult economy, gifted by Vestola's dodgy Finnish internet.
They're going to have to try and do this one without Nat. They still have decent ults from this fight at least. That's for maybe silver lining of this. They're going to bob to force the point here. SSG, they have the Annihilation, but they're just going to play slow. Hattie will match the position on point, and able to D-peek for Bob, D-peek a lot of this aggression, and ENCE, they can't get rid of Hattie on this. Now they're going to drop for Rally. They want to keep bullying Hattie, but Hattie, he has the Annihilation. He won't be bullied. He can punch back. Now the Annihilation will be popped. He's looking for the backline, can't find it. ENCE do a pretty reasonable job kiting it. They've all kited out different doors now, so they have good angles for this repressure onto Hattie. Well played from ENCE. Now Backbone, though, making the aggressive move. Can he find the connect off a shot? Kai, Backbone, nobody in the UKC maybe seemingly able to hit a shot there. Orbital Ray onto point from Sky, and they do finally get the flip, but later Rally coming through from Landon, and that's for nail in the coffin. They demolish them with these later ults there, and they try to make the play. Landon bashes the entire lobby, and they clean it up. They win the big ult fight.
Really nice from SSG to be willing to concede the point there, to not dump ultimates into the cap, because they know they're up 99-0. So if they let the point flip, but they get to edge out a win in ult economy, I mean, then it works perfectly for them. Now on this final fight, though, only DPS ults online for SpaceStation, nothing defensive. We're still going to be asking a lot from Kevster, though, because only Kevster's Blizzard is available to ENCE right now. And the Annihilation from Vess, while that will be up eventually, it's a very difficult ultimate to execute into a Blizzard. We've seen Backbone getting lots of counter ults, catching out Vess. So it's going to be really difficult. It's going to be really difficult. Sparker has the Bob. The point will soon be unlocked, but the Blizzard actually comes out early from Backbone. Kevster answers back, so Vess should be totally fine here, but the point cap has not even been conceded. Bob has that, Sparker has that later Bob, and that will help SpaceStation actually close out, cap the objective. But things are still looking dicey for ENCE. They need to push back in. They need to get value with this Annihilation. You can see Vess pushing up without using anything, and he is able to put the shield up on the point, take some of this early space. Really good wall from Kev. Landon perhaps a little bit overextended, getting caught by the Annihilation. Kellex flails Backbone, takes him down, and SpaceStation, they're going to crumble. Really high ult value from the side of ENCE. SpaceStation, they used a Bob to cap the point. ENCE used their Annihilation to actually win the fight. The fact that SpaceStation couldn't clean up any kills when Sparky threw out the Bob, it looked good in the short term, but you see the consequences in the long term when the ults swing back in ENCE's favor.
A bit of an accidental misplay, I think. They was actually walled by... The Bob was walled by Backbone's wall, so it doesn't go as far as he wanted it. Maybe if it was able to go around the corner, they could have peeked a little bit more, threatened more of a stagger kill or a later kill there to bully back ends, but good retake, and now they're in control of a point. They have Rally, they have the Orbital Ray, but Haddy has this Annihilation advantage now. Has to be careful, though, because Kev is getting also close to this Blizzard. ENCE are looking good for ults as Haddy makes his aggressive move here. Has to be very wary that this Blizzard is coming up mid-fight. Annihilation will be popped. Bob will come out in response. Orbital Ray too, so they want to just try and chunk Haddy, but he's got that full block. He's got a defensive wall. Orbital Ray a lot later, but here's the Blizzard. How many can he get? It's Haddy, it's Sparker, it's Astro, it's massive from Kev. They've completely wiped him, and even with speedring, I think there's no recontest. It's just over.
they're not even going to respawn by the time they're back together at this rate. Unbelievable Blizzard there from Kev to close things out. Kev so far ahead of Backbone on Blizzard charge. Bacchus was only at about 60%. When Blizzards were exchanged, they did it at the exact same time. So Kevster, he built 40% more of the ultimate in such a short period of time. That's a Kev gap if ever I've seen one. And this one is going the distance, Xavier. All the fears that we had from maps 2 and 3, where SSG, they were looking in control. I mean, they've dissipated. ENCE were able to win that one with a DC, with Vestola losing an ultimate. So forget ult economy. ENCE have clearly tightened things up a little bit, and now they can win with forced deficits due to Finnish internet. This is Finnish, right?
Yep, correct. Yeah, very much Finnish.
Thank God for that. All right.
You're slopping?
Yeah, I'm slopping, mate. Fuck off.
So interesting, right? We talked at the start of the map about maybe do we need hero swaps, do we need comp swaps, do they need to go for a more aggressive pivot because they were losing that mirror matchup so hard, but they actually just tighten up the ult game there. And I think really in terms of all the Overwatch we've seen, I know a certain coach might tell you can't see the level of Overwatch, but honestly I think we're actually watching some really high level stuff here in terms of the disengaging. The macro understanding from both teams feels really high. You see there, especially in the Stir of Asa, I think they were so aware of all the different ult layers on both sides here. We're seeing counter plays and trying to do things to bait out mistakes and setting elaborate traps like we saw on the Fountain, you know, where they bait him to point just to force him back the other way as well. And it's working out into like a really high level game from both teams here. And I think fitting that it was just a good macro play in the end. Kev's are ready for that Orbital Ray turning. There's so much push and pull in these layers. Really complicated set of things are going to happen in every fight with how quickly all these ults are pushing, or how quickly all these ults are coming up. So it's really important all of these players have a clear understanding. There's that 5-man bash from Landon. Bam! Waiting for him around the corner. But we're seeing There's so many complicated things with all these ults in play for teams to be aware of throughout the entire fight. And one mistake or one person being on the wrong page or just one wrong track on the ult or not being ready for a certain thing can just catch them here. And you see they all get caught by that blizzard right there. I guess they didn't have ring. They didn't have a way out of it. And now we're going to go to Junkertown, which is... Ooh, right, it's a bit of a weird one now. The last two maps we saw, the Runasapi, the Suravasa, these are very straightforward maps in the sense that you can just play the mirror, they're relatively flat, and there's a few high grounds here and there to utilize, but for the most part, it's just a full pull and push, macro-based, who can play the better macro-type map. Now we're going on to Junkertown. This is a very different type of map. The first point is colossal, the second point, the third point, there's loads of high grounds. So suddenly something like D.Va becomes more viable. We've seen teams run Widow here previously as well. So will the teams lean into the Widow? Will they lean into the Tracer version instead to deal with the Widow? Will they just match the Widow? A lot of complicated, well, not complicated, but a lot of difficult decisions to make, right? Do teams play the D.Va instead to try and shut down this Widow? Do they opt for a slightly different version? After that last one, I mean, that Suravasa was so close. It really feels like, both teams are actually probably pretty confident in taking the mirror and thinking, yeah, we can just do slightly better on a couple of these macro fights, and we win. And ENCE obviously literally did win, so maybe they just handshake it, just play the full mirror anyway. But big calls to be made here. This is the upper bracket final, of course, right? So winner of this will go straight through to tomorrow, sitting there waiting for grand final. The loser will have to run through the gauntlet of the lower bracket. We'll go into that lower bracket final, and we'll play the winner of the game we're going to see after this, which is obviously it's VP versus Aoma. Which is, of course, a rematch, right? A rematch of that 5-map banger we got in the opening upper bracket quarterfinal. So, good games on the horizon, but right now we're being treated, absolutely treated to an ENCE SSG Classic. It's same page, Mila. Is this the EMEA El Clasico? At this point, it is. At this point, it is. We were deprived of it a little bit. How were the NA games yesterday? They were alright. They were alright. Scrappy, ugly Overwatch at times. A little bit weird as well, just because in North America, Juno's still banned. So we're seeing a very different set of comps, a bit of a throwback to everything previously. Why are none of the top NA teams playing this season? I think a lot of it will just be it's not the reward isn't worth the time commitment for a lot of them. Because there were some clashes with Esports World Cup as well, so I think they were not that interested and wanted to either take a break or just didn't want to have a clash and be overlap, you know? Like, the prize money is really relatively small for FACEIT this season, you know? For Season 2. Why is Juno banned in NA? It was banned by default. So it was banned by default, but the EMEA players, I think it was Haddy was the starter of the revolution, asked if they could have it enabled, and FACEIT said yes if all the teams agree. Then all of EMEA eventually agreed. ENCE took their time, but they eventually agreed. But then NA didn't make the same campaign, and they weren't offered it after EMEA asked for it. So NA just trundling along, living in the past.
I wouldn't want to be stuck in the past, mate. That's what I do between matches. Get caught up in the past. Not the place to be, let me tell you. All right. Same old matchup here, but Backbone on Pharah for the close hold? Maybe not. No, he is going to be sticking this for the close hold, poking them out early on. I like this pick here. It probably doesn't have legs for the duration of the map, but for as long as Kai's angle is constrained, and that is basic... Oh, no, okay, Kai's angle is not constrained because Backbone is in fact dead in spawn to Kai on the Widowmaker. This is Kai's signature pick. This is his strongest hero. Like I was saying, it is not his strongest hero. Sparker wins that Widow duel off rip. Looks like there was a shield up in main. I think that was a shield for from Hardy, but I could be tripping here. But yeah, like I was saying, classic Sparker Widow diffing Kai situation. Many such cases. They're Stola kiting out now. We actually see Backbone getting caught out. No ice block inside, but he should be fine to get away. They break a hole in the wall, and that is just no issue whatsoever.
Vessler now trying to hit Backbone with a form outside that ice block time, but can't find anything. Widows are both back in play here. Kai swinging for an aggressive angle. Does Heat Astro right just at the right time, takes his head off, and now a huge advantage for ENCE to hold on to this. Kai has to be careful, a little bit low. We'll just be looking to finish off Backbone after this ice block. Doesn't land for shot, but Backbone in a whole lot of trouble. Slow on top of him. Kev will finish that one. And Kai finds the opening pick. And Sparker's going to be forced to get on out of there. And SSG, they'll have to go again.
Yeah. Kai, really nice flank there, not playing the safe distant angle, instead taking a little bit of risk, and with that risk came a huge reward. Shutting out the Juno, that completely wrecks the push from SpaceStation. And now, I mean, already 2 minutes bled off the clock and the cart has not moved very far at all, Xavier. Sparker has the walls and Kai doesn't have any to match, so out comes the walls, and now Kai, he has to play extremely defensively. Safe angles, you can see Sparker, he's actually pushing for the kill on Kai right now, but Kai, he's got eyes in the back of his head. He knows what's happening. He repositions. He knows Sparker's angle now. He sold his position by shooting, marked by the team in main. In main, though, SpaceStation are investing heaps of ultimates. A Blizzard comes out from Backbone, catches nothing, and Annihilation also comes and goes from Hardy, and Landon goes down after Funny Astro uses the orbital ray. This is a disaster for SpaceStation. Kellex pops the rally over, pushing Hardy and Spawn from the looks of things. Kellex went walkabout for a second there, and SpaceStation, they invested so heavily into that fight. 4 ultimates to not win it. Now ENCE, they have a little bit of an ult advantage, the Blizzard and the Annihilation. So things are not looking great for SpaceStation anymore, Xavier.
It's really difficult because the rally, wow, a good ult to push with. Not if you have to push into an Annihilation and a Blizzard. So many ults that can counter out this rally. So if there's a time for Sparky to step up, find an opening pick for his team in a crucial moment, now is the time. They need something here, SSG, because it's a very difficult situation. That'll do it. I guess just magic pick. I wasn't thinking the Ram, but the Ram will do, so no Annihilation to be used. And now ENCE have to be careful here not to get staggered out because that payload's moving. Kev's going to Blizzard now. Haddy will just about get frozen, but I don't know if they have the follow-up. Rally comes through from Landon Bash onto Kellex, looking for it. Oh, Vessler's coming back with this Annihilation as well. Kai will be the one getting onto point. Hits the headshot onto Sparker. He does get focused down, but Vessler's back. Kev's just anchoring the point, and now here comes that Annihilation from Vessler. 40 seconds left on the clock. Landon will get cleaned up. Haddy and Backbone, they'll get cleaned up as well. And huge effort from Kai there to set that one up. Good Blizzard from Kev as well. And despite getting the perfect open pick from Sparker, they're still held 25 centimeters and 25 seconds left for SSG to make this work.
Disgusting shots coming out from Kai. Even though Sparker might have won the first Widow duel, it has been the Kai show ever since. Game-winning picks, taking down Astro, taking down Spark. Ridiculous flick shot after hooking onto the cart to contest from Kai at the end there. And now, SpaceStation, their backs are to the wall. 5 seconds to touch the point. They need to break through this wall, and it's broken slowly. The touch is scuffed. Hardy, he's lost all of his health running it in. He has the Annihilation. Blizzard comes out from Backbone on the cart, but all that's done. Oh, it's actually taking down Vest through the wall. Kevster counter Blizzard onto Hardy. Hardy will go down here, I'd have to imagine. But 4 versus 4, it's not over yet. Kellex pops the rally. Widow duel happening here, but Kellex is actually chasing down Spark. Orbital Ray comes out from Sky on cart. Landon trades on Kev. It's even. Landon has the rally, but he needs to stay alive. Astro taken down by Kai again. He was 92 on Ray. And that's going to be the death of SSG. Kai, when it matters most, he comes alive. He gets every crucial kill again and again. Sparker only able to win that duel while standing in spawn. Afterwards, it's just the Kai show, picking Astro 3 separate occasions, and in that final fight when he's 90% on the orbital ray, that seals the deal for ENCE.
I was so crucial as well, because even when Landon pops that rally, it's like, oh, they're going to win the dogfight. And for a bit, I was a little bit curious, like, Kellex is really, here we go, just nails for shots time after time, and as soon as that rally goes down, that's the clutch potential going as well. Vest was actually back on Diva as well, and now what a performance from Kai. What an important thing, what an important hold to get, and now all of a sudden in this crucial map 5, ENCE, an unbelievable opportunity to take this series from SSG.
ENCE, I mean, they've stolen it away. SpaceStation, they really look like they were in the driver's seat in this Ram mirror. But dropping that Suravasa, it was everything for SpaceStation. They needed to win that Suravasa because now they go over to this Chunker town, and it's just the Kai show. It's a map where Kai's absolute skill expression is, it's, you know, unmatched. He's just time and time again won them fights where no matter what is happening in the neutral, Kai is there with solo kills, and you don't see that. Unbelievable.
all of a sudden as well, such a huge time bank to work with here. Kev's just going to start on the Sombra here. I don't know if he's just... Is he just going to go play and assassinate Spark, ping him for Kai to take the Jewel as well? Seems like that's the play, so we're just going to try and take the Widow out of this. SSG should realize they can only see 1 DPS, and right about now they'll be able to press tab as well. But Sparker, he's already forced out into the open here. They go and deal with Kev behind. Remember, Sombra's TP not as big as it used to be, so Kev will hack the Mega. Keep playing behind. He's got eyes on Sparker, so Sparker, he's had to push forward here. Misses for Virus by a country mile. Kev will have to regroup, and at a certain point here, I mean, he will get an EMP eventually, right? Which will be just a good tool to win first. And until then, just keep harassing this Widow. Vessla's walks in the meantime, just ran him over, and they will get a recontest here, but a very difficult situation. SSG, no more room for error.
I mean, that's an obscene one for SpaceStation because Kev, he was invisible for most of that fight. That was essentially a 4 versus 5 that ENCE have won there. And now, look, Spark, he's made the swap over to the Tracer. He's feeling the pressure of that Sombra. He feels that he can't post up on an angle anymore. And now he's just going to get off Widow entirely. So now, I mean, look, this is great defensive positioning for SpaceStation, but without a Widow to hold down that long sightline, with Sparker on Tracer, we're really asking a lot from him. He needs to shut down Kai, and I'm not sure whether he has the chops on Tracer to do it.
Annihilation and EMP and Orbital Ray all coming up soon for ENCE, so it's only going to get harder. And there is that Annihilation. EMP coming soon. Kai's going to finish off Sparker, so now Kai is going to be uncontested. Vessler, he's walked over Landon. The EMP is up soon. Backbone with the Blizzard, but it needs to be gigantic. EMP cancels the Blizzard, of course, as well. So there's just no hope. They won the first fight. They got all their ultimates first. It's going to be Astro to touch last, but that's just it. ENCE, smash them on Junkertown.
Yeah, I mean, look, ENCE at the end of the day, their DPS, they just came in so clutch. It was looking like SSG had all the cards early on, but as we got later into the series, Kevster 40% May gapping Backbone for the final fight of Suravasa, making a game-winning play with the Blizzard, all off the back of those unreal mechanics. And then again on Junkertown, a massive Widow gap, a Widow chasm, as Sparker essentially finding no value in the neutral, barely any kills for Spark on the defensive Widow. And then Kai, in contrast, he did it all. He found kill after kill after kill, turning fights with these magic picks. So really, unreal performance from the DPS of ENCE.
Really stepping up when they needed it as well. I think after that Runa Sappy finished and we were at the halfway point of the series, it really felt like SSG was just ahead in everything, right? Kai had a quiet map. Sparker and Backbone were hitting everything. The macro seemed so far ahead from SSG, but ENCE have done such a miraculous job to recover. Their players hitting their stride, as well as also a lot of those fights on Suravasa weren't just pop-off moments or someone going into a crazy carry. They were like macro fights win. They managed to fix a lot of the problems they were having in the ult game, put in a much better performance. And once that Suravasa turn, I mean, I feel like SSG going to Junkertown, it always seems to end in disaster. I feel like it's such a hit and miss map for them sometimes. And again, they lose to ENCE on it. And ENCE find themselves in the upper bracket, which means SSG down into that lower bracket final, and they will be playing the winner of our next game, which is a rematch between Virtus Pro and Ioma from day one.
Oh, okay, at least we get to finish on a quick one. Exclamation mark. Title. VP. Lovely. All right, back to flicker gooning. I'll see you whenever the match starts.
Yep. All right, let me update my title as well. Virtus Pro versus Ioma. Other Predstone as well. Choose outcome. Anyone get all 5 predictions right? Anyone smart enough for that one? Yeah, I mean, for those who missed the action yesterday, Ioma and Virtus Pro, they did play in the upper bracket quarterfinal, the opening game for both teams. And it was a 3-2. It was a big old dogfight there. Virtus Pro really given a run for their money in that one. Theomatic looking a lot more comfortable on the Ramatra as opposed to the Winston. And it feels like a pretty good meta for Ioma here, so not straightforward at all for old VP. Yeah, go on, Rajara. You've got one more in you, mate. You can beat Ioma again, surely. So they've got some Koreans. You've got Sauna swapping to Tracer in map 5. I'm sure Sauna will redeem himself today. Oh, and there's that shot from Kai again. Actually, map winning. Do you know why so little Diva today? It ended up working out for ENCE, but after in a Sapper, you'd thought they'd want to play Diva. I think into the Brig, the Ram is just better. I think, like, if you look at the way the meta has worked out, the way the meta has worked out in Korea, it's very much the same theory. Is that you don't play Diva in the mirror. You play Diva if they're trying to run an Ana. You play Diva if they're trying to run maybe a hit scan, but mostly the Ana. And then it takes the Ana out of the game. And once we are in the mirror, the Ramattra is so much better at punishing the Brig, and it's just way better in this sort of brawly, long, big ult fight, and the Annihilation, so much more value than the self-destruct, or at least so much more value consistently than the self-destruct. So I think Ram's always been the meta. It's just how to say it? The Diva is the reason Ram is the meta, if that makes sense. The Ram is best in the mirror, but the Diva is the reason you can't play anything else, if that makes sense. So, like, even though Diva is sort of meta because she stops anything else being played, once you force everyone onto these heroes, onto the Brig, onto the Juno, onto the Mei, onto the Venture, onto the Ashe or whatever, then the Ramattra actually just becomes really powerful in the mirror. Why does it say VP versus Aoma? Because that's the game. Is it not? Or am I a client? Am I a client or is chat a client? Nope. Not a client. I did it. Nice team. Yeah, and that's the next game. That's the lower bracket semi-final, I want to say. Yeah, that's a good way of saying it, AFK. The current Brig Mei stuff is designed to hard counter the Diva. But the second you swap off it, the Diva becomes really available. Yeah, next game. Yeah, it's an armor bug. I don't know the details. Cheers, Bob. Cheers. So yeah, I don't know the exact details of the armor bug or the numbers, but it's just they're getting way more armor reduction than they should be doing, which is why the Ramattra feels just like outrageously tanky in a lot of these. Oh, wait, maybe wild. His form armor gives 50% damage reduction instead of minus 10 damage per shot. Okay, there we go. Yeah, to be fair, the numbers aren't super important, other than the fact that the numbers are way more than they should be. Yeah. There's one more game for EMEA today. Then we're going to have 3 North America games, and then the lower bracket final and upper bracket final, the lower bracket final and the grand final for both EMEA and North America, they'll be happening tomorrow. Starting around the same time. So 1 more EMEA game today, 3 more NA games, and then lower bracket finals, grand finals for both regions tomorrow. Oh, do I have time? Yeah, 2-minute break. All right, is it cheesecake time? Is it too early? Let me search my soul for the answer to this one. No, it's not too early. I'm gonna get some cheesecake. Yeah. I did some soul searching. Is it ever too early? True. I'm gonna get some cheesecake. I'll throw it to a break. Are any of my mods here? Do any of my mods actually do anything? I'll do it. I'll put the Preds up for the next game. Virtus Pro against Aoma. This was an absolute 3-2 banger last time, so hopefully we'll treat it to more of the same. I'll run an ad. You saw after rugby? Did you win, Coleman? Wait, pre-cheesecake rugby update. Did you win? I have a story for you. Do you want to come tell me the story when I'm back from getting the cheesecake? You scored the winner? Fuck. Penturk seconds on top. Hold on, let me grab a cheesecake then. Hold on. Whoa. Right, let me remember to press the ad button as well. Be right back. I'm back. Oh. You want to do it, Common? I reckon we've got time.
Am I popping in here?
Evening.
You right?
Yeah, go on then. You're good. So you won. Talk me through it.
Just gonna preface, it was such a low standard of rugby, such a derby game. They were such miserable, horrible cunts, and we got, you know, our team skews to very young, or like me, quite old. So the first 75 minutes is really, really low quality rugby, and so they hadn't scored any tries. We'd scored one and a penalty. Our captain had gone off earlier, so I'm captain, and so with about 5 minutes to go, the referees walked them up the pitch, and they've kicked for a penalty, missed it. We've taken it back in field, kicked it down, and they've like turned it over. The referee's given them a penalty in the exact same place they've missed. So their lads had 2 goes at it, and he gets it this one. So that takes them 12-10 ahead. So we're kicking back to them. Right then. So we kick it quite deep because we want to play rugby down at their end. You need to start casting this game because I can chin off if you want, mate. This is about a 5-minute story, I reckon.
Oh, really? All right. Ooh, do you want to treat this as a preview then? And we'll give a second half, yeah.
So, we're kicking to them after they've just scored a penalty with 5 minutes to go. And you just let me know when you need me. I'll be back later.
I will. All right, mate. All right, a little bit of a preview there. The stage has been set. Coleman's he's gonna be my best man at my wedding. Known Coleman from back in TF2 times. And he's a Penturk 2 legend. So, we're now kicking this one off. Virtus Pro against Aoma. Let me crank this game volume as well. And it will be Echo May coming out against the Echo Farah here. So maybe Aoma with a bit of a read on what comp to expect. Cloud going to take down Donghun immediately, though. So while we're in the skies, keep an eye on Top Dragon. It wasn't Sauna doing all the damage. It was just dying in the front. And Virtus Pro off to a flying start.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, Top Dragon playing the Echo and Control Center. I mean, there are angles that he can take. He can float above. He can play the coast, but it's not a great map for Echo overall. This is one of his strongest DPS heroes, so I suppose they're trying to lean into his carry potential on it. I remember last time we saw this matchup, Kanail was very consistently getting caught out by Theomatic. Theo coming into his own by just running down backliners again and again. Maybe Kanail has worked on that a little bit and figured out spacing. Looks like Virtus Pro are just going to re-engage off their May wall here and just take out Donghun straight away. 2 fights in a row, Donghun caught out very early. 35% on the rally with 35% capture on the point. That is atrocious. True zero value. Just a first pick bandit missing out on all of the important fights. And now Virtus Pro, they have such a healthy ult bank. They've got the Nano Barrage coming up shortly, which is an almost uncounterable combination with the comp that AOMA has right now. So honestly, not a great look for them at all. Really on the back foot off rip.
And it seems like as well, it's really the Anno we saw having the big problems, right? But now Donghun having the bigger problems for now, which means they're going to be desperately short of that ult in this next one. They can send in a Nano Ramatra next one. They're walking up now, looking for the opportunity. Sauna is so aggressive, actually. It's a Nano Barrage, actually, but Sauna a little bit far back, doesn't find all that much value, does manage to survive at least, forces out the Orbital Ray. Gala with a much later Ray coming back now. Can they find the value out of this? Aoma, they're quite far back already. Defensive. Wall comes out, but Rajaro, he has the Annihilation as well. And there's that ult difference. Theomatic, Donghun, they don't have their ults yet. That allows Virtus Pro to win this one. They use most of the bank near Virtus Pro, but they are in a great situation. It's going to be a desperate touch in all of this. They have to try and walk through in this blizzard as well. Aoma, they nearly have these ults, but it might be too little too late.
Ah, jeez. Yeah, I mean, too little too late is the name of the game with these guys. Theomatic, I don't think they can... Oh, they do get the touch. Top Dragon sneaks around the back. Top Dragon on top. But now Theomatic with a blizzard in the face. Looks like he is going to juke that one. But AOMA, their ults are coming online a little bit too late. Even though Donghun gets a kill with the rally, they're so disadvantaged in the fight that, I mean, it's not... Even a miracle couldn't save these people. It's just over. Theomatic might run down Galar, but there's no staying power. There's no players left. AOMA folding here on Control Center, 100-0.
a complete wipe, just could never recover from that at any point here. And I'm not sure about the Echo pick. I feel like it does match up nicely into the Pharah, but I don't know if in reality, because this is such a slow and brawly matchup, really, that for the most part, Sauna's just raw damage output is way more used than the Echo in these situations. So looks like they're, at least for now, potentially leaning into the same thing. And Kaneo will be speeding out of spawn, I presume, here. We'll see if he goes Ana or Brig. I do feel like the Ana does match up quite nicely with the Ram. If you can just avoid those engages, you have those counterplay opportunities with your cooldowns. And to be fair, he wasn't really tested in that first one on Control Center, so we'll see if he opts into more of it here.
Yeah, certainly an absence of testing taking place. Maybe here we will see more from AOMA. Maybe we will see Theomatic able to close that gap onto Kaneo. But from the looks of things, they're actually just going to rotate around to the back of the point. And from the back, it's going to be very difficult for Theo to ever close the gap onto Kaneo. Kaneo can very easily play back of main, away from the wall angles, and so far away that Theo will never be able to get that push off. Top Dragon sticking the Echo as well. I think Echo probably weaker than the Fari here, unless he's able to do something truly heroic. Ice Block used by Avo extremely early. You can see this is night and day from SSG's hold on the objective. When SSG holds the point, they play so far forward. They really stop the enemy from posturing up. But here with AOMA, they're just all up the back. They're too far away. They're not holding the chokes. So Virtus Pro, they can step up onto the point almost completely uncontested and just keep on poking, keep on applying that pressure. Top Dragon has lived, Top Dragon, sorry, because he is on top, but Top Dragon, he has lived here up on the high ground. But I mean, what are they going to be able to do with this? Can he catch a kill on the Juno? It appears that the Juno has snapped his ankles, snuck away, and now he's dueling Galar up in the air. He needs this finish. Galar, you stupid bastard. Why are you 1v1ing an Echo that still has most of their skills available? Unreal stuff there. Galar trusting his aim and being severely let down by his mechanics. Top Dragon just lining up a free retake here. W Orange, Daniel, thank you very much. Top Dragon really just opening up the point for his team, but still, it's a question of will this be enough? Probably not, as he swings comically wide and gets shot out of the air by Kanale and Galar together. Avo has also gone down to Sauna somehow, and it looks like there's just no resistance whatsoever for AOMA. They die in no time, and that's going to be a free retake, no ults invested, and AOMA once again fighting an uphill battle.
There seems to be some kind of sale on retakes right now, because incredible deals available for both Virtus Pro and Aoma on both of these situations, which means we've not seen a single ult so far. Both teams coming up to all of them. Donghun, again, slightly slow on all of this. Virtus Pro, I have that nano engaged timing. Could be used on the Ramatra, could be used on the Pharah like it was last time here. I think if I'm Aoma, I want to actually swing through this right-hand side. Try and force Kanale to the back of a point if we can. Put him into a difficult situation. And Top Dragon's done it again. Gala, stop taking the jewel. Top Dragon's going to start forcing point, and it's going to be another free retake. There is a Nano Pharah in the front of them, so Aoma are contained, but they've lost the point here, Virtus Pro. They're now going to turn back onto Top Dragon. Top Dragon has the copy, though. Will kill Cloud, will ice block the barrage. Top Dragon is just sending Virtus Pro for a loop right now. He's on the backline. He does get forced out of it, but he's going to take down Kanale, and Top Dragon, he's just 1v5 in him at this point. Gala, one more time. One more duel. Grow up, Gala.
He truly is a one-man army. It's in the team name. It's actually, the reason that they named this roster a one-man army, it was an homage to their Echo player here, who has to single-handedly kill every member of Virtus Pro again and again and again for them to have any chance of winning the goddamn game. Top Dragon now really proving that he was worth the import slot, even if Donghun has been completely incapable of demonstrating the same for himself. AOMA now, they have a really comfortable bank of ultimates to play with. Top Dragon dueling two up on the high ground. Blizzard from Avo. It appears that both Blizzards have been mirrored. Avo goes down, Alpha, Top Dragon all taken out. So AOMA, it looks like they've really lost this ult trade. And not only have they lost players in this trade, they've lost every single ultimate that they had. They're 81% on the cap somehow. It feels like they've barely been in control of the point, but it does actually appear that they are in last fight territory for the in control team. Virtus Pro though, good grief. They've just had so many easy retakes. AOMA can't hold this point to save their lives.
Gala is marking coast. Top Dragon is on coast.
God,
I've seen this one before. It surely can't happen again. Top Dragon actually going to fake it out. Kanale's leaned a lot more towards point this time, so you can see Virtus Pro a little bit more cautious this time. Top Dragon's just going to try and focus the front line instead. Walking forward. Top Dragon just trying to bait space for his team. Rajaro has gone aggressive, has to pop that Annihilation, but a little bit hamstrung out here. And Top Dragon can move back towards point, but again, Kaneo is playing a little bit closer here. Look how much they've brought reinforcements this time, but Gala, he's still losing it. Crucial sleep from Kaneo saves Gala's life, kills for Copy as well. Now the bomb will be invested by Sauna to keep holding on to this. The nade connects as well, so Kaneo gets the trade out of that one, and I think Virtus Pro, despite several top Dragon-related disasters, will be taking this first map 2-0.
Oh, it was such a close one there. Top Dragon, he was putting in the work. Even at the end there, he very nearly killed Galar one last time, but he escaped on just a sliver of HP. That Copy not getting the value that it needed to close it out. But, I mean, just such a slim margin of error. And this guy, nobody is able to mark him over on the coast. I think the answer is to try and 2v1 him up on the back high ground. To trust your Juno to do that solo, it's too difficult because you can't win the poke fight. You can't get high up into the sky. And anytime Top Dragon gets low, he just flies up onto the roofs far above everyone else and waits for the passive to heal him up.
Worked out beautifully for him in the end. They did make the adaptation. They got Kaneo there and he clutches it for them. But Virtus Pro, given some problems by this Echo actually. And to be fair, the value the Echo got there was less about the Echo in the actual matchup and maybe more of a point-specific thing where he can keep forcing the objective and Virtus Pro don't quite have the right response to it. So I'll be interested to see if they do more of it. It did at least seem to push Sauna over onto the Ashe, which I don't know if that's what they want ultimately, because obviously they have Avo on the Mei, so I'm not sure would Top Dragon just play Tracer or something into this. So we'll see what they do on the next map, because that felt maybe more of a Lijiang specific type thing.
Yeah, there's a reasonable chance for that. I think I'm just gonna go like slot max right now. Fuck around with my Nightbot a little bit too. So we'll see.
All right.
Thank you so much, Muesli. That's clutch.
All right. How long do you think we have? Oh wait, I need to do the Preds as well before I forget. Fuck.
Yeah, nice. Smack your Preds out. Juby's been missing in action, eh?
Yeah, I have so many mods, but no one to do the Pred. Doing it all myself, you know?
Yeah, I've got so many mods, but it's like literally 100% pro players that will never do anything helpful.
Yeah, I've got, you know, some of the heavy hitters. I got Kai and Cow, who have not really used any of their modding power for much more than funny stuff and status symbol. Thanks, Algos.
EZ4
Oh, Trash Panda's here. Finally, somebody's turned up to work. They're in the business. Icon World next map. Coleman is more of a cultural leader than like a, you know, a workman. It's probably because you don't pay him. Have paid him. Have paid him. Maybe I should stop paying him. Maybe that's the answer. Good point. Well thought, user. Not you, to be fair. Yeah, Lady Trash Panda hasn't been paid yet. Channel points? It's not in channel points. Give me the money, then stop. These are also not the correct results at all. I mean, the results are correct. They're not necessarily the most relevant results. But they are the correct results. What did you want? The results command to tell you the most recent results? These are just a smorgasbord of slightly unrelated results, as it looks like we are going into Icon World. But yeah, if you want the score update, it was a free 2-2 ENCE. Actually, a super high level series, I think. If you did miss it live, heavily recommend going back to watch that one. But like we saw a really high level from both teams in that situation, or in that kind of like Juno Brig Ram mirror. And then the first game was, the first game was kind of entertaining, but really not the same standard of play. Obviously, no disrespect to EXO and VP on that one. The codes for these games, I don't think so. No, they're not updating the spreadsheet, so I don't think the codes will be made public, which is a bit of a shame, really. I don't know why they stopped doing that. I guess idleness. Yeah, 40 seconds if you want to get the Preds in. They'll close at, I say 40 seconds. It's more like 20 seconds. But yeah, get your Preds in. I can Walt here. Looks like Sauna, considering starting the Farah again. Top Dragon, he is on that Echo. So he wants to keep it going. Maybe anticipates more Farah to come out from Sauna as well. You just left before the final maps. Yeah, I'd go rewatch them. Definitely worth it. All right, here we go. Farah out of spawn. We'll see if he sticks it once he sees the Echo is in play. But pretty good on the first point here in this Farah. Chance to get a lot of free flanks. And Kanail once again sticking that Ana as well. So interesting to see. This was actually the map as well. They played this one, I'm pretty sure, in the first series. And this was the one where Kanail had his shit pushed in mostly by Thematic on these engages. So big test for Kanail now in terms of how he can respond to these ones. Meanwhile, we'll see Top Dragon still playing above, trying to shoot the DPS, stop them coming through the choke. Thematic has taken so much damage, though, as Rajaro's going to turn onto him. But Theo, he's able to hold his space. He has been walled off. Needs a little bit more help. Top Dragon, though, into the back. Full stick onto Sauna. Donghyun's going to finish it off. The old Korean 1-2 takes him off. And now Top Dragon back over the roofs, back to his good hold position. And works out quite nicely in this first hold for Aoma.
Yeah, no, I mean, once again, Top Dragon on top, just doing all of the work. Full stickies again and again on so many different players, lining up kills, getting the kills all by his lonesome. And VP, I mean, they're sticking it out with this Ana comp, and I think that leaves them more liable to what Top Dragon is doing, to be honest. The fact that you can't spam packs on Galar while he goes and duels Top Dragon up in the air, I think that's a little bit of a weakness for VP. And now Rajaro, look, he's pushing into a double angle where once again Top Dragon has the angle. Now he's flanking around behind, isolates Kanail. It looks like he's going to get the solo kill. The sleep is whiffed. And again, I mean, how much more fucking praise can we sing for this guy? Solo kills the backline while his team is just AFK in main doing nothing. Somehow a tick has been conceded on the point, even though Top Dragon has just done it all himself. Now he throws in the copy. He wants more. Galar invests the orbital ray. He's not done yet. But Top Dragon, look at him. He's got the annihilation. He's chasing down Galar. And once again, Galar goes down to top. In the back, though, Donghyun taken out. Sauna coach guns top off the map. Is that in the copy? The annihilation copy taken down? Unfucking believable. Long range coach gun as well. So that must have been the tiniest of boops. What are the fucking chances of that one? Sauna, unreal. Avo has the bob out on the objective, looking really low for Virtus Pro, but Kanail must be back by now. I think he's already nanoed somebody in the mix. Here comes the orbital ray. Oh, no.
Gonna take the duel on the high ground here. Sauna will win that one. The orbital ray from Alpha. It gets Donghyun back onto point here, but they're just going around and killing everyone else because they capped for point. So Donghyun is now he's just roaming, I guess. Will get taken down by Sauna behind. Rajaro's looking for more saggers. Donghyun not impressed by that. And they'll get the first point there. And it actually seemed like a really reasonable situation for Aoma, but it ends up not just going badly, but being really expensive form of bad as well. So now Virtus Pro, they have all his ultimates. They have Rajaro holding onto this high ground. You see Cloud just next to Rajaro as well, ready to drop this Blizzard if they move up. Donghyun has the rally, but has to be so careful against these ults.
Yeah, Blizzard comes out early from Cloud, catches up Thematic. I mean, we've seen this a million times before. But what we haven't seen before is Thematic actually managing to slip away. Top Dragon taken out by Sauna, though, and we know that that is the majority of one-man army's ability to actually confirm a kill. So, I mean, I'm already saying a prayer for AOMA, because if they can win a fight with Top Dragon first picked, I will shit in my hands and clap. Donghyun has the rally. They might be able to weather the storm a little bit. You can see Rajaro investing that form super early. He's got the annihilation to back it up. Top Dragon's actually back in the fight, so fortunately I won't need to shit in my hands and clap. And the card has been rolling this entire time. Cloud takes out Avo. Theo trades onto Sauna. Theo 98% on the annihilation, so perhaps he wants to run in with that. But again, the card hasn't been stopped once by AOMA on this entire defense. And VP, they're already in pole position at the end of the point. Kanail has the longest sideline available to him. Nobody available to pressure him. Thematic just trying to stall the cart. Donghyun rallying back in from spawn, but to what end? Avo throws out the bob. Donghyun down in his rally. What a fucking joke. Pushes into the orbital ray. There we go. Sauna taking down Alpha, and that's just going to be a clean push for VP. Almost 4 minutes to cap out third now. Disaster for AOMA.
really zero resistance. They were trying to go aggressive onto the backline, but they just lost all control of point during all of this. So as it gets chaotic, that payload is just moving and moving and moving. And they don't even actually find that many trades in the end. They get Sauna, but that was it. So Virtus Pro able to set up nicely for that forward hold. They convert it. And now they have the Nano, they have the Blizzard, a chance to be aggressive again. Aoma do have the ult advantage in this fight, so there is a chance to stabilize, but a lot of things need to start going right for Aoma to get this time off the clock. Theo will just be holding in the corner, and they just want to walk on him straight away. Rajaro with a later form here. Does have a speed ring to get out Theo, so Rajaro going to get that Nano now. Wants to keep going, but he doesn't have too much form left. Does force out, well, he actually forced out the Orbital Ray, but doesn't even save Donghan. Top Dragon has the May copy in the back. They could really do with this copy Blizzard. He's looking for the Dink, he's looking for something, but they're kiting, they're all running away. He's on top of Sauna, finishes Sauna, so they do get the ult value in the end. Not quite the Blizzard. I guess out of copy Jax on the May ult there. They hold. It costs them all 3 though, so a clear timing now for Cloud on this next push, and swap from Top Dragon.
Yeah, third point, way too awkward to get the Echo going. You can't get any of those high ground flanks. You can't slip away. So straight over to the May now. This is the only point where he really has to play it. But VP, I mean, look, they've got the ults. They need to just walk up in main and take a neutral, because we've seen VP, oh, there we go. They walk up in main, down goes Abo. Canale snipes him out really early on in the piece. Thematic collapses as well, and AOMA, I mean, they've got nothing now. The fact that VP didn't need to invest that Blizzard as well, now they have a comical amount of ultimates to close this point out. AOMA, I mean, boys, start praying. Look at this: 4 ultimates to 0, and these are cart clearing ults. We've got the Bob, we've got the Blizzard, we've got the Orbital Ray. Top Dragon pre-fighted, and now we see AOMA. They're desperate. They're looking for trades. Into the back goes Avo, but it's just not going to be enough, is it? Now it's just going to be a total collapse for AOMA. Real quick game.
And after a pretty reasonable first point, Top Dragon getting some good value, it just felt like they just fell over in so many of these. So they weren't just losing fights, they were losing fights, but also conceding about 80 meters on each point at the time. So all of a sudden, Virtus Pro just have, you think of their cap on second, their cap on third. They just have the perfect ult to just overload that cap, and nothing can really go wrong for them. So now, big old time bank for Virtus Pro, Aoma. They need some things to change up. I don't know if Top Dragon's just going to start the May on this occasion. Maybe it does feel like his hero pick is very much connected to what Sauna's playing in terms of the Pharaoh or the Ashe. So a lot needs to go right for Aoma, but right now the big problem is they just seem to be losing every neutral and all the ult fights. And if you lose the neutral, you lose the ult fights. That's actually 100% of the fights you're losing.
You wind up losing the series, I think, if you lose neutrals and ult fights together. A really deadly combination. Maybe this wasn't the time to open a banana, actually. Maybe I should have waited for the slot period to start eating a banana. But here we are. You know, damage is done. So
the premature banana.
No. It happens to the best of us, is my understanding. Virtus Pro. This would be a good time for a listening, actually. If I could just have like a minute to throat this thing, then we'd be right as ranked.
Like, there you
go! He's good. He's good. Oh. See? I can turn on my passive. I need it. I think I saw nó. Ram. I think May Ram.
Me left.
I see. Can I just try it? Echo? By the way? Yeah.
Okay.
We can think left. 3, 2, 1. Hyper.
He has to call for his team too. He has to call their countdowns. What's the Ermatic doing?
From south.
Storm's dead.
Oh,
it's dead.
Unreal. They just lose sight of him.
Maybe we can go. Don't be stuck. They don't have
Alright. So, not one of our more exciting listens in, just kind of got shut down. Again, like Top Dragon, he gets in, he gets the flank, he even gets the kill. But they're just losing this frontline battle so hard while this is going on. I think the lack of a May here obviously makes a big difference. No walls puts a lot of onus on Top Dragon to try and do a lot of work. They are going to get through the choke, and now they can start playing through objective. Thematic is going to get slept out of that one, though. Doesn't have form for a second, so they have to try and slow it down. Avo is low as well. The pressure's coming on. Slow onto Avo. He's going to get shot from the other side, but he shuts down Sauna, actually. The Ashes will be traded, but look at this. They've had to take such a big step back. Thematic on a bit of an island right now. Needs to be sure to keep Rip up with his backline. Top Dragon still above, trying to help him win this trade. Rajaro still has form soon, though. Won't be able to find that finishing blow with that beam. Now the whip back does slow him down. Another sleep onto Theomatic. You can see Kanale just happy to spend his cooldowns to help them win this Ramatra trade. Theo is walking in, but he's walked straight into an orbital ray. He's walked straight into a blizzard. He's walked straight into his death. No ults to respond with from Aoma, and it really didn't feel like they were expecting any ults for the way they took that fight.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, AOMA, it's really awkward, especially on the attack here, for Top Dragon to find these solo carry angles. And the fact that they've just opted to not use any of their ultimates, just bank them up. You know, maybe they just want one big ult push. Maybe they think that if we mirror ults, we'll lose. You know, we can't win ult fights. We can't win neutrals. So we just need to win the 5 ults versus 1 ult fight. Hope that VP misplays their own economy. 2 ults there for VP bled out. Theomatic snoozing in main. Fortunately, he's just going to be woken right up. Rajara cops a nano boost, runs into the backline, and here come the ults. Top Dragon with the copy May, already 80% on that Blizzard. He takes down Cloud. He puts in a very lukewarm Blizzard. I don't think that's even caught the bulb. It's a great Blizzard, like I was saying. He catches Sauna. He gets the kill conversion on Sauna as well. And AOMA, they've completely turned this one. VP a little bit overzealous, pushing into the spawn like that, giving an opportunity for Donghoon to counter with the rally. Top Dragon to hit that insane copy May.
Works out beautifully for him. Top Dragon finds the play there. Cloud was trying to hold for high ground, but gets punished for it. And Kaneo whiffs for sleep. They do trade Theomatic for it, so a chance at least they will have to wait for Kaneo to come back, but they can get Kaneo back onto high ground, which is obviously exactly where an Ana would like to play against this type of comp from Aoma. And we do see the swap on from May out of Top Dragon now, so maybe better in the neutral, but it means they don't have anyone to really go deal with this high ground. We've seen Top Dragon try and make solo plays previously when they played this map, but now they're just gonna have to try and win it through the macro, through the ult trade in the front. And for now, they're just pinned in the back. Sauna with this big off angle. Dynamite going down. Will be forced to disengage that Dynamite, but again, just swaps the angle, has another opportunity, doesn't find it, but here comes Top Dragon. I said he maybe couldn't do it, but he's just going to wander there on the May. He's gotten the opening pick. They're going to... But Bob has come out from Avo, but I think it's got booped because it didn't really do anything. Oh, he's going to get naded. Has Ice Block, will be freezing up. Verspro have a lot of ults coming up, but they have to deal with this May behind them. They can't, but Dynamite comes out. Top Dragon will get taken down now. Annihilation and Orbital Ray both popped here. But these trades from Top Dragon, the flank, it forces Virtus.pro. They feel the pressure. They drop 2 of their biggest ults into winning that one. And now Aoma coming up to that situation again where they have a pretty healthy ult bank advantage.
Where was Alpha's orbital ray in the mix? Did it come up right as the fight was ending or something? Because I can't understand when Top Dragon is 2v1 in the backline, doing so much, gets the opening pick, starts pressuring supports. Where's the push from the front line of AOMA? How are they not able to close out these situations when Top Dragon is drawing so much aggro 24/7? He literally walks around the map free of everyone's will and just does whatever he wants, but it's still not enough because apparently he doesn't want to win, or perhaps, you know, maybe his team not quite on that camp. Orbital Ray now comes out, but it's only on Rajara. Avo catches Sauna though. Nice little kill there. Blizzard from Top Dragon and the Orbital Ray together taking down Rajara, so that Nano has kind of just gone up the wall into nothingness, but there's still a chance here now for AOMA to keep snowballing this through. They've got a couple of ults in the back pocket. They're going to have a fight here at the end of the bridge. Let's see if Sauna can make up his mind whether he wants to flank around on the high ground or fight in main this time around.
It's going to be a really forward hold here. They're trying to put early pressure onto Rajaro here. Blizzard's actually going to come out onto Theomatic. He's full walled in as well. He's going to turn around. He's going to pop the Annihilation. But defensive wall from Top Dragon's good, actually. So they have saved Theomatic from this. And they actually catch Sauna during all of this, thanks to Donghoon's rally. Now they're pushing in for looking for more. And this payload, it's still rolling. And I think Aoma, they would look like they're going to convert this forward hold. Top Dragon and Theo should be able to finish off a backline here. There we go. Just need to clean up these players on point. Now Rajaro doesn't have Annihilation. Should just be a matter of time, and Aoma will be extending this one. We'll have a crack at third.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fear for me is that a lot of the way that AOMA has been able to turn these fights, has been able to take these wins, is by virtue of Top Dragon hitting flanks, whether he's on May or any other hero, whether he's on May or Echo. He's always finding side space, sneaking in behind, getting solo kills. And here on the third point, it's such a straight line. It's such a clean front to back. It's going to be really difficult for him to get into the back line. I don't know. Like, it's just going to be really hard for them to find the opening if Top Dragon can't make some magic happen on a flank. And the flanks simply don't exist here. There's Magic Galar just skylining in main. Somehow, though, Avo decides he doesn't want to use Bob to uppercut the ulting Ramatra. So one ultimate invested for VP, and they just hold. hold. Top Dragon comes back in with the Blizzard. Looks like he's caught Cloud around the corner. Down goes Cloud to Top Dragon's Blizzard. Orbital Ray in main. It looks good, but the Bob doesn't have an angle to shoot much of anything. Looks like Rajaro is actually caught just around the corner, and then the counter wall doesn't work, but Avo takes out Galar again. Galar struggling with the concept of being alive. Donghoon catching punches to the face, but unreal pocket from Alpha, and now Donghoon has the rally. Rajara is on the back foot. Orbital Ray for Galar is coming back, but he's still on respawn because he can't stop fucking feeding his brains out. Cloud is in an ice block in the back, but he has the Blizzard. He's not able to get it off, rallying Brig in his face, and now VP, they're actually on the back foot. They're the ones that have to answer back. Sauna's coming back on the Venture now, looking for a trade. Galar has the Orbital Ray, and that's going to be so difficult for AOMA to brawl into. But look, the wall, Galar's wall has been blocked off. Nice wall to start things off. Theomatic pushing into the backline, but it's a Theomatic Blizzard paradigm situation. You know, we've seen this before, and it appears that history does repeat itself as VP, they stall out with Sauna on the cart, and then those 4 players, they come out of the door swinging with their ultimates, and there's just nothing that AOMA can do about it.
They're going to stall out the Juno here as well. And it's Alpha who actually has the ult coming up. Wait, Alpha, the great escape? Surely he can't make it out here. He's dodging, he's juking, he's diving. He's actually got it out. Oh, no, they're all there. They're all there. More trouble. More trouble. He will go down. Now they're going to hold forward, and the touch is going to be so difficult here. Avo is on the cast, which will not be touching this point. I don't know if anyone's made their way through. Doggen gets the trade, actually. But yeah, just none of them have got through. None of them are close. And now just be the hold in the end there, and ultimately just too difficult an ult situation to try and win. Theo just tries to face tank it, and a few too many times you're going to face tank a Blizzard, you probably will end up getting frozen more often than not.
Yeah, I'm hearing it from the pros themselves that apparently if Theomatic were to unlock D.Va, then he would be able to farm Canale, an easy kill. But unfortunately, Theomatic appears to not have D.Va in the back pocket. He would rather play the Ramatra into an Ana hard scoping on the high ground, and that is not ideal. Although, yeah, okay, you say reverse sweep incoming, Megamat. I'm not sure what your basis is for that assessment, because that feels like you are on the upper end of delusional with that one, but you know, we'll take it anyway. We'll take it. Swap time. I'll see ya.
Roger, roger. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of problems. I think again when we watch Korea, it was a D.Va swap, right? It was a D.Va swap that would come out, and then all of a sudden, Fielder, when he was playing it, would just feel, you know what, I can't do it anymore. You know, there was like a Venture on me, or there's a Venture and a D.Va on me, or a D.Va and a Tracer on me, and I just can't stay alive on Vienna. I'm getting traded every single fight. I just need to go onto the Brig so I have that survivability. But Theo, obviously not really known for his D.Va. I think it's more just a doesn't feel comfortable with a hero, so they're just going to play this version of it, but it provides that limitation, and Virtus Pro exploiting that quite nicely. Especially, you know, we saw even on Lijiang Tower they got away with Vienna there because they weren't scared of the swap. Alright, let me do an advert before I forget. And let's do the Preds as well. But it is starting to look... Now, I mean, that map was closer for sure. But it is starting to look like a VP sweep, I think, as we get increasingly through this series. Did Top Dragon have wall when Theo got frozen? You mean in the very last fight? You can have a look, but my feeling from memory... Oh, I'm really deep back in the board. My feeling is he was so deep that it wouldn't have kept him alive regardless. I think, well, let's see. Where's Top Dragon? Oh yeah, he's up top. I don't even see, does he wall earlier in this? Am I just blind? I can't see the wall. Might have walled off spawn. Yeah, maybe he just walled super early and it wasn't quite off cooldown. I mean, to be fair, I think Theo's absolutely fucked. Like, there's no good wall to get him out of it. Oh yeah, he did wall off spawn. He walled off spawn. But I mean, even if he keeps wall here, if you look at where like Theo gets frozen, like there's no wall saving him out of this one, you know. Like I think if you want like for comparison, I think if you look at that series that we watched earlier, between SSG and ENCE. And obviously there were still big blizzards, right? There were times when they were really caught, people were just caught by it, whether it was Ramatra getting caught by it, or even catching the entire team on a repush, like Kev's one to win the Suradabasa. But a lot of the ults, a lot of the blizzards especially, were made really difficult for the maze. People were walking in, but they were baiting out of them, all of this. There was lots of good counterplay for the blizzards. And I think that's just kind of the difference you see. So now, yeah, first pro against Aoma does feel like it might just be potential curtains here for Aoma on this one. The gap feels like it's getting bigger. The Ana problem is one that they just don't really seem to be able to solve. So I don't really know what their next move is. We saw obviously Ex Oblivione try and like Winston, because it was more comfortable for Alisu rather than D.Va, but I think D.Va's just so much better at that, so much better into the Ana with the addition of the speed ring. So I really don't know. What map was next? We're going to push, right? Was it just Runa? I mean, it's probably Runa Sapi, right? I don't know if anyone remembers, but it's probably Runa Sapi. That's Runa Sapi. to the shock of no one, is once again Runa Sapi. Which means, to be fair, this does feel a little bit more rammable. But feels like Kaneo's got a better grasp of how to play it right now. In general, it does just feel like Aoma's not got that same kind of punch that they had yesterday when we watched them play the closer series for 3-2 against Virtus Pro, where it felt like Kaneo on Viana just getting bullied every time. It felt like Kaneo's managed to find better spacing, better use of his cooldowns to get himself out of these thematic pushes, and they're punishing thematic in general a lot more. Even, obviously, the Blizzard timings, but not just on the Blizzard timings. They seem to be putting a lot more attention on him as well. So then outside of some of these top Dragon heroics, some of these top Dragon plays, it feels like they're having a real hard time with the actual, just the cooldown trade and the neutral and the ult trade in the main, which is really 90% of this comp matchup. Okay, and this time looks like it will be starting May. Maybe no surprises there for top Dragon. Is more of a difficult map for the Echo. And we've actually got Ana Brig on the cards here. We'll see if they really stick to that, or if it will be swapping. Maybe Kaneo also just feels this map isn't as good for Ana. I feel like the first fight in particular is quite a difficult Ana one. But then once we get to the latter part, once we get to like some more of a checkpoint fights, Ana becomes a little bit more viable. But it will just be a full Brig Juno mirror. Good luck, have funds exchanged. And no Ana this time.
That's very positive of them. Little bit of competitive spirit coming out there, you know? There's only hatred in the old big fucking dynamite opening up from Sauna there. That's going to completely burn AOMA's neutral. Down goes Top Dragon straight away to Rajaro's punches. But really, the setup for that was that massive dino from Avo, just getting everyone so low off rip. Already AOMA on the back foot, getting pushed all the way out of this fight. Avo's actually being, soft staggered by Rajaro, just playing with his food a little bit.
Yeah, really easy one off the back of that dynamite, and that fight's just over before it starts. So no real ults to speak of in this next fight. It will be another neutral here, and it will be on this corner fight. Aoma have been having a real hard time in big parts of this matchup. Now they don't have to factor into the Ana though, so maybe that frees up Thematic. Maybe he can play more aggressively like we've seen him play maybe in the series yesterday, where he was getting a lot more trade kills, a lot more value out of these aggressive form timings. Now the wall trade comes through. Dynamite doesn't find all that much of anything from Sauna, but Rajaro's lost a huge chunk of health actually on this one. So both teams will have to back up. Top Dragon looking for a swing. Donkin's actually got himself on the other side of this choke here, and they are pushing VP back now. A defensive wall forced out here from Cloud, so now a chance to be aggressive with his wall, but Top Dragon does get Rajaro separated, but they can't push on that timing too much. Just a little bit desynced with some of these cooldowns here, Aoma. And now Top Dragon, he's going to double down. He's looking for the flank. They're peeking here with the Juno as well. He's got him low. Top Dragon finishes it for him. Now he'll turn back. This Ray is going forward though, and Alpha still doesn't have it. But Blizzard, but it doesn't catch anyone. Cloud manages to ice block. He needs help on the point, but here comes the help. Kaneo is with him right now, has the rally if they need, but it's not over yet. Theo now on the back line, and they're just going to have to sacrifice this one in the end. Virtus Pro. Looks like they had a timing with that earlier Orbital Ray, but that trade at the beginning of the fight from Top Dragon turns it into a bit more of a scrap, and a 1-for-1 ult trade in the end only.
I'm thinking that, you know, maybe Top Dragon has once again found a way to sneak into a side angle and get a solo kill, because AOMA, they've managed to win a fight. Now, also they've won it lean, you know, Top Dragon, his Blizzard might have been a bit lukewarm, you know, too warm to freeze anybody from the looks of it, but it did split them, and it did win them the fight with only one ult invested, so now they have a decent chance at this next fight too, although, of course, we are somewhat reliant on Top Dragon hitting a solo kill to open it up. We see Sauna coming in on the flank, forcing Donghun back. Abo actually goes down to the punches, rallies match, Thematic takes down Galar, Kanale goes down as well, so Kanale's rally almost worthless. Bob inside, I think they should be able to push out and kill that actually, or push out and just completely avoid that rather. So that's a really rough one for the side of Virtus Pro. They invested the Bob, they invested the rally, and they've got nothing back for it. Donghun traded really late though by Rajaro. This could be a disaster, I'm not sure. Again, I don't know how fast the bot pushes because I've got some sort of, you know, hemorrhage in my brain, but I'm not sure whether they're going to get the checkpoint off this one, because I think Virtus Pro might just be able to, yeah, no, this absolutely they're getting the checkpoint here. War from Top Dragon slows down Rajaro's advance, and they will be getting the checkpoint off that one. No speed for Rajaro. Blizzard on Thematic, I mean, come on, we all know that was coming. That's just fucking typical. Complete neutral one too, like not even a wall setting him up or anything, just so fucking free. Thematic, the iciest of Ramatra players. And Alpha pissed away their Orbital Ray in the mix as well, so that's not a great look for AOMA. At least they got the checkpoint, but good grief, it cost them.
And now, off the back of that, it's going to be VP back in control here. Do find themselves a bit of a deficit, though, but one fight win and they'll get that one back. Rajaro has the annihilation here, and we see a bit of reverse of the classic Theo conundrum here. Blizzard is available. Rajaro will get frozen, but defensive wall comes out. He's in the corner. It's actually Cloudy dies for it, though, so Rajaro lives, but the May dies. Rajaro, he still has this annihilation timing, though, and there's no response on the side of Aoma. As long as Rajaro can find kills, he can find value. It's Top Dragon who goes down. There we go. They use the Orbital Ray in the end, so it ends up being maybe a little bit more costly than they would have hoped, but the damage is done and we'll be able to get checkpoint off of this Virtus Pro.
Yeah, VP there, I mean, they just had the ults to muscle through it. That annihilation from Rajaro is so huge. And Top Dragon, I mean, his Blizzard, it was pretty low value because Rajaro did such a fantastic job. Threw up his shield, got his head in the corner, unkillable in that situation. All of AOMA would need to swing in order to get a kill, and they just couldn't do that. So really nice stuff from Rajaro there, shutting out Top Dragon's Blizzard. Maybe a little bit of a rush Blizzard from Toppy D as well, as much as I hate to say it.
Bob coming up quickly here for Sauna as the cart progresses for Virtus Pro. They're trying to bully with their way out of top here. Aoma coming up to a pretty healthy bank of all their ultimates in this as well. Now, Top Dragon will meet them on point. Rajaro is tucked away safely in that corner, hard to clear. They're going to wall off. Bob will be used in response, defensive wall as well. And now Rajaro, he can be aggressive. They force the ice block out of Top Dragon. Rally waiting for him afterwards, bashing his face. But Bob was used as well. And they just decimate Aoma one more time. Aoma, they have almost all 5 ultimates now. But Virtus Pro, they're going to put over 100 meters on the board here.
Yeah, look, VP, I mean, they're just steaming away with it now. AOMA backs to the wall, a couple of ults. They might be able to stabilize here, but I mean, the cart already well over 100 meters. Lots of push taking place right now. I think on Runasapi, it might actually just be really difficult to block between the 50 and 100 meter mark, because it seems to always wind up here. But this back choke where you can see from the spawn and you have that good Maywall choke, this is the difficult spot to push. Abo getting a little bit too keen on the flank there, throws out a very early Bob, and Rajaro marked them out of the fight completely. We see Thematic pushing the May, but Cloud, he's able to throw up the wall, keep himself safe, and not in the bad way. And now AOMA, I mean, they've got 4 check marks to spare. Galar's thrown out an orbital ray very far back, but Rajaro, he's going to get frozen up by this one. I'm not sure that he'll die though, because again, he manages to get one of these clutch shields up. Top Dragon instead counter blizzarded. Nice rally from Dongan though, keeps him alive. Rajaro under so much pressure. Can somebody give this man back shots, please? Just a little bit of back shots for Rajaro, please. There we go. That's going to be AOMA taking the fight, but I mean, to say it was expensive would be an understatement. That was all 5 ultimates invested there from AOMA with a respawn advantage. Galar was actually a little bit staggered there. There was an opportunity to get a bigger stagger, but Top Dragon, unfortunately, too hungry for blood. So that is going to be AOMA getting the cart back to the middle. Galar, will he get the back spawn? No, Galar gets the forward spawn as well. So we're going to see a rather fast fight happening here from Virtus Pro.
They're trying to go early here, trying to catch them. Defensive wall comes out. Virtus Pro trying to stabilize, and now Sauna a bit of an opportunity on his left-hand side. They're walking into him. Top Dragon will fall to that one as well. Don't know if he just didn't have ice block or just didn't press it in time. Now they're going to turn their attention to Thematic, who's a little bit isolated. You can see Donghun, he wants to come, he wants to help. They're trying to save Theo, but they just can't. Without that May, you lose so much control of the front line, and Virtus Pro quickly regain control and will once again take it over to Aoma's side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, I really thought that VP might have been making a mistake there going for that fast fight because Galar was still on the respawn, but it appears with no ultimates and no Galar, they're still able to just muscle one-man army back early on in that neutral. So that's really rough now for AOMA. Their backs into the walls again, but they don't have 5 ultimates to dump into the fight to save themselves. Now they need to play up against a lot of aggression from Virtus Pro, lots of ultimates that they're going to be able to layer into it. And I mean, look at the Amatic. He's already going so deep, giving Rajaro a little bit of a backshot treatment, but Sauna, another pick onto Alpha. Alpha has been flying too close to the sun, bopping up in the air and getting caught out by the hit scan of Virtus Pro. Not their normal hit scan, by the way, because Shockwave is off shagging instead of playing the game, but Sauna, I mean, he's doing the work regardless. And now we're looking at a full push to close out this series. Real potential that it ends right here and now.
Top Dragon's going to blizzard out of the spawn. They're going to rally Bob. Everything out of the spawn. They've frozen Rajaro. Do you want to kill him? He's literally right there for the taking. They kind of just ignore him. They kill everyone else. Top Dragon now get him a full pocket. They do clean it up, but that is 3 ults, coming right out of spawn here. And Virtus Pro, they've still kept hold of their ult. So even though Aoma, they keep themselves alive in this map, they keep themselves alive in this series.
So useless, man.
They do set themselves up for this next fight with a pretty good ult situation here, Virtus Pro. They have the Orbital Ray, the Annihilation, the Blizzard, all these good tools to use. The Blizzard as well, Theomatic's biggest nemesis. It's an Orbital Ray to kick it off. Alpha will respond. Theo has the Annihilation. Annihilations will be traded, but here comes that Blizzard, and it's Top Dragon who gets caught. Theo's in it as well, of course, and it'll just be a sweep for Virtus Pro. An ult advantage converted for them, and Virtus Pro, once again, we're going back to the spawn here. Aoma on the ropes one more time.
Yeah, Aoma, I mean, they had the briefest of signs of life when they were able to cap out that checkpoint, but it's just been the Virtus Pro show for this entire map, save for those 2, rogue fights. Avo's actually making the swap over to Widowmaker now. We see this happen occasionally at the end of Runasapi when the cart pushes up so far that you can stand in spawn to take the shots. Donghyun already getting poked out, though. We see Virtus Pro, they're taking this high ground away from Aoma. They don't want to be pushed from the side. Avo in main, holding it down, trying to take shots at Sauna, but Sauna, he's a movement shooter player. Look at him ducking and weaving. In the chaos, though, Rajaro has actually gone down. Everyone AD strafing far too quickly for poor little Avo to do anything about it. Funny Astro should perhaps take some notes on Juno movement from Avo, from Alpha. Theomatic has completely cleaned up in the back, taken down Sauna, taken down Galar, but the trades are continuing to come through.
They want to win.
Kanale rallying? Wait. No fucking way. Kanale has just rallied so close to the spawn, but getting that kill on Top Dragon, that could actually be enough to end it right here and now if further trades continue to come through. Alpha getting caught out. Theomatic, one final Blizzard. We love to see Theo dying in a Blizzard. And now 3 players from the side of Aoma back to the wall. They're just going to stagger in and touch if they can even be bothered. It looks like they can't. Avo not even going to try and touch. Top Dragon throws down the Blizzard on cart, gets the ice block, but I mean, look, he's killed Kanale. Can he do 5 more? I think not. That's going to be
sure, unfortunately.
An easy 3-0 for the side of VP, and that's going to conclude the EA broadcast for today. We're soon to head over to North America to watch some Juno-less gameplay. But who's the first match on broadcast? Do you know?
Oh, I can't remember now. Let me see. I want to say it was the top. Was it the top game of the bracket, which will be
Fluffy Aimers versus Team Z.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. I think happy with that. I think we'll be happy with that. That'll probably be closer than Citrus versus Vice, so not unhappy with that.
Yeah, I think Team Z have been playing quite well, right? Like, close game with Citrus Nation. They beat, obviously, Shikigami, which I maybe didn't expect from them either. So, like, I think Team Z looking pretty good.
Yeah. I think, yeah, there's a reasonable chance here for Team Z. They've got a solid roster. Why is their name Team Z?
Why is their name Team Z?
I thought that it was going to be a roster with Z on it because it was Team Z, but the roster with Z on it is
it's
Green
just,
Fortnite.
Just Nightmare,
no, it's not
Nightmare.
actually. Oh right, yeah, Z's on Nightmare.
Yeah,
now.
they're still on Nightmare.
Oh yeah, Z's they're on the bench of Nightmare, right?
Yeah, like just back up now for CJ or for like double flex situations.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
Oh wait. Here we go. Wait. I've got it. Team Z is a reference to Blue Lock, the anime.
Okay, that checks. The boob. Top Dragon getting coach gunned off the map by Sauna. Unbelievable.
It's like one pellet from across the map is enough to send him over the edge.
Yeah, rough one. All right. I guess we'll slop it up for a bit until the region change occurs. It might be a little bit of a longer one this time around because I know there's a rolling schedule, but
we're actually on schedule today, which is nice.
These ones have been fucking quick, so
yeah.
All right, see you when I see you.
Roger that. Oh, Wednesday is NA started before midnight. Can you believe it, Wilder? What a chance. Alright, see you, no idea. Alright, what are we doing now then? More believable answer of pronouncing things right? What does he pronounce wrong? Is it the AOMA? Now it'll be rolling start time, so they'll move those games forward. Obviously, we might still not get like an immediate start because of it, but you know we'll roll them a little bit forward. If NA was smart, they would have also gone on strike to. They would have gone on strike to also have Juno. Yeah, I guess they just didn't think to ask, but I'm really surprised that they didn't. I'm really surprised they didn't. What do you call it? Now, once EMEA asked, now they didn't offer the same to North America. Calling all heroes as Juno as well. I mean, from like a tournament organizer point of view, it's a bit weird that they didn't just have it from the start anyway, right? Because if you're a tournament organizer, what do you think people are more interested in seeing, right? Like, FACEIT. Obviously, like, I don't know what the viewership is now, but I imagine it's not great, right? What are we looking at here? 1,300? Yeah, like, it's not great. But a great way to maybe promote your tournament, or a thing to, like, bring people in, would be, hey, this is the first chance you're going to get to see the EMEA and North American teams play Juno. You're going to get to see some of the top teams play Juno for the first time in these regions. You got to see it in Korea, now you get to see it in these regions as well. Wouldn't that be exciting? Wouldn't that be good? But I guess I guess not. You think they care about viewership? I mean, why wouldn't they? I mean, they clearly do care about the... You say it's like a money laundering thing, but clearly they do care about the money. Because otherwise, why is the funding going down for these later tournaments? You know, like, like they clearly care enough to reduce the budget, right? I mean, yeah, like, it's so helpful to have that, like, you think all these major tournaments for other games, like, I mean, the Pokemon channel, the CS, like, the ESL one, Rocket League, right? It's just always on the same one, so all of a sudden, like, if I go on the Rocket League right now, how many followers do you think it has? Where do I see it? Does it say somewhere followers? Is it on the About page, maybe? Yeah, 4.3 million followers. Yeah, like, so every time they go live, obviously most of these 4.3 million people don't tune in, right? But it's significant. If I go on the FACEIT page and I go, yeah, but we've probably got 4.3 million as well, right? 100. I mean, to be fair, 154k is still like sizable, but you can see the kind of difference here, you know. Check the Overwatch esports one. Oh, is it Overwatch _ esports? I'm sure it'll find it. Should I knock? I shouldn't knock. I'll let them go on with their show. Where are we going? About... Because this was the old Overwatch League when it was like 2 million followers. Yeah. Like, it's actually... Obviously, you still don't catch most of those people, but you get to provide 2 million people with the option, right? As well as for people who might just run into it from the, like, give you your last 20 bits. Isn't that like 40p, Lady Trash Panda? $20 bits is like 13p, I think. Don't take out. Yeah, they're gonna take 33% of that. All right, we're gonna get the tail end of this story as well. Where is he? You here, Coleman?
Where were we?
So it was 12-10 against you.
Yeah. So and there's 5 minutes left.
Mm-hmm.
So in rugby we kick off to them. So got a new fly half come on. Probably about 5 minutes ago. Theo, young lad, 18. First time he's ever played senior rugby.
Whoa.
It is away in the big game, like down the well. So we kick it. They take the ball, pass it. They carry a phase. And then they knock it on. Fantastic. Let's have a scrum.
Mm-hmm.
So it's our ball. In it goes. Good scrum. Comes out. We carry a phase. One of their players comes barreling into the side, and we get a penalty.
Lovely.
About 30 meters out, 20 meters to the sideline. So not an easy kick. So I go, I'm captain at this point because our captain's gone off injured quite early in the game. So
it's your call.
I asked the ref, how long's left? He said, there's 4 minutes left. I look at Theo and I said, I don't know you, mate. You think you can do this? He's like, yeah. Come on then, young lad. Let's go. So he gets his tee out and everything. And I say, listen, mate, there's 4 minutes left. We're going to get the ball back. And we're going to chase the kick. So there's no pressure. Just kick it. And we got, like I said earlier, the team is young lads and old lads. There's no one in their prime. So I say to all these young lads, I say, lads, chase this kick now because we want it back. So Theo kicks the ball and I'm chasing it. Not a full whack because it looks like it's going to go just to the left-hand side of the right post. Then it moves in the air. So listen now. It bounces off the right post.
Yeah.
Onto the left post.
No way.
Bounces. I'm running at fucking full whack now. I catch this fucking ball. Absolutely send the last defender. I've handed this boy off into oblivion, and I dive from about the 5 meter line out. I'm screaming as I'm going over, yes! So I land it, I score this try. This defender, because this is our big derby, this is our only derby, he's tamping now. So he comes and short arms me on the floor. All their players are like, mate, it was blowing up. All their players are on the deck, like so. Anyway, it's all kicking off. I can hear one of their players shouting, he can't do that, he can't do that. Like, fucking, all right, mate. So, I scored the try with like 2 or 3 minutes left for us to go ahead in the derby. Really happy. One of their players is giving it to me now, and he's saying to their kicker, kick into that cunt. I want to smash him off the kickoff. That's it, no problem. I'm like, sure, mate. I said to him, I'll stand close as well. You won't be able to miss me. So she's asking.
Kick off.
We convert the kick. So I'm exactly where I told him I was going to be. So their kicker goes to take the kick off. It drops short. We'll have the scrum on the halfway, please, ref. So there we go. Walking into the middle of the park. So we've got a scrum. Comes off. We go a bunch of phases, and then. So we carry just about to where we had the penalty that Theo's missed that I've caught to score the try. And one of their players gets on the ball, and I come and I smoke this. Like, I mean, I fucking. You remember the hit I put on that lad last week?
Yeah.
Imagine that, but clean him off the ball. He is furious, so he rolls around and punches me in the face in front of the referee. I just laid there on the floor laughing at him. It all blows up. Massive fight. All right, calm down. So the referee manages to calm it all down, and so we red cards this lad, and I goes, we'll have the kick, please, ref. So I looked at Theo and I said, "You're gonna get this one," and he's like, "Yeah." So I said, "Hey, I won't." So I looked at him and I said, "I won't even chase this one, boys." And Theo slots it over, and we win 20 points to 12. No bonus point for them, and they were so miserable after as well. Absolutely furious. And so I told you wouldn't believe this one, mate. When that fucking thing bounced off the one post, I thought, no way. I thought he was going to bounce off and go in. And I thought...
Yeah, that's like, I guess probably what happens most commonly if, like, I don't know, if it hits like the inside.
So it's hit one post. And it's hit the other post, and I'm not even lying. When it's hit the second post, in my mind, I said double donk, and I fucking take. But once I've caught that ball, mate, I cannot believe how hard I've nailed this lad. Oh, mate, and all our touch line is going like all going off. Like all I can do is like, yes, come on, man. So mate, I was really happy with that one.
It's actually, I'm also so gutted because for those who don't know, I went to watch Coleman play rugby last week, and it feels like I came to the wrong game.
Yeah, you did.
I've been taps and toes with air when like that play happened.
You would have pitch invaded, mate.
Pandemonium, yeah, it would have been a pitch invasion.
Last week would have been a better game to watch, but this game had, I mean, mate, I'd like
the heart, the stakes.
The funny thing is, I've told all these young lads, let's chase this kick, because I was only fucking chasing it. But it was, mate, it was meant to be. Two posts, bounced, second bounce right in front of me. Oh, they were so angry. And so I've been punched in the face like 10 times in 2 minutes. But yeah, we take those to win, don't we? Yeah, so that was mate, I told you it was a good one.
That's unbelievable. Yeah, I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't to reach those heights. Yeah, if you would ask me to try and like script, it's like something out of The Longest Yard or something. That kind of ending to like a game.
But yeah, it was a really shit game actually. It was attritional and niggly, and but yeah, we because our team's quite young and they've got lads more in their 20s, and like some of the stuff they're doing, like our 18, 19-year-old lads, and I'm just. I said, I played against their captain a bunch of times, Ricky. He's an alright bloke. And I just said, can you ask them not to be cunts? Is that a possibility?
Is it on the cards at any point?
And he's like, is you know the game, mate? And I'm like, yeah, fair one. So, yeah, I mean, it was alright. And, yeah, now I'm just really sore. And, yeah, I couldn't be asked going to the social. There was a big beer up after the game back at our club, but I was like, I'm going to go have another Chinese and watch my mate cast Overwatch.
As one of those, you get those football leagues where they just have like, probably just like a GoPro or some kind of basic camera setup so they can like film the games and upload them to YouTube or something. It actually would have been an unbelievable, you actually would have gone viral with that clip. It would have been...
After I've scored it and I'm running back, one of our lads who didn't play, Kai, I saw him, he had his phone out, and I was like, Kai, did you try and record the kick? And he was like, no, mate. He was like, I was gonna, but I was so angry because if that video would have been doing the rounds, I promise you. I can't believe
how gone off.
How well I've caught this ball. It was like magnetized in my hands. But I've mullered this lad in front of me. Like, he had every reason to be mad because he's lost his team the game and I've man-shamed him.
Yeah.
And I'm probably twice his age as well. So,
as one of those things, I feel like when that happens as well, there's like some people like you who are maybe just running for it, and then other people are just like spellbound, you know, like they just don't know, like they've not encountered this situation before. It's just stuff's just happening.
Mystified by the ball.
They can't quite believe what's happening, and before they know what's happened, you fucking slammed into them and you're gone.
Well, that's because everybody naturally would have been following the ball, especially once it's double donked, mate. Like, what happens when you get double donked in TF2, right? You're stunned.
Yeah.
So not me.
Knockback.
But I just it was so surreal, like, because I'm like so excited to have scored this try, and then I'm getting punched in the face, and then there's a big bloody handbags all over bloody, and I just like, but I didn't react because like all I wanted was to win that game after how shit it had been, and I was just thinking, like, don't do it. So I didn't react. I'm like, mate, I've been punched in the face enough times before. So, and that really bothered their player who was
because they wanted to scrap essentially, right? We said like people were shouting like, he can't do that. And I was like, just.
Oh, but yeah, it was they were actually tamping, mate. Like, right, I'm gonna let you get back to work. But yeah, mate, are you working all day tomorrow?
Yeah, doing Korea and EMEA in North America tomorrow, so there might be like a couple of hours in between.
All right.
Yeah, mostly working. I bet my sister's up next week, so I might be mostly offline actually.
No drama. We'll catch up midweek, right? Anyway,
we need to get ready. Need to get ready for this TF2 stream, so I'll get my double donks out. I don't know if it'll be. I don't know if it'll be as good as yours.
Well, you probably will get punched in the face if you land a double donk. So, right, buddy.
All right.
I'll be watching for a while, so I'll be in the chat.
All right. Thanks for stopping in, mate. Congratulations as well, big win.
Yeah, big win.
I feel like I can't miss a game now as well. Like now I miss one. I go for one game, I miss the next. Fuck, I'm gonna have to come every week now.
Well, you say that our next 2 games against 2 of the roughest teams. In fact, our next 3 games against 3 of the roughest teams in Cardiff. Mate. We've got Kyra, Canton, and Fairwater. And if you're from Cardiff, you'll know that they are 3 of the roughest areas. Anyway, right, I'll shut up and right.
I'll sound happy to get my van. I'll catch you in a bit.
Turn up.
Oh, there we go. What a fucking story. Unbelievable. I'm so gutted now. Like, fuck. Went to the game last week. Couldn't go to the game this week. Obviously, like, they're all in Cardiff, and for those who don't know the geography of the UK, Nottingham and Cardiff are not actually very close to each other. So I went to the game last week, but a huge result there. Huge result there for Penturk. Oh. Really, really lot of pressure now on this North American Overwatch to live up to that, because the standard's been set really high by Coleman. Can we get a double donk emote? We should. Hold on. What I should do before I forget, actually, is I should also stop since the end of the EMEA recording. If anyone's watching on the YouTube VODs.